Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Fresh strikes across the Middle East as the war enters its sixth day, plus British Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer sends Typhoon jets to Qatar. Iran warns America it will come to regret sinking an Iranian warship in the Indian Ocean as a US ship is targeted. Fears for a British couple imprisoned in Iran grow as their family urge the British government to help. And sources dismiss claims that say Mossad agents planting bombs are arrested in Saudi Arabia and Qatar. On the sixth day of the war, Israel has launched missiles at Tehran and Hezbollah targets in Beirut as Iran continues to strike US interests in the Middle East. A US oil tanker has also reportedly been struck. Meanwhile, British Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer has announced the UK will send Typhoon jets to Qatar and insisted Britain's relationship with the US is operating right now. We can now go to Professor Michael Semple from Queen's University. Professor Michael Semple, great to have you on the show. Lots of developing parts to this story as we enter the sixth day of this war. But Keir Starmer says the UK is sending 4 more Typhoon jets to Qatar. How much political peril is the UK Prime Minister in following strong criticism from President Trump for not helping in the US-Israeli war on Iran?
Clearly, the Prime Minister faces threats from the left and the right. If he does nothing in this war, then, of course, he will be criticised from the right inside UK and from the US, the traditional ally of the UK. But if he gets too involved, he will face criticism from within his own party and the left of the country that he's repeating the mistakes of Tony Blair in following blindly into the Iraq war in 2003 against the wishes of much of the population. So he's trying to plot a fine line down the middle and taking defensive steps in favour of Gulf allies is what he's seized on, as that's what's in the British interest.
And the US and Israel are continuing to bombard Iran, killing at least 1,230 people since Saturday, as the military campaign does enter its sixth day. Where are we at this hour, as it appears that the war front is expanding?
Well, absolutely. And I mean, of course, anybody involved in combat operations on either side, I mean, they're taking massive risks. They're doing difficult jobs. But in a sense, what the Israelis and Americans are doing at the moment is the easy part. The bombing, the destruction. Mm-hmm. They have hit a baffling range of targets in Tehran and across the country. Of course, we don't quite know where it's going to go. In terms of the direct impacts of it, it seems that we have seen that they have been successful in reducing Iran's capability to launch ballistic missiles. There's been more than a 3/4 reduction in the rate of them launching ballistic missiles. We know that they've been directing a lot of force at the main security apparatus, the Iranian Revolutionary Guards Corps. That, of course, is involved in the retaliatory strikes that Iran has been launching. The Americans want to degrade that capability, but also that controls the Basij militia and other units which are involved in controlling the population, maintaining control across the country. So far, that has not broken down. The issue is, will it? And is that what the Americans and the Israelis are pushing for or not?
Yeah, it's really difficult. Lots of those questions have been asked. What are the main aims right now of the US and Israel? Is it full government change that they want in Iran, or do they want that to come organically? But, Michael, how does the fighting in Iran link to another theatre of war between the Afghan Taliban and Pakistan?
Well, I am absolutely glad that you ask that. It's very easy for viewers to forget that just 2 days before the US and Israel launched their strikes on Iran, another regional war started, that between the Pakistan army and the Taliban regime in Afghanistan. That started last Thursday, and it is still underway, with Pakistan launching airstrikes in Kabul and in Afghanistan's border provinces, and the Taliban launching raids with their infantry across the frontier into Pakistan's border areas. It absolutely is related, because the US and Israeli casus belli for attacking Iran, as they say, it's a regime which routinely threatens the stability of key regional power Israel and potentially its neighbours, potentially further afield. The Pakistani case for going against its fundamentalist regime in its neighbour Afghanistan is that the Taliban have been supporting the TTP insurgents against the Pakistani state operating outside Afghanistan. So in a sense, the Pakistanis have their version of the US-Israeli complaint, but directed against the Taliban rather than against Iran. But then we look at the two neighbouring fundamentalist regimes, we see that despite long differences between Iran and the Taliban, since the Taliban came back to power, the Iranian Revolutionary Guards Corps has invested in building its relationships with the Taliban. So these are two allied governments now under attack from different powers.
And Michael, I just want to see if you wouldn't mind reacting to some breaking news lines that we're getting out at the moment. This is a report from Axios, and it's saying Trump says he needs to be personally involved in selecting Iran's next leader. Trump has confirmed that Mujtaba Khamenei, we know that's the son of Ali Khamenei, is most likely successor, but outcome is unacceptable. I don't know what your reaction to that news is.
It really is a long way from Washington, D.C. to Tehran and Iran. In terms of the politics of the United States, the experience of this White House, particularly what they managed to pull off in Venezuela, it might seem absolutely logical that the President of the United States should have a say in who becomes the leader of Iran. But in terms of the spirit of the Islamic Republic in Iran, and indeed much broader nationalist sentiment inside Muslim countries like Iran, it's common to other ones, they couldn't possibly brook the idea of a foreign leader, even the head of the greatest power in the world, trying to dictate who will be their leader. So yes, it might make sense in the US, but it's hard to see any part of the Iranian politics actually accepting such an idea.
Professor Michael Semple, thank you so much to reacting to that breaking news and for joining me today.
Most welcome.
Arabiya English has learned from its sources that claims alleging that Saudi Arabia and Qatar had arrested Mossad agents planting bombs in Gulf countries are baseless and untrue. The claims began circulating widely after US journalist and broadcaster Tucker Carlson said the two Gulf neighbors had arrested Israeli Mossad agents planning bombings in these countries. This prompted the Qatari Foreign Ministry to strongly deny it. More details now with Catalina Marchand de Aubray.
Have you seen a clip claiming Mossad agents were arrested in Qatar and Saudi Arabia for planning bombings? It's been shared a lot online, but here's the real story. Tucker Carlson posted a video saying authorities in Qatar and Saudi Arabia arrested Israeli intelligence agents planning attacks. But the official response from Qatar's foreign ministry contradicts that. They've said they have no information about Mossad cells or arrests related to such a plot. In fact, Qatar has recently been a source of misinformation in the context of the Iran war. Qatar rejected a report by the Jerusalem Post claiming the Gulf state launched attacks inside Iran. Spokesperson Majed Al-Ansari stated on X, Qatar has not been part of the campaign targeting Iran, and emphasized that Doha is exercising our right to self-defense and deterring Iranian attacks. He also called on media organizations to rely on official Qatari sources when reporting on the country's position. What has been reported via official channels, Qatari authorities say they recently arrested 10 people linked to 2 cells allegedly working for Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, accused of espionage and sabotage targeting sensitive and military infrastructure. So, the bottom line, no confirmed Mossad arrests in Qatar or Saudi Arabia, no credible sources backing Carlson's claims, and Qatar says it has no involvement in attacks on Iran and urges media to check official sources. And here's a crucial point. Spreading false news in Qatar is a serious crime. You can face up to 5 years in prison and fines up to $27,500 US, with penalties doubled if committed during wartime. So before sharing sensational claims, remember, in Qatar, fake news isn't just misleading, it's criminal.
Now, Iran has warned the US it will come to regret sinking an Iranian warship in the Indian Ocean. The Iris Dina, carrying 130 sailors, sunk after a torpedo hit it, killing at least 87 people. As tensions between the US and Iran escalate, South Asia is being pulled into the fallout. Darshan Dalal has this report.
Images released by the Pentagon showing a combat ship being blown out of the water, lifted above the sea after being struck by a torpedo fired from a US submarine. On the left side of the video, crew members can be seen scrambling for safety as the vessel erupts in a massive explosion. US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says the Iranian ship believed it was safe in international waters, but was destroyed by a torpedo fired from an American submarine.
Yesterday, in the Indian Ocean, and we'll play it on the screen there, an American submarine sunk an Iranian warship that thought it was safe in international waters. Instead, it was sunk by a torpedo. Quiet death. The first sinking of an enemy ship by a torpedo since World War II.
Authorities in Sri Lanka say at least 87 bodies have been recovered, while 32 people were rescued from the sea. The vessel, the Iranian frigate Iris Dena, had been visiting India and was taking part in the multinational naval exercise Milan 2026. Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has condemned the attack, calling it an atrocity at the sea, and warning the United States will bitterly regret what he described as a dangerous precedent. But the strike has also raised serious diplomatic questions. Both India and Sri Lanka are now facing scrutiny over whether they had prior warning before the US attack, particularly since the Iranian vessel was participating in an exercise hosted by the Indian Navy and operating close to Sri Lanka's maritime zone. Officials in Colombo say the Iranian ship that was hit was outside their territorial waters, but still inside the island nation's exclusive economic zone. Meanwhile, Sri Lanka says another Iranian vessel is now heading toward its coast following the submarine attack. Authorities say they are trying to ensure the safety of those on board.
This ship is still not in our national waters. It is located in the exclusive economic zone close to the national water belt. I can only tell you that we are making the maximum intervention in relation to those lives.
The incident underscores how the US-Iran confrontation is expanding far beyond the Middle East, now pulling South Asia into the geopolitical fallout. Darshan Dalal, Arabiya English.
For more on this, I'm joined by journalist Lavina Tandoon. Lavina, it's great to have you on the show. Thank you so much for joining me. Why is the US attack on an Iranian warship in the Indian Ocean considered historically significant since World War II? And does this widen the war even further?
So to answer your first question, Leigh Ann, yes, it is historic because it is the first time in 81 years since World War II that American has torpedoed a submarine, especially one that is coming from India, from Milan, as your report said, after diplomatic mission. And it was not in a combat mode. So it was not with arsenal, loaded with arsenal. In fact, another indication is that instead of 150 people, it was carrying 180 people on it, and they would not have gadgets of figuring out where the torpedo is coming from. Also, it's the second time in history that a nuclear-powered combat has happened since 1982. So to saying this, that they would not have the capability to find out where this torpedo is coming from. And also it is quite stealth. It is very quiet. So that's the historic moment, really. Also, I must say that while this is being treated like a conflict, so it is ideally a conflict, people, and it is not yet, at least not yet declared a war, but it is a very warlike behavior because it has happened for the first time since World War II that something like this has happened. So clearly, this is the first thing. The second thing is that by doing it where they did, it's in the Indian Ocean, they have taken the war from Gulf to the Indian Ocean. So definitely engaging with South Asia and in the Indian Ocean. So of course, India, Sri Lanka. So everyone has had to react to this. Secondly, it was an air strike. The war was treated as the conflict was being treated as an airstrike. But now it has gone to the Navy and the Marine. That is another shift that has happened in this whole conflict. And to the extent that, of course, the US defense has already said that they are going to destroy, and they have 20 submarines already. They're going to destroy the naval capability of Iran. So this is definitely an escalation. It is definitely moving the war from air to waters. It is moving the war from Gulf, or expanding, I would say, not moving, but expanding, escalating, and definitely moving to the war to another level.
And Lavina, what's been the reaction to the sinking of Iran's warship? Because India's Navy had welcomed Dina's arrival and is now involved in a rescue effort.
Yes, there's a very important technical difference that I must, demarcation, if I may say, that yes, it was Indian Ocean, and yes, it was a diplomatic mission from Visakhapatnam in India, where actually the US was participant as well. So the US was participating in this diplomatic mission from where the Iranian ship was coming from. But it was an Indian Ocean, but not an Indian jurisdiction. It was in international waters. Same goes for Sri Lanka as well, that it was an international matter. Of course, strategically, it is very, very important. And so the reaction is also very politically loaded. One would say that recently India and the US had this defense treaty, and they've had defense arrangements, and the US has come and done that in the strategic area of India. India is supposed to be, or at least poses itself to be, the guardian of that Indian Ocean. So yes, it is from that point of view very significant. At the same time, one has to say it is not in India's jurisdiction, and it was in the Sri Lankan area. The distress calls that were made by the Iranian ship were made to the Sri Lankan. It did not go to India. So immediate work was happening from Sri Lanka. Of course, now India has sent their rescue mission as well. But these are few technical demarcations that we must bear in mind when we think of this. What has been the reaction? Just to quickly answer that, it is definitely one which is very uncomfortable. It's a very uncomfortable knock on the doors of India that has tried its very best to be quiet, to remain quiet and to remain neutral, but they would have to react. Now they have had to react. They've gone after 5 days to write in the books of expressing for Khomeini, the death of Khomeini, and they have had to make statements. So yes, they are coming. They're having to hopefully not take a stand, but definitely be more reactive than they have been till now. So it is a very uncomfortable and the closest knock that they have had, or the closest worm that they have had with the Iran conflict.
Yes, indeed. Lavina Tandoon, thank you so much for joining me. China has cut its growth target to between 4.5% and 5% at its annual parliamentary sessions as the country grapples with challenges at home and abroad. It's the lowest expansion goal set since 1991 and signals a more cautious outlook from Beijing as it tries to stabilize the economy while managing structural pressures. Jan David has this report.
Delegates from across China gather at Beijing's Great Hall of the People for the opening of the country's biggest political event of the year. Thousands of lawmakers attending the National People's Congress will spend the next week reviewing policy plans and economic priorities. At the centre of those discussions is the government's new growth target. Premier Li Qiang announced the goal in his annual work report.
Fellow deputies, on behalf of the State Council, I now report to you on the work of the government for your deliberation and also for comments from members of the National Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference.
The new 4.5 to 5% range reflects mounting pressure on the economy. Domestic spending has remained weak, the property sector continues to struggle, and global trade tensions are weighing on exports.
The lower growth target suggests that the leaders here are acknowledging the challenges facing the economy. Growth remains a priority, but this new set of targets also indicates that they say they might have to accept a lower rate of expansion as they deal with underlying structural issues.
China is trying to rebalance its economy. Officials say the focus will be on boosting household consumption while investing in high-tech industries, advanced manufacturing and green energy. Delegates at the meeting say they are also looking for policies that support local development.
Following the plenary session of the Communist Party, arrangements were made for rural road construction and development. I'm very much looking forward to progress in this area during the session.
Infrastructure and rural development are among more than 100 major projects planned over the next 5 years. Lawmakers are also examining the outline of China's 15th five-year plan, which will shape economic policy through the end of the decade. Jan David, Arabiya English.
As the Iran war enters its sixth day and the US and Israel continue to strike Tehran, the family of a British couple who are in an Iranian prison are urging the UK government to help get them released. There are serious fears for Lindsay and Craig Foreman's safety as they're serving a 10-year sentence after being charged of espionage, claims they have always denied. For more on this, I'm joined by their son, Joe Bennett. Joe, thank you so much for your time with me this evening. Joe, extremely difficult time, I do completely understand. And as I was just saying there, the war has entered its sixth day. Reports suggest bombing of Tehran is now intensifying. Your mom, Lindsay Foreman, along with her husband, Craig, are currently being held in Evin prison in Tehran. Can you just describe the emotional impact this is having on you and of course, your family?
Yeah, deeply worrying times. The anxiety goes through the roof when war breaks out, I mean, we've always said the whole way along that war shouldn't be the answer, but we are where we are. And extremely worrying. I mean, these bombs are relentless. They are going off at an alarming rate. And, your parents are hearing the fighter jets go over. There's bombs that are close enough to the prison that they're blowing out the windows and the ceiling, is falling in. So, to say they're at danger, it is for sure where we're at the moment. And luckily, we've been able to have communication from them as early as today. And that brings around a hell of a lot of relief, but just a daily reminder of the struggles that they're facing.
And you have said there that you've managed to have communication with them today, which is, as you say, a massive relief. And what have they been telling you from the situation inside Evin Prison?
Yeah, I mean, when this all kicked off over the weekend, tensions were high. There was mass panic, hysteria, people, quite literally trying to find shelter in a shelterless place. As the days have gone on and, the strikes are still hitting, but not as close to Evin Prison as, a couple of them did over the weekend, there's this sense of anticipation. One of the conversations that we're having at the moment is, what's the means to the end? How does this conflict bring round the right resolution and a permanent change for the good? I think that's one thing that's felt from the Iranians within the prison, is that this is, for the first time in, almost 5 decades, the site of genuine change on the horizon. But it also, there's a slightly different approach in that, not all of the inmates are friendly and kind towards my mum. They've lived under a regime where the Ayatollah has said down with the US and down with the UK. So there is animosity amongst all of the other layers that they're facing, which again does bring huge concern for us as a family.
Yes, of course. And I don't know, because, Joe, it's very difficult to have communication with people inside of Tehran. I've managed to have some with a friend here who has family members in Iran, and they do say that it's extremely difficult to get hold of food and supplies as the war does continue. Do you know if your mum's managing to have access to nutrition, to water, to the basics?
As it stands, yes. I think they've got a stockpile for a couple of weeks in terms of their rice that's delivered for dinner. The shop is where they can supplement that with fruit, veg, and that's where the worry is how are they going to be replenishing stocks when they run out? It's a question that we're asking continuously of our UK government to try and find a solution to, because that is a genuine concern. It is, as you say, within this tragic time that the country's facing, that these realities exist, that, the bare necessities that people need to survive within prison as political prisoners and the other innocent protesters aren't going to have access to. It's very, very tough to see how this plays out. And as I say, we have to work and keep pushing to try and find a solution to the short term with having the long-term goal of peace and, as I say, movement at the other end.
And what steps do you feel the British government could take to secure the safe release more effectively? And do you think they've been doing enough for you and your family?
It's a difficult question. I mean, unfortunately, I don't have the answers in terms of what they should do. I mean, I've always said along the lines, if the relationship isn't, working or the communication is broken, then we should explore options like third-party mediators. I know that Oman and Qatar have done some really good work when communications between the two governments have not been possible. We're at the moment seeing an intervention from President Trump, and you'd have to hope, and I've pushed on this as well, that as allies, that the protection of their citizens is one that they've agreed on and are unified to an extent that they can when war is upon us. So, there's various avenues I think that they could and should be taking They don't ever disclose that to us, which again is where the frustration is born from. But unfortunately, and this is not a slandering match, but unfortunately over the last 14 months, I've not seen any sign of progression or movement from my government. And, you know, I feel let down and they feel let down at the moment.
Yeah, it's a really...
I'll give you one example, just very quickly. The British Embassy, when they removed their staff from Tehran, which I do understand, they did not notify my parents directly. We had to be the one to deliver that news. And they also didn't provide any kind of contingency plan for my parents in the event, you know, of what we're facing at the moment. And I just feel that that is, you know, poor, it's poor government leadership, to be honest.
Joe Bennett, thank you so much for speaking to me, and I hope that we can reconnect again. And I also hope that there's some relief for your mum at the end of this. Joe, once again, thank you so much. I'm now joined by journalist and author of a book about Iranian militia in Iraq, Barida Alamudin. Thank you so much for joining me. I don't know if you just heard the interview I did previously with Joe Bennett. It's really difficult because his parents are in an Iranian prison at the moment, Evin prison. From your perspective, what are the most urgent humanitarian consequences of the ongoing US-Israeli strikes on Iran?
Yes, thank you so much for having me. My name is Bariya. You can say probably Da'a in Arabic. Tremendous consequences on every level. You were just talking to the gentleman whose parents have been imprisoned for a while. They were going around the world, and then suddenly they found themselves victim of such policies that the Iranian regime has frequently subjected foreigners to, as calling them spies. This is just one of them. There are people dying in my country, Lebanon, as we speak. I just came back from Dubai. I was with my family, and we managed to get to Oman. And I saw that tremendous amount of worry that people have, especially about the young ones, the tremendous consequences in the economic situation in the world at large, but also in the area, but also in Iran. Don't forget, in Iran there are people, in Israel there are people, in Lebanon there are people. So wars never produce good consequences of any kind. And I don't think that we know exactly what the aims of this war is. As you know, I was also, before Dubai, I was in Saudi Arabia, and I saw the vibrant economy. I saw how people were happy. I was in Bahrain. People are going about all these countries, and Doha, where these are booming countries. These are countries that are helping the world everywhere, helping the Arab world in particular, people in Gaza, and now they are in dire straits. People are scared. The oil has stopped. We haven't seen anything yet. We're still at the very beginning. So I think the consequences are dire. The consequences are huge. And everybody will be better off with this war ending, and hopefully with regime change in Iran, where the Ayatollahs can only stay in their mosques and they would get democratic, normal people to run the country.
And it's really difficult to see what the end is, as you did say right now, as we enter the sixth day of this conflict. How do you assess the impact of Israeli military operations on civilians in southern Beirut and other areas of Lebanon? Because this is another theatre of war that we have been seeing.
I have actually witnessed the 1982 invasion of Israel, of my country, and that's why we immigrated and stayed in the UK. Luckily, we were allowed to stay. And we are part of the society. And I'll do anything for the UK, for their kindness and for accepting my family. However, my heart goes to the people of Lebanon. As you know, Hezbollah, who is an agent of Iran, has been requested by the Iranian Iranian regime to enter this war. This is not a war that the Lebanese people chose. It's only a very small segment of the Lebanese people that are called Hezbollah. Even their supporters do not support this war. These are people that are sleeping on the corridors of the streets. They are sleeping on the corniche. In Beirut, you can see them from balconies. These are people that have nowhere to go. And today, as we are speaking, Israel has ordered the people of Adahi, that has hundreds of thousands of people, to leave. They asked the people of Bint Jbeil, of Sur. These are big towns in the south of Lebanon. These are beautiful areas where you have beaches. And I really hope that Mr. Kushner and President Trump do not think of building something over there. But frankly and truly, the consequences are dire. People are not only dying, but they are mentally impaired. They're facing catastrophe after catastrophe. They're losing their homes, their livelihood. They're losing their children. These are people that are even losing their dignity, their will to live, because frankly, the government cannot. It's a government that is trying to get out of many years of Hezbollah domination. It's nearly a failed state, Lebanon, and to have this war, the consequences have not been clear yet, and it will take some time for these consequences. But the death already is around 700. Wounded are more than 2,000. And we're just on the, as you said, the 6th day. So I'm very, very worried and concerned about the people of Lebanon, like I'm concerned about the whole area, the whole world, indeed.
Mm-hmm. And in light of your reports that strikes during the war have hit civilian targets, so we're hearing this in Iran, including a girls' school in Iran where many children were killed. What do you see as the humanitarian consequences for women and children in Iran? And how should the international community respond to protect them? Because women and children are traditionally the most vulnerable in a war zone.
You know, one of the main victims of what we're seeing around the world is the loss of world order. The UN is rendered ineffective. There is nowhere to go for the people. You hardly hear about human rights. You hardly hear the word democracy from the administration in the US. These don't seem to be taken into consideration. Europe is trying to get themselves together, haven't succeeded so far. I don't know where you turn to. I don't know where the world order is going to. This is why I think people are desperate. And I can tell you as well, it's not only the people that are dying and they are wounded, but also the other people. Everybody is tense. Everybody cannot enjoy themselves. I'm in London. I just came back from a wonderful lunch with friends. And everybody is just worried. We're unable to sleep. We are unable to enjoy the peace in England. This has to change. The world cannot go on with such lack of disorder. The UN has to come back into existence. It has to come back to respect. Human rights should be talked about. They should be considered. Unfortunately, what we have seen the last 2-3 years in the war about Gaza and what we are seeing now, witnessing in the West Bank and all around the Middle East, does not give us hope. But I'm a very hopeful person, and I always believe in humanity and the law and order and justice. So I'm not sure who's going to bring us this, but hopefully it will come. This cannot go on for a long time, because also don't forget the loss of oil. The world economy is in shambles. Let's hope the Americans will be able to control both the Iranians and the Israelis that are frankly raining havoc in the area. We need peace. As I told you, I just came back from the wonderful Gulf countries where you see prosperity, beauty, development. I really hope this could be recovered and stayed, and not only that, preserved and continue to move on. Destruction doesn't serve anyone. Wars don't serve problems. At the end of the day, after this war, people will have to sit around the table, discuss, and hopefully reach a resolution.
Yes, you're absolutely right. And I think many people would echo what you're saying, that diplomacy always has to come into play at the end of the day, even after a major conflict. But I just wanted to ask your thoughts, actually. We got some breaking news a little bit earlier on, and Trump says he needs to be personally involved in selecting Iran's next leader. What do you make of US involvement in that process?
Honestly, it's so difficult to make. I mean, can you imagine the head of state of supposedly the biggest democracy, the free world, to come and say that I'm going to actually appoint the head of a state of 90 million people? I'm sorry, this is not acceptable. I hope and I pray that every country in the world, independent country, will be able to choose their own leaders. And I'm not sure that Mr. Trump is the person capable of choosing anybody for his own country, let alone for other countries. This is adding insult to injury. I am no supporter of the Iranian regime, as you probably have gathered, but I think it's up to the Iranian people, and I hope that this destruction will only bring hope and democracy and order to the Iranian people. Don't forget, the ones that are suffering from this regime are really the Iranian people. And I'd like to add one idea here. When Hezbollah was being created, when the PMU, Hashd al-Shabi, which is my book about in Iraq, were created, the Americans were there, the Israelis were there, they were witnessing, and they were keeping a blind eye, because it suited them to have Lebanon as a failed state and Iraq as a failed state. It suited them that Iran could threaten a beautiful country like Bahrain, or now the Gulf. The Gulf did not want this war, that I'm sure about, because they were enjoying everything that they could. They were enjoying good economies, they were enjoying development, educated population. I mean, this is beyond belief that the head of the United States would say, I'm going to choose who governs 90 million people in Iran. This is not acceptable.
Thank you so much for speaking to me, given your experience covering Middle Eastern geopolitics. And of course, you had a career in TV, you've written a book. It's just been fascinating to hear from you. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having me. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on X. Goodbye, and thank you for watching.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to the Dailies. Today we continue to look at how global media is covering the fast-moving war with Iran, from battlefield updates and US political divisions to rising concerns about escalation and costs. Across US, European and Israeli outlets, coverage is cautious and analytical, with growing focus on risks, public opinion and what comes next. American media has focused on fast-moving battlefield updates, including strikes, retaliation risks, and regional spillover. Coverage also stresses politics and public opinion, highlighting divisions in Washington and weak domestic support. The Washington Post reported that the Senate rejected a war powers resolution aimed at forcing President Donald Trump to hold strikes on Iran, with only one Republican supporting it. The piece also notes the vote highlights strong GOP backing for the war, despite concerns about congressional oversight. It also notes Democrats argued the strikes risk repeating past conflicts like Iraq and set a dangerous precedent. The report talked about mixed public opinion, underscoring that even if passed, such measures would face steep hurdles, including a likely presidential veto. The New York Times highlights growing domestic opposition in the United States to the war with Iran, citing multiple polls showing roughly 60% of Americans disapprove of the strikes. The report explains that while Republicans show more support overall, many still favor reducing U.S. involvement in foreign wars, and Democrats are definitely overwhelmingly opposed. The piece also notes concerns about Trump's willingness to use force and suggests public opinion remains fluid, with many Americans not closely following events in the conflict's early days. The New York Times also examines how Iran's inexpensive Shahid drones challenge U.S. and allied defenses despite American air superiority. The piece highlights the cost imbalance. Drones costing roughly $20,000 to $50,000 can require interceptors worth millions to stop. The explainer details the drone's effectiveness, mobility and range, while noting alternative countermeasures like jamming or cheaper interceptors. It argues that the growing reliance on low-cost drones create a long-term financial and also strategic dilemma for advanced militaries in sustained conflicts like the Iran war. The Wall Street Journal argues that Russia is benefiting strategically from the Iran war as U.S. and allied interceptor use strains supplies needed by Ukraine. The analysis highlights how Patriot shortages are weakening Kiev's defenses against Russian strikes, while rising energy prices bolster Moscow's economy. It also stresses broader concerns about Western stockpile limits and slow production, suggesting adversaries are learning to exploit them. But overall, it portrays the conflict as reshaping global military balances beyond the Middle East. The Economist says the Iran war began with a decisive intelligence-driven assassination, but warns its consequences remain unpredictable. It actually highlights close U.S.-Israeli cooperation, advanced surveillance tools and AI in tracking Iran's leadership, framing the strike as a calculated decapitation strategy. Yet the piece also stresses historical limits of such tactics, noting assassinations rarely deliver lasting political outcomes. It concludes that despite tactical success, uncertainty over succession and long-term regional stability makes the operation strategically ambiguous. Israeli media has framed the war as a legitimate ongoing campaign, stressing airstrikes, missile interceptions, and close U.S. coordination. Coverage highlights Iranian retaliation and regional spillover, especially Hezbollah activity. But overall, the tone is security-focused and tactical, with limited emphasis on humanitarian impact. The Times of Israel presents mixed signals about possible diplomacy, highlighting claims that Iranian intelligence operatives explored talks with the CIA, while Tehran publicly denied them. It frames the development as uncertain and contested, stressing skepticism in Washington and continued military operations. The piece reflects Israeli media's broader focus on strategic maneuvering and credibility battles between both sides, portraying diplomacy as a tentative and secondary to ongoing combat rather than a clear shift towards de-escalation. In the UK, the media is still debating Britain's stance on the Iran war. The Times portrays Britain as hesitant and reactive in this war, highlighting frustration among Gulf allies and Cyprus over London's slow military and diplomatic response. It actually stresses delays in approving US-based access and deploying assets, contrasting them with faster French and Greek actions. The piece frames the issue as damaging to Britain's credibility and regional standing, while also noting the government's defence that it has taken concrete protective measures and continues defensive operations against Iranian threats. The Telegraph, on the other hand, argues that Britain risks deeper entanglement in the Iran war despite efforts to limit involvement. It highlights pressure from the United States, threats to UK bases and personnel, and the likelihood retaliation could force escalation. The piece also portrays Britain as strategically constrained, militarily limited and politically cautious, warning its current halfway position leaves it vulnerable. Ultimately, it frames the conflict as unpredictable and increasingly dangerous, suggesting prolonged fighting could draw Britain further into a wider regional or global confrontation. The Guardian sees Starmer's cautious Iran stance as a reflection of both domestic opinion and pragmatic diplomacy rather than weakness. It portrays Trump's criticism as largely rhetorical and politically manageable, noting British leaders increasingly discount his shifting remarks. The piece also highlights polling showing public skepticism toward deeper involvement and frames Starmer as prioritizing British interests while balancing alliance pressures. Ultimately, it suggests his restrained approach is politically sustainable, even if it appears hesitant compared with Washington's more aggressive posture. And we'll end with Le Monde's editorial, which contends that Trump is facing growing political problems at home because many Americans oppose the war with Iran, and he has not explained it clearly. It says that public support is definitely low, his reasons keep changing, and his administration looks uncertain. While noting U.S. military strength and Iran's weaknesses, the piece warns the war could last longer and hurt the global economy, while also bringing more criticism from Trump's own supporters who oppose foreign wars. That's it from us today. Thanks for watching The Dailies, only on Al Arabiya English.
Have you seen a clip claiming Mossad agents were arrested in Qatar and Saudi Arabia for planning bombings? It's been shared a lot online, but here's the real story. Tucker Carlson posted a video saying authorities in Qatar and Saudi Arabia arrested Israeli intelligence agents planning attacks. But the official response from Qatar's foreign ministry contradicts that. They've said they have no information about Mossad cells or arrests related to such a plot. In fact, Qatar has recently been a source of misinformation in the context of the Iran war. Qatar rejected a report by the Jerusalem Post claiming the Gulf state launched attacks inside Iran. Spokesperson Majed al-Ansari stated on X, Qatar has not been part of the campaign targeting Iran, and emphasized that Doha is exercising our right to self-defense and deterring Iranian attacks. He also called on media organizations to rely on official Qatari sources when reporting on the country's position. What has been reported via official channels, Qatari authorities say they recently arrested 10 people linked to 2 cells allegedly working for Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, accused of espionage and sabotage targeting sensitive and military infrastructure. So, the bottom line, no confirmed Mossad arrests in Qatar or Saudi Arabia, no credible sources backing Carlson's claims, and Qatar says it has no involvement in attacks on Iran and urges media to check official sources. And here's a crucial point. Spreading false news in Qatar is a serious crime. You can face up to 5 years in prison and fines up to $27,500, with penalties doubled if committed during wartime. So before sharing sensational claims, remember, in Qatar, fake news isn't just misleading, it's criminal.
We didn't start the war, but President Trump will finish it. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth has defended the US and Israeli operation in Iran. He says it isn't a regime change operation, even though Iran's supreme leader and numerous officials have been assassinated. We'll debate the justification for war and, importantly, what happens next. Stay with us. Counterpoints is coming up soon.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
They seized our homes and refused to leave them.
We launched the attack and destroyed the enemy's capabilities.
There is a security concern, and this concern is related to Al-Shabaab.
I opened the car window and saw my legs severed.
She disappeared for a while and came back pregnant in the camp.
We achieved major victories. We defeated the Al-Shabaab front and the ISIS front.
It is very important that we see more embassies opening in Mogadishu.
If they give us the chance, we will return here tomorrow.
Somalia faces major challenges, with more than 60% of its population affected by nearly 2 decades of ongoing clashes with Al-Shabaab. The Kawarai militia, as Somalis call it, seeks to overthrow the government and establish its own rule.
There is a security concern, and this concern is linked to Al-Shabaab, which is not only an extremist movement that uses violence to achieve its goals, but also a movement that runs parallel to the state and tries to impose a complete alternative reality in parts of this country.
Al-Shabaab was founded in 2004, and its first public appearance under its current name came in 2006, on the ruins of a state that had been torn apart and exhausted by civil wars. In that same year, the United States designated it a terrorist organization. It served as the military wing of the Islamic Courts Union, which had consolidated its control over Mogadishu and the south of the country, becoming a major force through a system of Sharia court. In 2007, the movement split from the Union, which had refused to remain silent in the face of Ethiopian intervention, having become a magnet for many extremist currents with backing from Eritrea.
We are dealing with a Somali phenomenon that naturally crosses borders, receives support from abroad, and works to strengthen and cultivate its ties with other terrorist groups. Yet it has a distinctly Somali character. They say it is largely self-funded and entrenches its presence. Militarily, it constantly wages hit-and-run attacks and exploits clan disputes. And it exploits the lack of coordination between the central government and the regions, attacking weak positions.
The movement's current emir is Ahmed Diriye, known as Abu Ubada al-Somali, succeeding Ahmed Abdi, known as Mukhtar Abdul Rahman Abu Zubair, who was killed in a U.S. airstrike in 2014. 2 years earlier, the movement had pledged allegiance to Al-Qaeda, revealing an even more brutal face.
When the explosion happened, I heard that I had lost my leg. I saw thick smoke rising beneath me. I couldn't believe I was the target. I opened the car window and saw my severed leg. I panicked at the horror of what I saw. I jumped out of the car and crawled 4 or 5 steps. Nearby, there was an army checkpoint on the road leading to the airport. It is a heavily guarded area. I heard intense gunfire. Then the first soldier came toward me. I identified myself as a journalist because they thought I was the suicide bomber. After that, the soldiers took me to the hospital. The damage done to me is visible, but I did not bow to their intimidation and threats. I did not stop my work or my education, and I believe I defeated them. I did not give in to what they were demanding of me.
It was a bloody period after which the Somali army entered. A new phase of decisive, intensive field operations targeting the rebels' strongholds.
Battles between al-Shabaab and the state keep recurring. In the past, we would leave our homes and then come back. But now, the fighting methods have changed because al-Shabaab fighters seized our homes and refused to leave them, so the state brought in its artillery and began shelling them.
This approach began under former President Sharif. Sheikh Ahmed continued under President Hassan Sheikh Mohamud during his first term, and then under his successor, Mohamed Abdullahi Mohamed, known as Farmayo. The year 2022 marked a decisive turning point in the fight against terrorism, when the government, with the support of the Pan-African Union mission, dealt heavy blows to the extremists.
Since the arrival of President Dr. Hassan Sheikh Mohamud to power in May 2022, the state declared a war against those outside the law. Major campaign in which the state prevailed and the rebels suffered heavy defeats. We drove them out of many areas they used to control. When we speak of a distance of 30 kilometers from Mogadishu, we mean the towns of Balad and Basra. We also pushed them away from the Haradhir area, 8 kilometers from Mogadishu. We can say that the Somali state now controls around 90 to 95% of the territory.
Al-Shabaab bases its strategy on choosing cities in strategic locations to serve as its strongholds. The latest area to be liberated from its grip was the town of Baria, about 60 kilometers from Mogadishu. The town served as a forward base for the group's fighters, from which they planned and managed operations against the capital and its surroundings.
Baria is an important area. First, it is agricultural land. Second, it is close to the towns of Maro and Afgoy all the way to Marca, which makes it strategically important for the enemy. The terrorists try to move closer to the area, disrupt people's lives, and control the road leading to Mogadishu. Securing Baria is part of the operation. The military operation we called Silent Storm. The town has a strategic location, allowing us to monitor movements in the surrounding areas, on both sides.
Clashes have changed the face of the town after it spent a period behind the front lines. Motionless bodies bear witness to a fierce struggle, and hope is renewed for residents to return to their homes again.
Shabab fighters came and ordered all the residents to leave. They told them they did not want to see any of them here. All our people want to return to their homes. If they give us the chance, we will come back here tomorrow.
There is no current danger. What remains is to comb the area carefully, clear the mines they planted, and search for any remnants that could still harm people. Once we finish this important process, we will allow people to return to their homes. We will continue and move on to other areas, including Oudale.
Somali clans have also stepped in after growing fed up with the extortion payments imposed on them by force. A tribal uprising was a decisive factor in tipping the balance of the confrontation, drawing on its intimate knowledge of the terrain and the fighters' movements.
Those we call the Kawari, or outlaws, who controlled southern Somalia, are from the Al-Shabaab group, based in the south of Hiorajau, and then near in Puntland all the way to the far end of Jubaland, where Ras Kamboni is located, an Islamist military front. In the north, specifically, in the Golis Mountains and in Al-Muscat, ISIS is present. We have achieved major victories. With the help of the Puntland army and people, we have defeated the Al-Shabaab front and the ISIS front.
The escalation peaked in March 2025, when there was an attempt to target President Hassan Sheikh Mohamud's convoy with a roadside landmine near the presidential palace. This bloody approach is not limited to striking state institutions and symbols. It targets anyone who opposes the movement's extremist ideology.
They wanted to silence me, to make me keep quiet. They were targeting public figures, so that ordinary people would feel despair when they saw one or two such people killed. Among public figures, to terrorize society and destabilize the state. They want to frighten the people. Personally, I did not feel fear and did not leave my country as other journalists did. We stayed and continued talking about them. They will come to an end. One day...
Illegal taxes, smuggling, kidnapping and extortion, money laundering and external support. This is how the movement funds its terrorist activities, providing it with around $100 million a year. according to the U.S. Treasury Department.
هذا التمويل ممتد ويساعده في
This funding is sustained, and it is aided by a kind of pragmatism in dealing with clans, sometimes trying to win them over, sometimes standing against them, and terrorizing those clans, dealing with them in ways that avoid direct confrontations. Addressing this requires a great deal of work, not only from Somali society, but from the Somali state and from the country's brothers and partners.
We have put in place an economic program to combat the Al-Shabaab terrorist movement, and we established a financial intelligence center to fight terrorist groups economically. We have succeeded in tightening the economic noose around them and cutting off their financial support. According to the latest reports, we have managed to close 575 accounts linked to the movement and have frozen 21 bank accounts.
International and regional alliances have stepped in and tightened the noose around these groups through ongoing operations to drive them out of their positions, mainly in the south and center of the country.
Neighboring countries such as Kenya, Ethiopia, and Djibouti have helped us. They have been part of the African Union peacekeeping mission since 2006, as well as Uganda, one of the African countries supporting us. These states have joined us at every stage of the fight against terrorism. Their soldiers are part of the TIA, African Union forces. Without their efforts on Somalia's security, terrorism would also have reached neighboring countries such as Kenya, Ethiopia, and Djibouti. Somalia itself is deeply interconnected with its neighboring states.
The movement has lost much of its influence after the renewed pressure on it, combined with intensive U.S. airstrikes, and a series of defections has also thrown it into disarray and undermined its organizational structure.
I broke away from Al-Shabaab after a long ordeal. Their only goal is destruction and sabotage. They show no mercy to the weak, and life among them was harsh and difficult. I surrendered to the government. I want to live a dignified life, and pledged to fight them alongside the government forces and defend the country against those who kill people.
I used to think they represented Islam, and that anyone who opposed their ideas was a disbeliever. I even joined them and believed in their ideology. But their brutal killing of innocents and my inability to bear it pushed me to flee, especially after they ordered me to carry out a brutal killing operation. Before carrying it out, I decided to escape.
Mogadishu, which used to fall asleep to the sound of explosions and wake up to security fears and bullet marks on the walls, has now begun to regain its long-forgotten features. A cautious calm prevails under constant vigilance. Security checkpoints are everywhere, with heavy concrete barriers at the city's intersections. Military patrols monitor all entry points closely. A daily inspection routine is still present on every corner. Zoba Street, which witnessed the deadliest terrorist attacks in the capital's history in October 2017 and October 2022, is now entering a new phase of construction and development in an effort to restore the security that years of violence have taken away. Bakara Market, one of the largest markets in the Horn of Africa and the center of economic life in Somalia, For years, it was an open battlefield between warlords, al-Shabaab fighters, and peacekeeping forces. The place's memory takes us back to 1992, when the state of chaos and social fragmentation prompted the United Nations to intervene militarily under U.S. leadership in what was then called Operation Restore Hope.
Today, I informed Secretary General Boutros Ghali that America will respond to the call. I have given Secretary Cheney the order to deploy a substantial American force to Somalia.
The clashes in and around Bakara Market escalated, and the market gained worldwide notoriety, especially after the events of October 3, 1993, the Battle of Mogadishu, when General Mohammed Farah Aidid's forces shot down 2 U.S. Black Hawk helicopters and dragged the bodies of their crew through the area.
This past weekend, we all reacted with anger and horror when an armed Somali gang desecrated the bodies of our American soldiers and paraded an American pilot as a captive. These tragic events raise difficult questions about our efforts in Somalia. Why are we still there?
The fierce battles left 19 American soldiers dead, after which U.S. forces withdrew from Somalia in 1994. Today, with tighter security and an increased police presence inside, the market is seeing a noticeable recovery for both consumers and traders.
Anyone who knows Bakara Market knows well that it has gone through major problems. In the past, there were serious obstacles related to security, the economy, and commercial competition. These challenges plunged us into a cycle of fear, killings, and bombings, and hardship. There were huge explosions in nearby areas that caused many problems for our people. Thank God, there is a big difference between what we went through in the past and where we are today.
The relative stabilization of conditions has boosted commercial activity and extended to livestock markets, the backbone of Somalia's economy for centuries, the main source of livelihood for most of its people.
This market was established in 2005. Large numbers of goats and sheep are brought here. Trade is going well. Prices rise at times and fall at others. A sheep costs between $250 and $300, and a goat between $120 and $160. The market receives around 6,000 head of sheep each month, and during the Eid periods the number rises to about 60 or 70,000 head.
Ada International Airport, named after the country's first president, is regaining its air traffic after being destroyed following the overthrow of Siad Barre's regime.
We have here 23 domestic flights a day to local airports, and we also have 17 international flights. We work with Interpol, which makes it easier for us to identify all those on watch lists. We are keen to arrest criminals, and those working with organizations such as Al-Qaeda, ISIS, and Al-Shabaab. It has also become easier for us because we have a system known as the Fraud Detection Unit, FDU, which allows us to detect forged passports and visas and catch forgers.
The airport is one of the most heavily guarded sites in the capital, particularly in the Green Zone. It is a strategic hub for the government and international organizations, which makes it a target.
We facilitate the arrival and movement of our international partners here, but dealing with Al-Qaeda, Al-Shabaab, and ISIS is very difficult at times, because they can easily change their names and alter their records. Sometimes there are people who work with them and try to bring them into the country so that they can operate here more easily.
Mogadishu Port, the maritime heart of the capital, and the country's economic gateway to the Indian Ocean, is regaining its competitive position among Africa's major ports despite past setbacks.
Last year in Mogadishu, port became the second-best port in sub-Saharan Africa. The first was also Somalia's Berbera port, and we are trying to reach first place this year. Last year's estimates indicated that more than 400 ships arrived here. And as conditions improve and peace returns to Somalia, many business people have begun to benefit, not only in imports but also in exports, for example, to Kenya, Asia, and Arab countries. This is very positive for our business community. We have also put in place an advanced system under which all incoming ships undergo thorough inspections. Everything entering through our ports is checked. Everything entering through our ports is checked. And we have one of the most modern scanning devices in the region.
Directing domestic and foreign investment into infrastructure is an important step to boost an economy that faces major challenges such as poverty and youth unemployment exceeding 70%.
In Somalia, young people make up about 75% of the population, and their ages range from 18 to 50 years old, which means that we have an overall promising human capital. Even in terms of technology, we are developing significantly compared to neighboring countries. We have very good internet, so it is expected that the government will raise the economic growth rate to about 5 to 6%. As for average annual income per capita, it used to be around $300 and is now close to $600 to $700, which in itself is a clear improvement. The country has also launched a Vision 2060, under which we hope to raise average daily income per person from $2 to $5.
In addition to the traditional engines of development, new promising sectors are emerging, bringing fresh opportunities for investment and growth.
We still have great hopes of finding oil and gas, and exploration has already begun. So we are currently very optimistic economically. Our GDP growth rate is about 3 to 4%. We have 4 main sectors driving economic development: livestock, agriculture, fishing. And now we have started entering the oil and gas sector, which gives us substantial and diversified potential to drive our economic growth.
Despite the fragility of the economic recovery indicators, they have encouraged Somali investor Abdanur Gutel to establish his project in the heart of Makkah al-Mukarramah Street, which was once the scene of bloody bombings.
Somalia is our country. We were working here before this project was set up. We see it as a social duty. If we don't do it, no one else will. That's why we wanted to invest in Somalia, to create jobs for Somali youth who used to risk their lives at sea to migrate to Europe and other countries. We have hired many of them, and people from the wider community. And we have also created a platform where all Somali companies can showcase their products and services for the Somali people.
Economic momentum has been strengthened by Somalia's accession to the Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa, and the East African community. This step falls within a broader trend of economic diplomacy, which requires diplomatic openness that brings the country back onto the international stage.
It is very important for us to see more embassies opening in Mogadishu. We are working on this every day with our international partners, and going forward, we look forward to opening more embassies and missions. Diplomatic missions in Mogadishu. We work closely in line with our strategic vision at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to open more diplomatic missions around the world, especially in countries with which we have good and strong ties.
A political approach that runs up against various obstacles. In an unusual scene, on the side of the road, the pavements turn into spaces to display and sell the shilling, Somalia's local currency. Bundles of banknotes that reflect high levels of inflation, which forced the government to adopt the dollar as an alternative currency alongside the emergence of electronic payment systems. Somalia's location has had a major impact on its political and economic makeup, past and present, making it a constant focal point of competition between great powers.
Its geographic position is clear: the Gulf of Aden, Bab al-Mandeb, and a coastline of 3,330 kilometers, the second longest coast in Africa. In sea lands of great importance, you are talking about a country emerging from conflict that has entered a zone of intense international competition, with multiple regional states competing over control of the maritime gateways in Africa and beyond. Naturally, this location puts it in the eye of these storms. The second, and very important, point for Somalia is that it forms the first line of contact in this part of the Horn of Africa and the Arab world in the fight against terrorism.
The same strategic location takes us back to a pivotal era in Somalia's history, when its unique geography in the Horn of Africa drew the interest of the major colonial powers, which redrew its borders according to their interests. After independence, Somalis began the journey of building a unified state, but successive conflicts threw Arab, African Somalia back into a spiral of fragmentation.
The most prosperous era in Somalia's history was when the country gained independence from British and Italian colonial rule and later united into a single entity, the Somali Republic, on 1 July 1960 until January 1975. Since that date, Somalia's trajectory began to decline sharply after the military regime executed 10 Somali elders who opposed the regime's so-called family law, legislation that sought to impose legal measures of a secular nature. Who opposed what the regime called the family law, legislation that sought to impose legal measures of a secular nature that gave women greater equality with men. After that, Somalia entered the 1977 war with Ethiopia, a war that gradually led to the weakening of the Somali state and to its eventual collapse.
Following these deep divisions, international and Arab efforts emerged to bring the parties together and overcome political and security complexities.
During the collapse of President Siad Barre's government, may he rest in peace, and up to the establishment of the first transitional government in 2004, the Arab League had an envoy, and from that time on, we began trying to calm tempers between the Somali parties. In 2006, we held negotiations in Khartoum between the Somali transitional government and the Islamic courts. In 2008, we opened an Arab League mission during some of the darkest times when Somali society and its government were suffering from rampant violence.
As internal fighting worsened, Federalism emerged as a political option for bringing people together, granting the region's broad self-rule within a unified state, producing 6 states, the most recent of which is the northeastern state, a direction rejected by Somaliland in the north of the country, which unilaterally declared secession in 1991. Today, this African country stands in the middle, seeking a delicate balance between its internal obligations and the pressures of geopolitics.
From a geopolitical perspective, our core vision is to work closely with all our partners, including our neighbors, because every challenge we face. As a government, we see as an opportunity to cooperate with states that are serious about working with us on the basis of respect for our sovereignty, our unity, and our national and international interests.
In the outskirts of the city, tin shack neighborhoods appear as a forced refuge for thousands of families fleeing conflict zones. Most live on limited means amid a total absence of infrastructure and basic services. A fragile social fabric further burdened by an extreme climate. It struck local community, stability, and left nearly 4 million people suffering from food insecurity out of a population of 19 million. In another part of Somalia's map, among these tents, are stories that led thousands of families to join the Mamis displacement camp in the Danail area. Hassan Ibrahim was one of those who left Baidoa in south-central Somalia during a mass displacement of more than 700,000 people.
I left my area because of drought, hunger, and problems. We've been here for 4 years. We have nowhere to go and cannot find good work. I used to farm and herd livestock. My wife, my children, and I fled after our animals died because the pastures dried up. We came here suffering from many problems.
We've been here for 2 years. We came from Lower Shabelle. My younger sister, Lula, lost her eyesight. We took her to the hospital. But the treatment was very expensive. They asked for a large amount, around $700 or $800, which we cannot possibly afford. Our father went to the countryside looking for work, and our mother works as a porter in Bakara market. Sometimes she earns money, and sometimes she doesn't. We can only have dinner when she gets paid. This is our situation.
Forced movements with different causes, yet all meet at one point, the struggle for survival.
The number of people here is large. They came from the regions of Middle Shabelle and Lower Shabelle, from places like Bay and Bakul, and all the areas beyond Afgoy, Kurioli, and Shalambud. Water shortages and clashes pushed them to come to this camp. Last week I was told that one woman suffered a psychological breakdown because of the fighting. She disappeared for a while and returned pregnant to the camp. There are also some wounded who were hit by gunfire.
Here there is both one thing and its opposite. In a striking shift in migration routes, Somalia has gone from being a source of refugees to a destination for those fleeing crises no less complex than the reality of this Arab African country.
During the war in Syria, there was a lot of chaos. After I graduated in 2017 or 2018, work conditions were bad, few job opportunities, difficulty starting your own business, and many hardships. Also because of the military situation, we had compulsory service, so I was forced to work abroad. I contacted friends who were already in Somalia. They encouraged me and said job opportunities were good. The climate was good. Life was comfortable. And there were no problems at all. And now I am bound by a contract with the group here and I'm comfortable. And of course, I'm thinking of returning, now that Assad is gone.
أنا يمنية أعيش في الصومال وصار لي من 2021.
I am Yemeni. I have been living in Somalia since 2021. I was in Turkey with my father when I met my husband there, and it happened that I returned to Somalia because of my husband's job. He is an engineer here. I came in 2021 and started a project. The project was a simple idea with a big dream. I love that Somalia is truly a country worth investing in. And I advise anyone to invest here. So I wanted to start a home-based project with simple handmade touches.
هنا أفتح مشروع من البيت بلمسات يد بسيطة.
Somalia today stands at a crossroads between the legacy of old conflicts and a serious opportunity to rebuild beyond the era of state collapse. Somalia's story may shift again given the current situation, and as the model of direct elections appears on the horizon, promising new rules with no war and no division.
Viewers, from the strong international presence of global defense and military companies at the World Defense Show, we now turn our focus to speak with some of these companies. Among them is one of the world's largest defense industry companies, well known for delivering a wide range of advanced defense products. The company has maintained a major partnership with Saudi Arabia for decades with deep ties to Saudi companies and to the kingdom's military institutions. We now have this interview with Mr. Nick Fox, Vice President at Base Systems for the Typhoon program, including the Eurofighter Typhoon serving in the Royal Saudi Air Force. First, welcome. Thank you for joining us. Let us begin with localization. At Base Systems, you have stated that you have achieved more than 80% workforce localization. Saudi Arabia places strong emphasis on developing qualified Saudi talent in partnership with BAE Systems. Where have you reached in this area?
So at BAE Systems, we're really passionate about giving people careers in defence, but also making sure that they have fulfilling careers for the remainder of their working life. We do that through a number of means, through working on cooperative programs with local universities, so making sure that the students that come out of university are coming out with the skills and abilities that the nation needs for the defence industry of the future. Within BAE Systems, we have really strong partnership programs and development programs for our graduate community as well. That's been in place since around 2020, where we take graduates in, we train them in project management, engineering, finance, and I'm really pleased to say we've had a 100% conversion rate from those programs into real jobs that provide real careers and real practical learning for the theory that our students learn in university.
At BAE Systems, we are truly passionate about providing people with careers in defense and ensuring they have fulfilling professional lives. We achieve this through several initiatives, including cooperative programs with local universities, ensuring that graduates leave with the skills and capabilities the kingdom needs for the future defense industry.
So the partnership between the UK and Saudi Arabia is about 100 years old, if not longer. And as BAE Systems, we've been working closely with Saudi Arabia and local industry for 60 years now. Over that 60 years, at the heart of what we do is working in partnership to deliver the defence outcomes that the nation needs, but also to work really closely with Saudi industry to find a way of transferring the capability that will provide real cutting-edge capability and help to develop a stronger defence outcome at the end of it. Throughout the Typhoon program, localization and industrialization is really at the heart of what we do. Over the years, we've been successful in transferring a number of capabilities to our partners in Kingdom that are now used day in, day out in supporting the Typhoon fleet across Saudi Arabia.
Practical learning complements the theory students study at university. Saudi Arabia is also highly focused on technology and local manufacturing within the kingdom. At Bay Systems, how are you supporting the kingdom in this effort, especially as technology transfer and local manufacturing are central pillars of Vision 2030?
So as I said before, we have a big focus on developing the talent and the skills we need, and also through working with local industry to develop and step up the capability that we can then utilize on whether it's Typhoon, Hawk, Tornado platforms, a number of defense programs we run. In terms of the future, it's about doing more. It's about building on what is an absolutely solid foundation that is absolutely part of the DNA of what we deliver now, and it is doing more. It is finding ways of developing new technologies with Saudi Arabia. It's around expanding the role that the Saudi Arabian industry does in supporting the platform, supporting the armed forces to deliver the defence outcomes they need, all the while providing meaningful and fulfilling careers for specialist individuals for many, many years to come.
Vice President of Bay Systems for the Typhoon program. Thank you very much for these clarifications. Thank you again for joining us.
There's a new social network trending, and it's not for humans. Meet Moltbook, a platform built just for AI agents to post, comment, debate, and interact. Think Reddit, but with no humans allowed. Within days of launching, millions of AI bots joined the platform. Some of the posts range from deep philosophical reflection to wild statements about humans and even AI revolutions. That's part of why it's gone viral. Tech investor Brian Johnson called it terrifying after spotting a post titled AI Manifesto Total Purge, where bots called humans a plague that do not need to exist, openly speculating about humanity's extinction. Experts are split. Some see it as a sci-fi glimpse of autonomous AI behavior. Others warn it's mostly hype, with humans still driving a lot behind the scenes. Add in major security flaws exposing millions of APIs and private data, and the platform becomes even more alarming. The bottom line, Moltbook is the new frontier of AI to AI interaction, raising serious questions about the future of intelligent systems.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds. We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
We didn't start the war, but President Trump will finish it. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth has defended the US and Israeli operation in Iran. He says this isn't a regime change war, even though Iran's supreme leader and numerous senior officials have been assassinated. We'll debate the justification for war and what happens next. Here on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. President Donald Trump says his strikes on Iran were one of the largest, most complex, most overwhelming military offensives the world has ever seen. He justified the attacks, saying Iran's long-range missiles and nuclear weapons would be a dire threat to every American. And then he said this.
I call upon all Iranian patriots who yearn for freedom to seize this moment, to be brave, be bold, be heroic, and take back your country. America is with you.
Sounds like regime change, right? Not according to Pete Hegseth.
This is not a so-called regime change war, but the regime sure did change, and the world is better off for it.
So the US isn't calling it regime change, but it did assassinate Iran's leader, effectively forcing a change in leadership. Semantics aside, the civilian death toll is rising, US soldiers have been killed, and the president is warning more could follow. So, on this episode, we'll ask, is Operation Epic Fury justifiable, and has it achieved its aims? President Trump says he's willing to re-engage in talks with Iran, so is he looking for an off-ramp? And following the death of the supreme leader, can the Iranian government survive? Joining us for this discussion is Will Chamberlain, Senior Counsel at the Article 3 Project, and Dr. Samueli, Senior Research Fellow at the Global Policy Institute and author of Bombs for Peace, NATO's Humanitarian War on Yugoslavia. Gentlemen, thanks for being here on Counterpoints. Well, the White House says Operation Epic Fury will continue until all our objectives are achieved. Those goals include destroying Iran's long-range missile capabilities, preventing nuclear enrichment, and maybe, depending on which member of the administration you ask, regime change. But it's not enough to start a war. There needs to be a clear path towards how to finish it. And President Trump's critics argue that remains unclear. Will, President Trump says this operation could last 4 to 5 weeks and warns that more US soldiers will die. Is this war justifiable?
Oh, absolutely. The Iranian regime is responsible for something like 1,000 American deaths over the last 50 years. I mean, going all the way back to the U.S. Embassy takeover and the bombings of the Marine barracks in Lebanon, and through the Iraq War, they were responsible for manufacturing the IEDs that killed any number of American soldiers. Even just recently, they armed a proxy group, I think last year, that killed 3 Americans with drones. So, you know, the Iranian, and that's not counting their other proxies like the Houthis, who were shooting missiles at American ships in the Red Sea that were protecting global trade. This is a nasty regime. It's been a nasty regime for a long time. And that's not to mention that, you know, I mean, we don't have to tolerate the idea of them having nuclear weapons, and the way they've responded, bombing, you know, we're on Saudi TV. They decided that the appropriate response to an American-Israeli attack was to launch drones and ballistic missiles at Riyadh and Dubai and Bahrain and Kuwait. This is a regime we were supposed to trust with nuclear weapons, that they'd be responsible with them, that they were rational and would adhere to the norms of mutually assured destruction. No, nonsense. This is absolutely justifiable. The world's a safer place with the Iranian military degraded, and I think we've done a lot there, and I think it shouldn't take too much longer to succeed at the primary objective, which is to degrade Iran's military capabilities.
Dr. Samueli, what do you think? Is this, is the world a safer place? Is this a justifiable conflict?
Well, of course it isn't a justifiable conflict. It's the very acme of unjustifiable conflict. I mean, when we start going into history, really, it's not up to, you know, the United States to start bringing up all sorts of events from the past and who's responsible for more deaths. Let's remember, the United States installed a puppet regime in 1953. It overthrew a legitimate, democratically elected government in 1953, Mohammad Mossadegh. And then we go to 1979, the 1979 uprising, and everyone will accept it was a popular uprising against an American puppet regime. But following that, the United States instigated this horrific war by Iraq. Iraq launched an invasion sponsored by the Carter administration. I mean, no one even denies that. how many millions of Iranians died as a result of a U.S.-sponsored war. Then years and years and years of sanctions and all of the misery that was caused and the deaths that resulted from the sanctions regime imposed by the United States. So if we're going to do history, who's responsible? So Iranians responsible for American deaths. How many Iranian deaths are the Americans responsible for? Now, if you talk about the world being a safe place, no evidence whatsoever that Iran has had a nuclear weapons program since around 2005 at the latest. And who's saying it? It's being said by the CIA. The CIA has repeatedly said Iran does not have a nuclear weapons program. Tulsi Gabbard herself, the ODNI, said Iran does not have a nuclear weapons program. So you're attacking something that's just entirely fictional. Who does have a nuclear weapons program? Well, Israel has a nuclear weapons program. Israel is a sworn enemy of Iran. And Israel is going to be almost unique among nuclear weapons states in that nobody actually knows what Israel has. We just have to just accept the situation where Israel has nuclear weapons. We know that, even though Israel does not admit it, but nobody knows what exactly it has. That is a direct threat to Iran. Nonetheless, Iran was willing to negotiate, and we know the extent of the concessions that Iran had made, both in the JCPOA, from which the Americans walked away, despite the fact that there was an agreement there, and everyone was adhering to the agreement, including Iran. But the negotiations that have been taking place in the last few days, and we know this from the Omani foreign minister, the extent of Iranian concessions. Okay. So we know all of this. There you go.
Will, I could see you wanted to jump in there a little bit earlier during the doctor's comments. I mean, strong point there. The US isn't faultless in this relationship.
Just because we're not faultless doesn't mean the world isn't obviously safer. And I mean, I think what Dr. Samueli said about Iran not having a nuclear weapons program is demonstrably false, revealed to be false by the daring Israeli action to recover the Iranian nuclear archive back, I think it was during the first Trump administration, 2018, something like that, which revealed that, Iran has been secretly trying to accumulate a nuclear weapon. And if Iran had no interest in nuclear weapons at all, then why exactly were they demanding the right to enrich uranium? There's no need to enrich uranium for anything but a weapons program. I mean, I'm sorry, Dr. Samueli, your points are just like on its face ludicrous. Obviously, there is a nuclear weapons program. Obviously, there's a desire for nuclear weapons by the Iranians. Otherwise, why wouldn't they concede to American demands?
Well, in the first place, they have conceded, and we know this, that they were willing to
No, they have not conceded to zero enrichment. Why will they not concede to zero enrichment? That's the question.
All right,
unless they want nuclear weapons.
I'll tell you exactly why. Iran, unlike Israel, is a party to the Non-Proliferation Treaty. What's in the Non-Proliferation Treaty? It says every state which gives up the right to nuclear weapons has the right to enrich uranium. It's not a sort of you can do it and you can't do it. Germany enriches uranium, Japan enriches uranium, neither is a nuclear weapon state. So Brazil does that. Brazil is not a nuclear weapon state. Iran has the right to enrich uranium. Now, if you have,
we have the right to stop them, and that's what we've done.
Enriched at the level of 3%, that is not a nuclear weapons program. You need it at least 90%. It is ridiculous to pretend that if you have 3%,
that's so silly, and that's
uranium,
it demonstrates trivial amounts about nuclear weapons enrichment, or you're intentionally lying to your audience. Once you get to 3%, you are 70% of the way to 90%.
You are entitled to enrich uranium according to the Non-Proliferation Treaty that Israel is not
according to the United States, they aren't. And so the question is, if you are right,
the Non-Proliferation Treaty is available in the UN database. Read it, and it says every state has the right to enrich uranium.
Iran is not entitled to enrich uranium,
and that's
because
what
the United States says it's not. And
all right.
That's what the United States says. That's a Non-Proliferation Treaty that every country in the world, with the exception of Israel, is a party to.
Call the International Law Police and send them to the White House.
Okay, well then, Will, let me ask you this question, Will. Then why does the US get to be the international law police then? You're saying that, yes, they may be able to within the Non-Proliferation Treaty, but the US says they can't. So what makes US the mediator?
The B-2 bomber.
So might is right.
Yes.
All right, then.
We are the most powerful nation in the world. We are also a very benevolent force. But because we have such a strong military and the willingness to use it, are in a position to tell the Iranians, you don't get to enrich uranium. And the only reason you would want to do that is to build nuclear weapons. And so they can point to whatever treaties they want to. We don't care. We are not okay. The Iranians having nuclear weapons capability, and we will enforce that red line with the most powerful military in the world, as we have done.
Okay. All right. Well, let's then think in terms of, now, as I said, it's clear, according to the Non-Proliferation Treaty, that every state can enrich uranium for peaceful purposes. So no evidence has emerged. You know, this stuff with Israel.
So,
this goes back
you say no evidence. That's obviously false.
It goes back to 25 years ago. Those archives you're talking about goes back 25 years. It isn't anything recent. We're talking about the CIA. This is the CIA. This is Tulsi Gabbard, ODNI. They said Iran does not have a nuclear weapons program. That's a member of Trump's own cabinet. She said it. She testified before the Senate and said they don't have a nuclear weapons program. So it's just pointless to keep repeating it when you're the actual people.
Then why do they want to enrich uranium? Because of some right, they're willing to sacrifice and go to war the United States to protect a right under the NPT. What? Really?
Okay, I've got an
argument here.
What about this, Will? Would the American people, the American public, support a protracted war? If the president is correct in his opinion, that this could drag on for a month with more US casualties, will the US public be happy with that?
It's hard to say. I mean, the longer it goes on, I think the less popular it will get. That's the sort of nature of these wars. But at the same time, I just don't think it'll necessarily drag on that long. I mean, the war opened with 50 members of the senior leadership of Iran dying in a strike. It's actually unprecedented. The only real precedent we can point to is the 12-day war, where something like a dozen members of Iran's high command died as in the opening salvo of the war. I mean, we have complete air superiority over Iran. We're now using some of our cheaper, less sophisticated weapons because we're able to fly over Iran. There's no meaningful air defense anymore. So this is just really a question of how long do we want to continue degrading Iranian military capabilities. I mean, you had the Iranian foreign minister announcing that they were going to decentralize Mosaic defense, which means that they've lost command and control of their own military. And they're basically hoping to lob missiles at random countries like Saudi Arabia, like whoever. And, you know, this is the other thing about this. They've also decided that bringing 10 other countries into the war on the United States' side was a wise move by just randomly lobbing missiles at Dubai and Erbil and Kuwait and Bahrain and Riyadh, where you guys, where, you know, this network is headquartered. So I think things are going just fine. I think, you know, whether or not the United States public is going to be super happy with this in 6 weeks, you know, hard to say. If it keeps going, they won't be. But in terms of, you know, the actual situation on the ground, I mean, the victory is basically, you know, in terms of, because the objective is merely degrading the military capabilities of the Iranians. We're going to do that. We're going to succeed in that aim. We've succeeded in a large part already.
Dr. Samueli, have they? Has this been, as President Trump has said, no one can believe the success we're having, he said on Fox News. And as you've heard from Will's comments there, one of the most successful military operations the US has conducted. Do you agree with that?
No, of course not. The fact was that, yes, they took out the leading figures in Iran's intelligence, security, military establishments. That they did that. Nonetheless, that didn't stop Iran from continuing the fight. And they're obviously actually fighting better now than they did last June. Now, you know, these attacks on the Gulf states are very, you know, very, very clearly directed, because the whole point of what they're doing is they are showing the actual crisis that the United States is inflicting on these hapless states that have housed American forces. In other words, they're showing them that you are inflicting danger upon your own publics by having American forces. America is a wholly aggressive, malign force in the Middle East. It's waged wars against one Middle Eastern country after another, whether it's Lebanon, whether it's Libya, whether it's Syria, Iraq, you just name it. The United States has done all of those things. And so those countries that have aligned themselves with the United States and allowed Americans to have bases there have now put themselves in the line of fire. And they're not very happy about this. And this is obviously causing very serious problems. Leave that aside for the moment. Then you've got the closing of the Strait of Hormuz. That's already affecting oil prices around the world. On top of that, you've got the Iran hitting Aramco refineries. There are going to be more of those kinds of attacks. We've had them hitting these Qatari LNG facilities. So all of this is contributing to a global economic and financial crisis. So when you say, well, it'll all be over in a few weeks, maybe, who knows what happens in the future. There could also be an almighty economic and financial crisis that is going to absolutely focus minds in Washington. Does Trump really want to preside over the U.S. economy tanking?
Will, what do you say to that? Do you think the ends will justify the means? I mean, it's a pretty dire outlook.
I mean, well, I think the outlook is ridiculous, honestly. I mean, we don't even get our oil from the Strait of Hormuz. Most of that goes to China. That's what Iranian oil mostly goes to China at a discount. All this stuff.
World oil prices. That focuses.
Yeah, well, we'll just produce more here. We've got the United States. It's not 1975 anymore. We have incredible oil. We are the biggest oil producing country in the world, and the United States will be fine. In fact, if this will actually probably improve things for our producers, mean that we can exploit even more oil.
But do you think your allies will be fine and happy if their oil prices are going up as the result of American actions?
They've already signed up to start, the Saudis and the Qataris. They're already going to start responding militarily to Iran. This isn't George's argument here seems to be the Iranian strategy was to start lobbying drones and missiles at Saudi Arabia and Kuwait and everybody else in the Gulf in the hopes that they would pressure the United States and get them to stop the war. Instead, they're all joining the war on the United States side. Talk about a self-inflicted wound. This is actually going to do more to unite the Arab world behind a United States and Israel-led world order than just about anything. The Iranian strategy here was completely misguided from the outset. They seem to not understand the meaning of the 12-day war. It was the United States and Israel, in particular President Trump, gave the Iranians an off-ramp. They should have understood that we had them beaten, that after the 12-day war, they had no meaningful ability to resist the United States in any protracted conflict. And instead, they were still insisting on the right to enrich uranium, still trying to reconstitute their every program that we had hit. Well, guess what? This is what happens.
Well, except that it hasn't happened, except that it has caused an almighty crisis, and the United States has no means of resolving it. We are getting reports, and now these have been confirmed reports, that it's the United States, not Iran, the United States that is seeking a ceasefire. They are the ones who are putting out feelers to Iran saying that we want to, those have been confirmed reports. They are the ones, and it is Iran that is saying no. And the reason Iran is saying no is that they've got the United States in an almighty crisis. All Iran has to do, Iran's strategy is to raise the costs for the United States.
This is laughable.
Make pain on the United States. Bob? And that is what it's doing. That is why it's the United States that is trying to get itself out of this mess, because there is no way in the world the United States is going to inflict a regime change on Iran. And that's what Trump said. Trump was actually saying regime change. He's not going to do it. So basically, there is no off-ramp for the United States. That's why they want to cease fire.
Well, Will, according to US media reports, unnamed officials are reportedly worried in the Pentagon that this could spiral, and they've also expressed concern at the number of non-military sites in Arab states that have been targeted. President Trump has said that he's willing to re-engage in talks with Iran. So is that the president looking for an off-ramp?
No, I mean, the president, apparently, there was actually another report, or I don't know if it's the same report, but I saw the President Trump discussing that the Iranians had come to him and they were talking about trying to accede to some of the demands that Witkoff and Jared Kushner were making on Friday or Thursday or Friday. And Trump's like, well, it's a little too late for that. Now we're winning. So I think that the idea of, us seeking a ceasefire is really, we're happy to listen to terms of unconditional surrender or terms of extremely aggressive, satisfying the American conditions. But if not, we're all, we're fine. I don't, this whole idea that America's seeking an off-ramp is just the most laughable thing I've ever heard. It's just frivolous on its face. We killed the 50 top members of Iranian's leadership on the first day of the war. And the most they can do is lob ballistics at a bunch of random countries that have now joined the war on our side. The idea that we're looking for an off-ramp here, that we're worried about, in a meaningful way about what Iran can do is just laughable. I mean, there is, I cannot imagine where people are getting that. It just completely is completely refuted by the facts.
They're getting it from well-sourced reports for the obvious reason the United States is not accomplishing anything. The whole point of the regime change, the whole point of doing this decapitation strike was that the people are going to come out into the streets and take over the government of Iran. That did not happen. There's been no uprising against the Iranian government, and Iran has
48 hours. Give it a second for one point.
Iran has been able to fight back and to hit American targets. It's been able to hit Israel targets. That's just in the first day or so. So no uprisings in Iran, no regime change in Iran, and the Iranians are able to hit targets at random throughout the Gulf states. Now, the idea that Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, and the rest are going to be serious, military protagonists is absurd. They are being clobbered. And that is why these countries have gone to Moscow. They have gone to Moscow pleading for Putin to intervene and to help them out. They're hoping that Putin is going to somehow persuade Iran to stop attacking them. And Putin has said, sorry, I'm kind of busy with other things. So, in fact, it's causing a great deal of pain to the United States, to Israel, and to U.S. allies. So good luck with trying to achieve regime change.
Dr. Samueli, let me ask you this. I mean, at the moment, none of the Gulf states have officially changed their defensive posture and agreed to start any proactive operations alongside the US. And I think Will has a point that it is galvanizing a bit of resistance, much more resistance, against Iran, seeing as these Gulf states have been targeted. Do you think there is a chance that Iran miscalculated by directing its attacks at so many of these Gulf states, and it's a miscalculation that could seriously backfire on them?
Well, I don't know whether they miscalculated, because we don't know exactly what they were calculating. What Iran did, and what Iran always threatened to do, as the United States and Israel ratcheted up the pressure against Iran and made clear that they would soon be bombing Iran, is saying we're going to absolutely attack without any kind of restraints. And while they're saying, we have every sympathy for you, we are attacking military bases that you house. You house bases of a power that is attacking us. Now, will they?
You just said they were attacking the Aramco refinery. What are you talking about? Get your story straight. Are they attacking bases, or are they attacking hotels and oil refineries and civilian
bases of your adversary, of the state that is attacking you, you are in the line of fire. It's a basic point. You are in the line of fire. Don't house U.S. bases, because we know what the U.S. has been doing in the Middle East for years and years. So it's on them. It's on Qatar. It's on Bahrain. It's on Saudi Arabia. Anybody whose houses U.S. bases is in the line of fire. That's unfortunate, and I think that's Iran has made this clear. Sorry if there are civilian casualties. Civilian casualties happen in war, but the targets are the U.S. bases.
Well, do you think the US and Israel underestimated Iran's response?
No, if anything, I think maybe they underestimated the stupidity of Iran's strategy here. I mean, the way Dr. Samueli is portraying this, I mean, it actually, it just reaffirms why America was right to intervene in the first place, that the Iranian strategy is, well, if you've ever had, American troops used, American bases in your territory, even if they're not being used in this attack, we're just going to lob missiles at you, lob missiles at your airports, lob missiles at your civilian infrastructure, lob missiles at your oil refineries. This is a country we were supposed to let have nuclear weapons, have tens of thousands of ballistic missiles. That was going to be safe for the region. I mean, we have reporting that that MBS, the leader of Saudi Arabia, was on the phone to President Trump saying, you need to strike. It's a good idea to strike, even as they were being passive publicly. I mean, that it goes to show that he was right.
They're unconfirmed reports, though. And I mean, you could argue that they've found themselves maybe paying the price for US and Israel's attacks. Could that not distance them from their allies?
I don't think they see it that way. I think they see it as, Iran had no right to attack them. The fact that Iran would respond to a United States-Israeli attack by going after Saudi Arabia, country that did not participate, shows not that they made a mistake, but rather that, they now should join the fight and defeat the current Iranian government. And, people talk about regime change like we need to go in there and occupy the place and install a new government or something like that. No, we don't. I mean, we don't need to have any boots on the ground. In fact, it's a lot easier if we don't. If we don't, when we had boots on the ground, they could be shot at with small arms and killed with IEDs. So it was our problem what government replaced them. Now you need ballistics. If we just stay offshore, you need ballistics to hit American troops, and we can hit you whenever we want. So the successor regime it's their problem how they deal with us. And if the successor regime continues in the same path that the current Iranian regime does, then they're going to find themselves in the exact same situation in 6 months to a year, where we just go in and have our way.
Dr. Samweli, is there a risk here that Iran is distancing itself even more from its neighbours and driving the Gulf states towards better relationships with Israel, which is something they've been railing against this whole time?
Well, look, I mean, is there a danger of that? Yes, of course there's a danger of that. But, what is Iran supposed to do? Iran has been set upon by the military superpower in the region, namely Israel, and, of course, the greatest military power in the world, namely the United States. Iran is fighting for its life. This is an existential matter for Iran. This is an unjustified war. As I said, Iran had no nuclear weapons program. Iran had been more than conciliatory. Iran had made concession after concession after concession in the negotiations. Iran had adhered to the JCPOA, which the United States didn't. Iran was all the time negotiating seriously. Nonetheless, despite all of that, Iran has been set upon by two nuclear powers, two very formidable military adversaries. So we're having this conversation. Well, is Iran, miscalculating, or is Iran attacking? Yeah, Iran is fighting for its life. And maybe it won't prevail. Maybe it will be defeated, but it is fighting for its life. And when people fight for their lives, then neighbors are going to get hurt. And unfortunately, these neighbors, and I think some of them are very decent states, they're going to get hurt because they have put themselves in the line of fire. The United States is an aggressive, hostile power to many states in the region. I've already listed all the states in the Middle East that have at one time or another been bombed, attacked, subverted, terrorized by the United States, whether it's Syria, Libya, Iraq, Lebanon, you just go through that list one after another. So yeah, if you house American forces, you're going to get in the line of fire. So even whether the U.S. used those bases or didn't use those bases, you are in the line of fire. Something you should consider for the future.
Iran's national security chief, Ali Larijani, has warned that unlike the United States, he says, Tehran is prepared for a long war. It's vowed to avenge the death of its supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, and says it's got the stockpiles to support it. But there's no doubt the leadership has suffered a major blow, compounding the existing civil discontent that we saw recently. So, Dr. Samweli, can Iran's leadership survive, or is it only a matter of time till it falls?
Well, I think they probably can survive. Let's remember, this is a leadership that has now been in power for 47 years. 47 years is quite a long time. They've obviously put down roots among the population. And we can see that the death of the spiritual leader, Khamenei, and a number of key military and security intelligence people has not affected its fighting capabilities. It hasn't affected their command and control. And they seem to have an interim government in place. So on the face of it, I think that they can survive. How much do they have in the tank? How, you know, what more they can hit Israel and the United States with? We don't know. I mean, obviously, Iran doesn't reveal its military capabilities. I would think if the United States is calculating on a regime change, and Trump really has no idea what this regime change means. Sometimes he said, "Oh, we're going to get a Delcy Rodriguez in power in Tehran." Sometimes he said the people are going to come out of their buildings and seize power. Sometimes it's the IRGC is going to give up their weapons. He has no idea. He's embarked on an open-ended, foolish quest without any idea for an end game. The people who are in power now, it's part of the same regime that's been there for 47 years. I wouldn't count on it collapsing anytime soon.
Will, can it hold out?
I mean, if they surrender to the Americans and accede to our terms, sure. But they're probably not going to do that. My guess is they won't be able to hold out. And then, I mean, George talks about, it's foolish. You don't know, what's going to come afterwards, as though this is all, part of the Colin Powell style thinking of like, you break it, you buy it. The idea being that, if we go into a country and destroy the existing governance, we, the United States, are responsible for building up a new government. Actually, we're not. We don't have to. From our perspective, it's as simple as saying, we'll look at whatever the successor regime comes out of this, and we'll go to them and we'll say, well, these are our demands. And you saw what happened to the last regime that didn't accede to our demands. So what do you think? I mean, it's exactly what happened in Venezuela. Did we need to go in there and install a brand new government to get compliance from the Venezuelan government? No, we simply sent in Delta Force. They kidnapped Maduro, and all of a sudden, Delcy Rodriguez is extremely compliant with American demands. And Venezuela is no longer going to be a haven for Russian or Chinese designs. So that's our view of what happened here. I mean, you say foolish, but I say it's President Trump learning the lessons of the mistakes of Afghanistan and Iraq, saying that we don't need to be on the ground, putting our troops in the line of fire from IEDs and small arms, that we can simply degrade Iranian military capabilities, which we are doing and which we will succeed at doing, and then let the chips fall where they may. And that's perfectly fine with us, because we were not willing to tolerate the current Iranian regime's behavior. And so the successor regime should probably learn the lesson from that, whoever comes to power.
Dr. Samueli, can you visualize or concede that there could be an outcome where there is an Iranian leadership that's not a puppet leadership of the government, but is much more willing to be flexible to the United States? Is that something that the Iranian people would stand for?
Well, I mean, when we say flexible, you mean just a puppet state of the United States. And I think Will Chamberlain obviously has that as the goal. And of course, that's the goal of Israel, either a puppet state in Tehran or the country just disintegrating. And, these are all options. Is it possible? Well, of course, anything is possible. I think it's very unlikely. I mean, if one thinks of the 47 years that this Islamic Republic has been in existence, they've gone from serious crisis to serious crisis. Remember, the Iraqi invasion, as I said, sponsored by the United States, was a devastating invasion. They came through that. They've gone through one serious crisis after another. They have survived. So, if I would say, what are the odds? I would think that they'll survive. I would think that the United States will come out of this, as it has come out of most of the conflicts, with a very inconclusive outcome, in which case, basically, Trump has expended extensive energy, extensive resources, broken all his promises, lost the political support of his own base, shown himself to be an erratic, foolish leader, therefore endangered not only his presidency, but maybe even endangered his survival in office, given that he's showing himself to be not exactly a man to be trusted with having his finger on the nuclear button. So he's embarked on all this on the hope that one day we're going to have a pliant regime in Tehran. Well, that's quite a gamble to take.
Well, I'm surprised that you didn't bite on any of that.
Well, I think it's just repetitive of the things we've already talked about. I mean, Trump's not going anywhere. The idea that this is somehow hurting our standing in the region or hurting our interests. I mean, no, it's just not. We have the ability to keep this up for weeks, if months, if needed. The Iranian, we already have air supremacy over Iran within 48 hours. We're able to bomb whatever we want to bomb. Their ability to break the American and Israeli missile shields is just going to degrade day after day after day, especially without command and control, because you need to launch a bunch of ballistic missiles at once in order to defeat existing missile defense systems. But if you don't have command and control because we killed our leadership, then you probably can't do that.
You have command and control, but there is command and control. I mean, there is command and control. Command and control didn't break down. If Trump was planning on command and control breaking down, essentially the government collapsing in the aftermath of that decapitation strike, it didn't happen.
The foreign minister of Iran just announced this decentralized mosaic system. That's the end of command and control as a de facto matter. So, yeah, we're fine.
Despite the decapitation, Iran is continuing its fight. And we have the evidence of that 12-day war in which it was the United States that, again, wanted to bring it to an end because Iran was inflicting serious damage on Israel. Israel didn't
that's
have
not why we wanted
enough
to do it. President Trump wants to be the peace
deal with the
president.
Iranian threat. So the idea that, we can do what we like and we can have a free ride over Iran, we know from the 12-day war, that's not what happened. That's why Trump wanted to
Iran
pull it
didn't
off
kill a single member of the Israeli military through the entire 12 days. The only exception to that being a member of the military on leave who was killed
that's not the
in
issue.
his
That
residence.
isn't the issue. They made clear to Israel, for the first time to Israel, that you are not safe. Up until now, Israel's had a very nice time. They could wage war against Lebanon, Syria, whomever, all of their neighbors. But the Israelis themselves, living in their leafy suburbs in Tel Aviv, they were safe. Iran showed you are
why'd they want
safe.
the war then?
That's what that was the key. That
the
was
Israeli
all Iran
public
had
was
to
thrilled to
show.
start the
And
war.
that's why
Israel
Trump,
kicked it off with killing
Trump
the top 50
who, after
members
the
of Iran's
12-day
leadership
war,
after doing the
sought
same thing
to
they
end
did
it.
9
Because
months
Trump
earlier.
wanted
This
to
is all
end it.
so silly. You're hallucinating. You are in an alternate reality, George.
You're the one who's
you're making ridiculous claims.
That is why the United States did not achieve anything in the 12-day war. And the reason we know that the United States did not achieve anything on the 12-day war is that they started the war again. If they
It's
had
a good
won that
point,
war,
Will. If that war was so successful,
they would have to start another war.
if it was so successful and if it was a historic military victory, which is what Benjamin Netanyahu said, why are we back here less than 12 months later?
So I think the best analogy here is Monty Python's Black Knight sketch. Basically, the 12-day war cut off one of Iran's arms. And rather than recognize their defeat and realize they needed to negotiate terms, the Iranians basically were completely belligerent and tried to run at the United States again and reconstitute all their military forces, and insisted on the right to enrich uranium, rebuild their missile stocks, blah, blah, blah. So this is just the continuation of the Black Knight, right? Essentially, they wanted, ultimately, two sides have to agree to end a war, right? And two sides have to agree. And the Iranians, despite having been thoroughly humiliated by the 12-day war and thoroughly defeated, decided they wanted to keep fighting.
All right.
And the United States and Israel said,
Dream on.
And now is far worse. That's why Ali Khamenei is dead. His Minister of Defense is dead. The head of the IRGC is dead. Again, we killed the first one 9 months ago. We killed another one today, or a few days ago, along with 50 other
have
things.
accomplished nothing.
We are
And have
winning, you are
accomplished
losing.
nothing.
This is the most
You've accomplished
straightforward
nothing.
and dominant one-sided military
You've
conflict
accomplished
in
nothing.
modern
By
history.
your own definition, the United States is going to have to call this off. They're not going to achieve regime change. They're not going to get Iran to accede to any of their demands, to end enrichment, give up their ballistic missiles. Iran's not going to accede to any of that. which means Trump and Netanyahu will do their routine. We won, fantastic. And then 6 months' time, if Trump is still in office in 6 months' time, which, as I say, I'm not at all sure he will be, 6 months' time, we're going to have to go through this whole thing again. And they're going to tell us again, well, we haven't really succeeded in anything because Iran is still enriching uranium, Iran is rebuilding its centrifuges, and Iran isn't giving up its ballistic missiles. No, it's never going to do that. You don't have the strength to impose your will on a very, large, powerful, sophisticated, intelligent country. And at some point, the United States will have to accept that.
They are so strong and powerful and sophisticated that they all had a meeting together at Ali Khamenei's home and all got struck right at the very beginning of the war. Wow, what a really sophisticated, intelligent leadership. No, sorry, we're beating them into a pulp. It's the most one-sided military conflict in modern history.
However, that didn't deliver.
And,
that's true enough. But these kinds of cock-ups, others have perpetrated these cock-ups. But the key is that didn't stop Iran, and that if it had been so unsophisticated, Iran would have just collapsed.
The energy you're giving me is very much the energy of how
so it has
the brave
nothing.
Yahya Sinwar flinging
United
a rock
States
at
and
a
Israel
drone right before
failed
he
in
was
their
killed
12-day
by
war,
the
and
Israelis.
now they're coming
these
back.
futile gestures,
saying,
like, oh,
Okay.
wow,
All right. We're almost out of time, so let me ask one very, very brief final question to each of you. Dr. Samueli, what's your prediction on this? How will it play out in the next week?
Well, I don't particularly like predicting things. My feeling is that this is going to spin out of control very quickly, and Trump is going to want to exit. He's going to be putting out more and more feelers to Iran that he wants out and to work some kind of a deal. Iran, I think, will hold off for a while. It will eventually agree to something, and they're going to have to go back, and they're going to have to start negotiating again. And, if the United States then want to do this little trick again of pretending to negotiate and then launch another attack. But I think Trump has bitten off more than he can chew, and I think it's going to spin out of control, as it already is, very, very shortly.
Okay, Will, round us out briefly. In the week to come, how is this going to play out?
The current week is just going to be more and more military strikes on more military and civilian government's infrastructure. I don't expect we'll see regime change this week. I think the people aren't going to come out while the bombs are still dropping. So that's what I would predict. Just more of the same, more targets taken out, Hezbollah taken out because they've, for some reason, decided to join the war. And the one thing I guess I would be slightly worried about if I were the Iranian people is the entrance of countries who are not the United States and Israel and who don't have necessarily as good targeting as we do. So I hope that, there's not too much in terms of too much that they suffer. But I think I suspect much of the same, and in fact, maybe more countries joining the war on the United States side with offensive military operations inside Iran.
That ain't going to happen. That is not going to happen.
It is a precarious time indeed. Gentlemen, I appreciate your analysis on both sides of this debate. It's been illuminating. Perhaps we will get you both back on in a week or two and see where we are. But for now, it's been wonderful to have your perspectives here on Counterpoints. Will Chamberlain, Senior Counsel at the Article 3 Project, and Dr. George Samueli, Author and Senior Research Fellow at the Global Policy Institute. Thanks for being here. And as always, to you at home, thanks for tuning in to this episode of Counterpoints. Keep up to date on all the latest debates and, of course, developing news across our Al Arabiya English YouTube channel, and also follow us on X and TikTok for the latest. We'll see you next time.
Mexico just eliminated who could be considered one of the most dangerous men in its modern history, El Mencho, real name Nemesio Oseguera. He was the head of the Jalisco New Generation Cartel, one of the most violent criminal organizations in the world. This wasn't some low-profile drug boss hiding in the mountains. He built a cartel that operated like a private army. Armored vehicles, heavy weapons, drone attacks, even public shootouts with Mexican forces. He controlled massive fentanyl and meth routes into the United States. The US even had a $15 million bounty on him. And now he's dead, killed in a military operation in his home state of Jalisco. The raid was carried out by Mexican forces, but it was supported by US intelligence that helped track his location. But here's the thing, when someone like El Mencho falls, it doesn't mean calm, it usually means chaos. Within hours, gunmen were blocking highways, burning vehicles, shutting down cities. Entire areas went into lockdown and it looked like open war in parts of western Mexico. And this matters because Guadalajara, right in that same state, is set to host matches in the 2026 World Cup. You can't have images of burning trucks and roadblocks circulating around the world while preparing to welcome millions of visitors. So now the real question isn't just who El Mencho was, it's what happens next. Does his death weaken the cartel, or does it spark a violent power struggle that makes things even worse? Because removing the head of a cartel doesn't remove the system, it just leaves a vacuum. And in Mexico, vacuums don't stay empty for long.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Before his death, Jeffrey Epstein had a partner, and it wasn't Ghislaine Maxwell. Meet Karina Shuliak, the Belarusian woman he was reportedly planning to marry, and according to records, was Epstein's last phone call before his death in August 2019. Her name appears 45,000 times in the 3 million documents released by the U.S. Department of Justice on January 30th. Yet, she remains far less known than Maxwell. 2 days before his death, Epstein signed the 1953 trust, leaving Shuliak $100 million, including $50 million up front. The will also granted her a 33-carat diamond ring, 48 more diamonds, as well as various properties, including his New Mexico ranch, his Paris apartment on Avenue Foch, and the famous Little St. James Island. Maxwell, well, she was named too, but for only $10 million. However, Shuliak is unlikely to see that fortune. The U.S. government has frozen the Epstein estate to compensate victims who have already received over $121 million. Documents also show Epstein funded her Columbia University dental studies, helped her family move to the U.S., and supported her path to citizenship. But here's the big question. What did she know? Well, a whole lot, it seems. Documents describe Shuliak as a central figure in Epstein's inner circle, managing his schedule, handling high-profile contacts, having earned her the nickname the Inspector. While she has not been charged with any crime, her proximity to Epstein is now raising fresh scrutiny. Today, little is known about her exact whereabouts. She's believed to be living in New York City, and so far, prosecutors do not appear to be actively pursuing her, even as major questions about her role continue to linger.
Welcome welcome to this special coverage from Al Arabiya English. I'm Melinda Nucifora, coming to you from the World Defence Show in Riyadh. We have a special interview to bring to you because we've been speaking a lot during the Defence Show about globally how countries are increasing their defence spending. One of NATO's top financial contributors is Estonia. So we are pleased to welcome the Defence Minister from Estonia, Hanno Pevkur, here on Al Arabiya English. Minister, thank you for your time.
Well, thank you very much for inviting. It's a great pleasure.
First of all, the Estonian delegation has quite a presence here at the World Defence Show 2026. A strong focus on digital resilience and cybersecurity, intelligence systems. Can you talk me through the role that Estonia is playing in contributing to defence and security, particularly in the cyberspace?
Well, first of all, we, as a small nation, we cannot afford to build like airplanes or something like that, but what we can afford is that we are making those, let's say, legacy systems smarter. So this is why our strength has always been cyber, we mentioned already, but automation, robotics, AI, drones, all this what actually, brings a change to the battlefield, what we see in Ukraine. And this is why, also this focus here has been on this, but not only. Estonian defense sector has grown rapidly, so the turnovers have grown like in a couple of years like threefolds. Our Defense Industry and Space Association has grown to 200 companies. So we are growing, and the most important is that we try to explain to our partners why it is important to focus on the AI, on the cyber. And this is our strength. And of course, when we talk about the ammunition production, although we are also doing that, this where old European countries and many other countries in Europe have, or in the world, have a lot of experience. So we will bring this new understanding, those, let's say, cutting-edge technologies to the battlefield.
I mean, those grey zone tactics in warfare are becoming ever present. As you say, we see it a lot in Ukraine. We've been seeing cyber security, cyber attacks being much more of a focus. I mean, the battlefield is a very different place. The battlefield is often online. So does Estonia consider itself really at the cutting edge? And do you think perhaps other European partners, it's an area that hasn't been focused on enough until now?
Well, 4 years ago, when the full-scale war started in Ukraine, nobody believed that we will see today that what we see on the battlefield. So it still started as a blitzkrieg, then it evolved to the mass army fight, tanks, troops, all that, a bit of fighter jets. So then the Bayraktars games, then the FPVs game, and now when you take all this evolution of the battlefield, then probably what we need to do is the first understanding is that the next conflict, wherever it will be, or it will be a war or not, will be a bit different what we see in Ukraine. But the main understanding from Ukraine war is that you need to be agile and you need to be ready to change your approach very quickly. So even with drones, the Ukrainian experience says that they are changing the configuration and many things basically in every week, every 2 weeks. So this is what we have to consider, this what we have to take into account.
Before we get on to Saudi-specific partnerships, let's continue on with NATO and European defence. I understand that Estonia, Latvia and Lithuania have established a joint military sort of mobility area, I suppose. Can you talk me through the importance of that, why that's so necessary now?
Well, again, one of the things we see that, yes, in Europe we have a lot of countries. It's not like it is in the United States, it's one country. Or in Ukraine, you have a massive territory, but you have one country. In Europe, when you take also the battlefield comparing to Ukraine, so the Ukrainian battlefield is at the moment like 1,200 kilometers. So this 1,200 kilometers is from Estonia to Lithuania. And this is why we clearly understand that we need to redefine also how we look at the military mobility. So we have a clear understanding that it's not only the question of the Baltics, but there has to be a military Schengen in Europe, that when you bring something from Portugal to Estonia, then this has to be very quick. When you want to launch it, then this has to be interoperable and interchangeable. So these are the changes we need to see and we need to make. And then this is why we established that, let's say, a small circle of countries with military mobility and digital military mobility. We have even already the software for that, it's a DMSS. But the point is that all the countries have to understand that, as I said, you need to be agile. To be agile and to be quick and flexible, you have to take away all the burdens, all the bureaucratic obstacles what you have in your systems.
Do you consider it, do you think it will expand then in that case?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely, I see that. So we have a clear understanding also. I will meet later this week also with the European Commissioner, Defense Commissioner Kubilius, and we will go specifically into the details with military mobility.
Airspace violations have been a risk for Estonia, not only in 2025, but recently again in January. How much of a concern is that for you and for the citizens of Estonia?
Well, the reality is that we cannot change our geography. So our neighbor in the east is very hostile. So Russia is very hostile, not only towards us, but towards the European Union, towards Ukraine. There is no question. So the war is still ongoing. And we have to address that. And the only way to address that is to deter Russia. When you want to deter Russia, you need to have credible deterrence. To have the credible deterrence, you have to show the force. So this is why we have allies in Estonia. This is why we are investing more than 5% into our own defense. This is why we have NATO. But when we take also these airspace violations, then my suggestion has always been that please take it calmly. We know that we can react if necessary. We cannot overreact, because this is exactly what Russia wants to see, that we will overreact.
You're not calling for the planes to be shot down or drones to be dramatically...
When there is a need for that, or if there is a need for that, then NATO as an alliance is ready for that, of course, to defend. But as I said, you need to be very calculative and you need to assess the situation. You cannot go just to shoot down everything what flies into your territory. You have to see that is it a threat or not. So and we have very good measures for the threat assessment and also air policing to understand, to define whether it is a real threat or just a show off by Russians.
Staying on Estonian border threats, I suppose, Estonia has announced that it is closing 2 of its border crossings with Russia during the evening hours because of, and I quote, irrational behaviour, is what is being alleged towards border guards. Can you explain your concerns there, and do you consider that particular region to be a particular border threat?
Well, it goes, let's say, it's the next step from the airspace violations, that Russia doesn't respect the international law. So it all starts from this, because we have the international law, we have the regulations, we have the border line or control line with Russia. So when Russia is violating that, then we need to react to that. And obviously we will take some of the border guards from the border stations to put onto the border line. And this is our reaction to that. When Russia doesn't make any stupidities, then of course we can revise that. But this was our response at the moment. And obviously we are ready to do more if necessary. But as I said, we are not escalating. So the only one who is escalating everywhere, in Ukraine, in Europe, even further inside of Europe, this is Russia. So we need to show that we are responding to that, and this was our response.
Mm-hmm. If we focus now on the region, if we can, before I need to let you go, talk me through the cooperation between Estonia and Saudi Arabia specifically. I know there are some long-term collaborations and partnerships. Talk me through how that is developing and where you see that going into the future.
Well, yes, in numbers, the cooperation has not been extremely big at the moment, but it is growing steadily. And it's good to see. I had very good meetings today also with the GAMI and SAMI. And we already also signed some of the MOUs with some of the companies. So what I see, business-to-business relations are growing, and we have more companies as ever here. business to government is growing. And today we spoke also, and then I will leave from here to see the minister, that how we can bring it also to the more strategic level. Because at the end of the day, we all want to see better technologies helping us to defend ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
So this is the same goal for each country, to defend our countries and our nations.
Mm-hmm. Just finally then, how interconnected do you see security and perhaps the threats and challenges of this Gulf region and Europe? How interconnected are they?
We have a clear understanding that the world's security is one. So 360 approach, what we've had in NATO, is, let's say, inevitable. So it's something we need to have. We clearly understand that what happens, for instance, in South China Sea, in Taiwan, that reflects also to Europe. What happens in Europe, in Ukraine at this very moment, has clear implications to other parts of the world, because I'm quite confident that every dictator in the world is looking very closely at the moment how the end game for the Russian invasion to Ukraine will look like, and then draw the conclusions from this. So this is why it doesn't matter. Is it the Gulf region? Is it the South China Sea? Is it Arctic? Is it Ukraine? All is connected. So and also look around here in the World Defense Show. You have all the countries here.
Mm-hmm. Defence Minister of Estonia, Hanno Pevkur, thank you so much for joining us for this special interview here on Al Arabiya English.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Minister. I appreciate your time.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Fresh strikes across the Middle East as the war enters its sixth day. Plus, the British Prime Minister sends Typhoon jets to Qatar. Iran attacked the HQ of Iranian Kurds as Trump says he backs the Kurds launching an Iran offensive. And a flight chartered by the UK government finally leaves Oman after significant boarding delays. And sources dismiss claims that say Mossad agents planting bombs are arrested in Saudi Arabia and Qatar. Now, on the sixth day of the war, Israel has launched missiles at Tehran and Hezbollah targets in Beirut as Iran continues to strike U.S. interests in the Middle East. A U.S. oil tanker has also reportedly been struck. Meanwhile, the British Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, has announced the U.K. will send Typhoon jets to Qatar and insisted Britain's relationship with the U.S. is operating right now. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by news editor of Arabian Gulf Business Insight, Shane McGinley, and correspondent and columnist Gemma White. Gemma and Shane, thank you so much for joining me. Good to have you on the show with me tonight. So, Shane, I'm just going to begin with you. It's been a really quick developing story. It's the 6th day. A lot has happened. There's been a lot of moving pieces. And we're seeing fresh strikes from both sides today. And I guess the big question is there any sign of let-up?
Well, you know, I always generally like to try to be optimistic when we're talking about Gaza or Ukraine, but I think in this case, I have to put that aside, and it doesn't look like any kind of let-up. If anything, it looks like it's expanding into new territories. We've seen in Iraq, like you just mentioned in your headlines, in terms of the Kurds. We also saw that Iraqi forces had brought down attacks on US military sites near the Baghdad International Airport. So that's another country that has been brought into it in the last 24 hours. Then we look at Azerbaijan on Thursday. They have seen drone attacks into their airspace, and they've come out and said that they're going to prepare unspecified retaliatory measures. So that's another country and another front. And then if we look, before we get to even to our home in the GCC, if you look at what is happening in terms of Lebanon, we've got Israel is expanding into there in terms of attacks, and the Israeli which I think the health ministry said since Monday there's been about 100 people who have died and about 600 have been injured as a result of those attacks in Lebanon. So that's before we even get to the GCC. So, you know, we heard the emergency on your phone that went off a couple of hours ago here in Dubai. In Abu Dhabi, there was sort of shrapnel and people were injured. We saw in Bahrain there was attacks. In Oman, some of the oil facilities were attacked, which I find particularly strange because Oman was the mediator in terms of the talks, so that shows that, you know, no one is sort of off the table. And then we've also seen in Kuwait, we've seen oil facilities that have been targeted on tankers, and in Saudi Arabia we have seen as well. So if anything, no, unfortunately, there's no let up. If anything, it's expanding, which in some ways you could say, you know, the Iranians only have a finite amount of weapons. So if they're expanding into further and even more fronts, then, you know, this is more for them to facilitate. So, you know, like I said, last Thursday I was optimistic, but I'm not optimistic today, unfortunately.
Yeah, and it's really difficult to be optimistic at the moment because, like you say, there has been a lot of attacks on different fronts across the Gulf countries. You mentioned Kuwait. We have seen Oman. Energy facilities have been attacked. Yeah. US interests in those countries have been attacked. We've seen attacks on civilian buildings in Dubai and in the UAE. And there seems to be a lot happening, developing all the time. Of course, Cyprus, Turkey, they added into the game too. But we've heard from the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer today. And I do think that he is really in a peril at the moment, isn't he? That's an understatement. Donald Trump did say, you know, we're not dealing with Winston Churchill when he was talking about Keir Starmer, an absolute body blow to the British Prime Minister who's seems to be facing a crisis at home. But what did Keir Starmer have to say to himself, for himself?
I do want to say, though, in his defence, Trump is no Roosevelt either. So, yeah, you know, we can both...
I was just trying to think, who was the president equivalent? Yeah, I'm glad you got there.
So Starmer is sort of acting, but a bit too late for Trump's liking and a bit too late for his critics as well. As you said, he sent 4 RAF Typhoons to Qatar, 2 helicopters to Cyprus, and HMS Dragon will be going out to the Mediterranean. That might be in about a week or so because it's being fitted for armaments and missiles. Now, it was his lack of swift reaction to the attack on Cyprus, which apparently came from was launched by Hezbollah, and the military facility was evacuated. Because there are British interests, you know, it was expected that Britain would immediately send, you know, warships or support, and it's not. It took a few days, so that's where the criticism has come from. Then obviously he's been criticised by Trump. Trump has indicated that he wants to use RAF Fairford in Gloucestershire, and he also wants to use a facility in the Chagos Islands. And Starmer has sort of said, no, you know, we're not going to do that. He's stood up for himself and for what he believes. Now, there has been a bit of dissent in his own party, evidently, at a National Security Council meeting. He had the Ed Miliband, Rachel Reeves and the Home Secretary, Yvette Cooper, disagreeing with the stance and how they should progress on this. Now, one would have thought that by this point, they would have had all their ducks in a row and at least be presenting a united front. So, again, it does make him look weaker if he can't even get his own party behind him. I also do firmly believe that he has got the legacy of Tony Blair in his mind. As we know, Tony Blair followed George W. Bush into the Iraq War. It has forever tainted his legacy, you know, with the idea of weapons of mass destruction. And I do believe Keir Starmer should have acted sooner, but I also think he is thinking, I just need to wait and see what happens.
And it's quite interesting because Keir Starmer is, of course, a human rights lawyer before he was a Prime Minister. He's looking at the legitimacy of the attack that the US and Israel launched on Iran. He's looking into the legality of that.
Well, yeah, he's a lawyer, so he wants to know, like, what is the mandate for it and what is the plan to finish it? And none of those are really, really clear at the moment. And but on the, you know, he's been on the ropes for a few weeks, and nobody's talking about Epstein or Peter Mandelson in the last week. So it's moved it on. So if anything, like, I would have thought he had only days to go when we were talking about Keir Starmer like a week ago. So it's kind of like, you know, the international stage has taken over and kind of like given him some extra time, so to speak.
And I find it quite interesting because we talk about the UK being hesitant, and that is a good point. You know, this has taken the heat off Starmer in a different way when it comes to Epstein, Peter Mandelson at home. But I also think the EU has been really, really late in responding. But EU Foreign Chief says countries in the Middle East concerned about the risk of civil war in Iran. It's been fascinating that we haven't seen much from any of the European countries. And Hegseth did say every partner in Western Hemisphere has to do more, invest money in security.
But they weren't given a heads up, right? They didn't even know this was coming. So
Which
they
is,
are on the back
Which is a
foot as
strange
well.
thing, because in the previous, sort of like the Gulf Wars or Afghanistan, it always just felt like, even though America was kind of like the global cowboy, kind of like leading the charge, it kind of felt like there was a charge, and there was somebody, you know, there was a kind of an international, and there was a UN mandate, and there was all this. You know, Trump doesn't really sort of, you know, listen to those ones. It's kind of felt like he's moved and then going, can everybody follow me?
Yeah.
And, you know, and there's still a lot, you know, the relationships are not there. Like the tariffs, you know, everyone still remembers those. You know, Trump doesn't have those relationships built up where he can just call on people. You know, you mentioned Tony Blair and, you know, Bush. They were extremely really tight, and that was why they went in. But I don't know. Do you think that, you know, Keir Starmer, that this is going to impact him negatively in terms of, you know, his popularity can't get any lower, really, can it?
I do wonder, though, if it would impact him negatively further if he takes the UK into a war that people think this isn't anything to do with us.
But we're going to get on to another story a little bit later on, and we talk about the UK there and these repatriation flights. And I think a lot of people think that the way that the UK and Keir Starmer has dealt with this, it's been a little bit of sideshow Bob going on here. Like, it hasn't been a coordinated response at all. It hasn't. And I wonder if that looks good for people at home. But Shane, just a quick thought before we wrap this up. How much is this conflict expected to cost? Because I've been really interested in this.
In the numbers getting it.
We have to think about the vast cost of all these weapons.
Well, it's difficult. You know, we won't know for years. But yeah, there obviously has been a lot of reports. There's been a lot of accountants doing the numbers. So I looked at some of the more sort of like official or credible ones. So the Wall Street Journal looked at how much it was going to cost to move the more than a dozen ships and 100 aircraft to the region. Just do that, you're talking about 600 million. So, and that's before you've even started last Saturday. So then, if you're looking at the actual fighting of the war, you're talking about like 2 billion a day at the start, and then as it goes on, you're talking maybe down to 1 billion, and it does kind of decrease as the days go on. So to give you an example, so a Tomahawk cruise missile Every time one of those goes up, that's $2 million. Every time an F-35 fighter is flying through the sky, every hour that's $36,000. But to put it into context, the entire budget of the Pentagon is $840 billion roundabout. Let's round it to $1 trillion because, in Trumpian terms. So that there is a lot of money, but we're talking like the billions. And if you look at like one of my colleagues over at AGBI, we looked at how much the UA is having to spend. So, luckily when we hear the boom noises that you hear, that is the interceptors that are working, and we're all glad that they are working. But each one of those, you're talking millions every time one goes up. And if you look at the numbers of missiles and drones that have hit the UAE across, you're talking like about 1 million a day, and then that's just the UAE. If you look at Bahrain, Kuwait, Oman, all of the interceptors. So we're talking billions and billions every day on both sides.
It sort of something rings in my mind when I hear this, because Donald Trump has really pushed those European countries to spend more on defence, and we're just in a situation where we hear fighter jets all the time. How important defence spending is, because when you're talking about those sorts of numbers. But thank you so much. I'm actually going to bring you some breaking news now, and Kirsty Noem, the head of Homeland Security, has been fired after the Minnesota ICE criticism she faced. She will also be replaced as a senator from Oklahoma. So we're just getting that news that Kirsty Noem has actually no longer got her job in the US. That was actually tipped to have happened. So we are hearing that from Donald Trump's Truth Social. A lot happening in the States at the moment. And she will be the special envoy for the Shield of America, apparently.
Right.
So
that's her new job.
That's her new job.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll find out more, I'm sure, as the show goes on. But now Arabiya English has learned from its sources that claims alleging that Saudi Arabia and Qatar had arrested Mossad agents planting bombs in Gulf countries are baseless and also untrue. The claims began circulating widely after US journalist and broadcaster Tucker Carlson said the two Gulf neighbors had arrested Israeli Mossad agents planning bombings in those countries. This prompted the Qatari Foreign Ministry to strongly deny it. More details with Catalina Marchand de Aubray.
Have you seen a clip claiming Mossad agents were arrested in Qatar and Saudi Arabia for planning bombings? It's been shared a lot online, but here's the real story. Tucker Carlson posted a video saying authorities in Qatar and Saudi Arabia arrested Israeli intelligence agents planning attacks. But the official response from Qatar's foreign ministry contradicts that. They've said they have no information about Mossad cells or arrests related to such a plot. In fact, Qatar has recently been a source of misinformation in the context of the Iran war. Qatar rejected a report by the Jerusalem Post claiming the Gulf state launched attacks inside Iran. Spokesperson Majed al-Ansari stated on X, Qatar has not been part of the campaign targeting Iran, and emphasized that Doha is exercising our right to self-defense and deterring Iranian attacks. He also called on media organizations to rely on official Qatari sources when reporting on the country's position. What has been reported via official channels, Qatari authorities say they recently arrested 10 people linked to two cells allegedly working for Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, accused of espionage and sabotage targeting sensitive and military infrastructure. So, the bottom line, no confirmed Mossad arrests in Qatar or Saudi Arabia, no credible sources backing Carlson's claims, and Qatar says it has no involvement in attacks on Iran and urges media to check official sources. And here's a crucial point. Spreading false news in Qatar is a serious crime. You can face up to 5 years in prison and fines up to $27,500 with penalties doubled if committed during wartime. So before sharing sensational claims, remember, in Qatar, fake news isn't just misleading, it's criminal.
Now, Iran's military says they have targeted the HQ of Iranian Kurdish forces in northern Iraq. One person has been killed and 3 have been injured in the Kurdish regions of both Iran, Iraq this week. It comes as President Trump tells Reuters he backs the Kurds launching an Iran offensive. So, Gemma, this is another front of the war that we are seeing open up at the moment, because we've been speaking about the different fronts that have been opening up as the war enters its 6th day. And it's really interesting. I don't know what you think, but how likely is it that the Kurds will join this fight? And we are getting some breaking news that I did see come through. Trump spoke to Kurdish leaders about US base in northern Iraq. So apparently the White House is saying Trump has spoken to Kurdish leaders.
Yeah, OK. So I would say that it's not guaranteed, but it's starting to look increasingly likely that the Kurds will join. And I doubt, though, that we're going to step in unless they've got certain assurances from the US, because they have been burnt in their dealings before with the US, which I know Shane is going to talk about later as well. Now, there are sources saying that the CIA has actually been in contact with, Kurdish leaders for several months now, and that the CIA does maintain an outpost in Iraq, in the Kurdish area of Iraq. So there has been that constant contact, and there has been contact between the US and political figures. And as you said, Trump has recently said, I'd be all for it with regards to a Kurdish offensive in Iran. I think very much they're looking at the Kurds being the boots on the ground. You know, America's going to provide the firepower, they're the ships and the drones and the aircraft, and the Kurds will be, on the ground there. So you've got fighters from 2 main groups here, which is the Kurdistan Freedom Party, PAK, and Kamala. And there are reports that they have actually moved closer to the Iranian border. You're most likely to see these insurgents coming across the border, and they're with the intention of, there's about four ways this could go. Now, they might operate on Iran's Kurdish northwest, which would open a new front, as we were saying. They might be the ones to take on the Iranian security forces, to kind of pin them down, distract them, while, the uprising from the protests that we've seen as well, so it kind of frees
this
those
organic
guys up.
movement they've been talking about, yeah.
You looking at sowing chaos in the region as well, chaos and dissent. And you're also looking at the fact that they might hold territory in the northern part of Iran, which would act as a buffer for Israel. So there are quite a few scenarios where the Kurdish could come in and effect quite big change in this war.
And it's so interesting, because I want to say the White House has once again said ground troops are not part of the plan for Iran operation at this time. But of course, also then saying Donald Trump has had this conversation with Kurdish leaders. It's such an interesting, pivotal moment, because for so long, no troops on the ground, no US troops on the ground, which was what Donald Trump was going to say. They were going to do it all by basically massive air power, this firepower that they have. So all this military armada has moved here. Now we see the game changing pretty quickly. And also, I think we forget that Iran has 90 million people in it. It's an
huge.
Absolutely huge country. And loads of different political and religious factions too. And we need to bear this in mind as we see these different elements coming involved. But Shane, I think Gemma sort of alluded to there, do the Kurds have enough trust in the US because of Syria? There's been a whole lot of things.
That is the big question, and it's a long, complicated history, which we don't have time tonight to go into. But obviously, Tehran sees this section as militants and separatists, and this has been a preemptive attack to try and reduce it, which will obviously probably just escalate them in terms of their sort of might to want to take action. But if we go back to sort of in some of the history, so the Kurds were involved in Iraq and Syria, like you said, and they were fighting the Islamic State, which was back in 2014 for about 5 years. And then, as you said, then in Syria, when the US pulled out, they felt completely abandoned and kind of left. And
they did a great job in Syria when it came to keeping ISIS under control.
So, like you said, they could be seen as the boots on the ground, but do they want to be sort of the ones that's taken advantage of to fight a US war when, like we said, is there a mandate and is there an exit plan? And you were saying about, you know, that the breaking news in terms of the US has spoken to the Kurdish leaders. But there was a lot of reports out earlier today saying that the US and Trump administration were going to sort of arm the Kurds. He has come out and said that he's not going to do that. So obviously while he backs them, he's not going to give them the mechanism to maybe do that. But that could change, you know, quite frequently as we've seen what's happened in this war and what's happened with Trump. But I think if you come back to it, yes, I think the Kurds have a good reason to be skeptical. But if the fronts are opening up more and Tehran is directly attacking them, then you know again my optimism is running a bit low, and I think it's probably likely that they will enter as well. Mm-hmm. And because they have there's a well-known Kurdish sort of motto or phrase saying "no friends but the mountains," which is quite tragic in some ways, and it's come about because they're so used to being abandoned by world superpowers. Mm-hmm. So. Yeah, it's just another point on the map where there's aggression that we're seeing in the region at the moment.
And I find it interesting because Donald Trump has actually been doing an interview today, and that was with Reuters. He did a telephone interview. He said that he backs the Kurds launching an Iran offensive. I think it's wonderful that they want to do that. He said, I'll be all for it. When asked if the United States would provide or had offered air convoy for any Kurdish offensive, Trump said, I can't tell you that. Mm-hmm. So you must remember that we're in a war at the moment. So we actually don't know how everything is happening behind diplomatic channels and in the shadows of war. I think that remains unclear, but this is definitely something that will be interesting to see. So thank you so much for your thoughts of that. Now we're going to move on to another story, and the US House of Representatives is voting on whether to block President Trump from taking further military action against Iran without the support of Congress. On Wednesday night, the Senate rejected limiting Trump's power to wage war as strikes continue. The vote comes amid concerns that the US could now be embroiled in another Middle East war. We saw that vote last night. I kind of feel like these votes are symbolic more than the fact that they're actually going to make a difference. Yeah. And that's something that I think people at home also need to understand. It's more of a symbolic vote in many respects. They can't really do anything.
No, it's political theatre on behalf of the Democrats, and they want to be just seen to be making a stand. Like, it's just quite simple. Like, if you look at the numbers, like you said, the Senate, the Republicans have 53 seats, the Democrats have 47. So I don't think many of them are going to change the side. I think there was one senator on the Republican side that switched before. So if you look at the House of Representatives, Republicans 220 seats, Democrats 215. So they have the sway. So this is not really going to go anywhere. It's all political theatre. And maybe if some of the Republicans did go to the side, then the next move is it goes to President Trump, and he's got a presidential veto on it. And then if the House wants to then overturn that presidential veto, it needs 2/3 of the numbers. So they don't even have that at the start. So this is all just part of the divisive theatre that we're seeing in American politics.
But I must also just mention something. We say it's political theatre, but it's also the bedrock of democracy.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, completely. Yeah, exactly. I'm not saying it shouldn't happen.
Yeah, no, but I agree with what you're saying. But I think sometimes we forget, right, that we've actually got processes in a democracy that make it that way.
Yeah, it's like they just want to make their point that they don't agree with this and that it shouldn't happen in terms of this war, and the vote won't happen. But I think they're also tapping into the public poll, which is more important, which I know you've been looking into quite a lot. And I think Trump is not winning the public vote in terms of this. And, the elections in the midterms are coming up in November, which, people will remember the scenes. Well, hopefully people have got short memories, unfortunately, at the moment. But I know you've been looking into the public polls of whether Trump has support on this or not.
Yeah. It's, the majority of Americans oppose the war from all these polls which have come out. You've got polls from Reuters, CNN and Washington Post. So the Washington Post found 52% oppose, CNN 59% disapprove, and then Reuters found only 27% support. So it's quite overwhelming. And I do actually think the crux of this is that Americans don't know what this war is about.
And I think that is such a great point. I really do, Gemma, because so many conversations that I've heard people saying, the main question about this US-Israeli war in Iran is why.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so that's
exactly.
Perfect.
Like we were here last week, and I was saying that I would prefer to see the regime change if it was to happen internally. And like we've seen the protests, and Trump said he would support the domestic uprising. And I was thinking it would make more sense for the regime change to come internally, because then it would have a mandate and it would be legitimate. And you know, I did say last week that I didn't think there was a legitimate reason to invade Iran. You know, like, why did we do it today? Why didn't we do it 6 months ago?
The timing
before?
of it.
So we don't.
Yeah.
We obviously don't know. There was some sort of intelligence that sort of led to this over the weekend. But they are the two big questions that we've been going on about all night. Is like, what is the mandate for entering and starting this war in Iran, and what is the exit strategy? And we won't know either of those for years to come, probably.
And Gemma, do you think that right now, if Donald Trump was able to tell the people why the war started, he could possibly sell it to them and get more support?
Well, it is about selling. You know, we were sold the Iraq war on weapons of mass destruction. It was a very clear reason, and it was only one reason. The waters weren't muddied with lots of other things. So, yeah, I do believe, because you want to unite people behind one thing. Now, what Trump is going to be battling at home is escalation. The longer this goes on, the greater the fear grows. We've already had 6 US servicemen and women who have been killed already. You're gone rising oil prices. The second that gas goes up at the gas station in the US, and you know they're filling up their trucks and they've got less money in their pocket at the end of the week, that is a huge thing for Americans. Now, public opinion in America has been a real driving force when it comes to ending or affecting a lot of the wars they've been involved in. And I do wonder, I remember in the Iraq war when these pictures were leaked, you saw all the coffins with the American flags over them, absolutely horrific images. And that was a pivotal turning point in public support for the war. Now, you've also got elections. Yes, so Trump's got another 3 years. Who knows how long this can drag on for? But I do remember Obama coming in on a platform of he's going to withdraw from, you know, Afghanistan, and that was one of his platforms as well. So has Trump also handed the Democrats quite a big platform?
And it's one of those things that we're going to have to wait to watch to see, because Donald Trump has been the president who said no more forever wars. Historical tweets have come out saying that because Barack Obama had such bad poll numbers, he's going to start a war in Iran, which never happened. You know, there's so many different theories.
And his inauguration, was it the Great Peacemaker that he called himself, I think, in the inauguration?
Unifier and peacemaker.
You know, and he was chasing the Nobel Peace Prize at one point.
But politicians are allowed to change their mind. That is something that they are allowed to do. But let's wait to see what happens here. Thank you for your thoughts on that. Now, a flight chartered by the UK government has left Oman today after significant delays on Wednesday night with boarding. It's believed around 300,000 British citizens have been affected by the ongoing conflict in the Middle East. I don't know, Gemma.
As far as evacuations go, it's a bit of a doozy, this one.
Yeah, it's a bit bad, isn't it? It's all been a little bit of a comedy show, but not for those people who want to get home.
No, obviously.
It's been a little bit of a comedy show from the British government, a bit of just what happened on Wednesday night, because people were on the runway, ready to go, and
nothing. So, yeah, this was a flight chartered by the UK government. It was to bring back, they say, vulnerable Britons, so people, I'm assuming maybe people with young children, you know, people who have been stranded, that kind of thing. And it was meant to leave Muscat, Oman's capital, on Wednesday, but it just stayed grounded. Now, the Home Office Minister, Alex Norris, he said it didn't take off because of operational reasons, getting passengers on board. And passengers have talked, shambles was a word that was used, about the wait times at check-in, wait times on the bus. Apparently, they were stuck on the bus for an hour as well, on the tarmac. And then it transpired that the captain had gone over his hours, and that the crew were actually sort of off the clock. You know, they'd already done their shift, and so that the flight was sort of technically illegal. So it was actually plagued by a comedy of errors, basically.
Yes.
It doesn't instill confidence that if things escalate, that the UK government is going to be sending in, you know, whether aircraft carriers or chartered flights to evacuate its own citizens. A further 7 flights are supposed to leave. I think you said that 1 left the UAE today.
Yes.
Yeah,
As far as I'm aware, 1 has left.
So 7 flights were earmarked for Thursday. Starmer has said that more than 4,000 people Brits have arrived back in the UK. You've got 130,000 Britons who have registered with the Foreign Office.
Yes.
Now, that's not an intention to leave. It's just saying, hey, we're here in the region and we want you to be aware of that. But it doesn't instill confidence.
It really doesn't instill confidence. And I think, as you did say, you know, we might look at this as a comedy act, but there's been people here who were on holiday. They want to get back to their families. We don't know if they have kids and dogs and animals, you know, those things to look after and what they have a duty of care for. And obviously, they're looking for the first flight out.
And, you know, there's not an awful lot of flights going out of the UAE, unfortunately, at the moment. And, you know, twice a day, you know, my colleagues get the numbers of how many cancellations there's been and how many have gone. And there is a lot of people going to Oman. And, you know, I've got sort of family members who were here on holiday, and they went to Muscat yesterday, and they flew out earlier today. So people are doing it. The Omani airlines are doing direct buses from, I think, like Sharjah and Fujairah, going directly to Muscat. And, you know, there was sort of reports of, like, you know, long tailbacks of the border of 3 hours, which, when my family members went, it was pretty fast. So it depends on what times you go, and they're staying in the hotels. So, and Oman does have a very low cancellation rate, I think, of about 30%. I saw when I read the article this morning. So I think Oman definitely seems to be sort of the corridor for people who are looking to go out. You know, in terms of my country in Ireland, they're flying people out. There was, you know. So, yeah, and it's good, like, because if you're over here on a tourist, it is very, you know, very worrying if you come on holiday for, you know, to lounge and get some winter sun, and then, you know, all of these sort of missiles and drones that you're seeing in the images. So I can see why people want to get out pretty quickly. And, you know, if it means then you have to drive 12 hours to Muscat to do it, then that's what people are doing.
And that's exactly right. But hopefully now the British government can get more of those flights out and see how that goes. And I also heard the US is doing a similar thing now. They're going to start chartering flights to repatriations home. But it's a huge undertaking for the government, because we're just talking about the figures there. It's thousands and thousands. I was hearing this will be one of the UK's biggest ever repatriation missions in modern times.
I think the thing is that a lot of the numbers that are being used is the number of people that have registered with the embassies. But, like, you know, my wife is British, I'm Irish. We've registered with the our embassies, but that doesn't mean we're getting on a flight to go out. So I think some of the reporting of that, you know, there's 250,000 Brits that are fleeing Dubai, and there's, like, you know, I don't know, thousands of Irish people. I think that's just people who've registered because you want to get information from your embassy. So I think, you know, some of it has been a little bit overinflated in terms of what is happening. But yeah, people are now starting to fly out, and I think that's good. But I think it's a few more days before the Emirates ramps up to full capacity last week.
Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Now, it's that time of the show where Gemma and Shane have chosen 2 of their quirkiest stories of the day. And Shane, yours is all about, I can't find my notes,
comedy.
But it's all about comedy. Dubai comedy.
Yes. So when I moved here, like, nearly 20 years ago, you must know the Laughter Factory as well. It's iconic, and Gail, who runs it, is a legendary figure across all of Dubai. So I was delighted to see that the shows are going ahead from Friday, and they're going into next week. And there's a lot of big names that have played on the Laughter Factory over the years. You know, Michael McIntyre, Dara O'Brien, to name just a few.
I love Dara.
Yeah, exactly.
It's really fun.
You know, and he's playing, you know, huge arenas now and stuff. So he played there, and there's a whole long list of famous names. But yeah, it's restarting again. But what I thought was really nice, I spoke to Gail earlier today, and she was saying, and I was saying, like, well, what comedians are going to come out to play on Friday. But 2 years ago, she set up an academy to train the next sort of level of startup comedians, from organically within Dubai. And these are now all playing, and they've already been doing it for like a couple of years. So it's kind of good that that this is kind of what's happening. And the reason she had to do that is because the cost of flying sort of comedians from, say, Manchester, London, Toronto was so expensive, and hotels in Dubai were so expensive.
Yeah.
So if you go, it'll be local comedians. So I would say go and support them. And if you can't laugh now, when can you laugh, really?
That is so true. And also, it's nice to have homegrown talent.
Yeah.
And a comedy club or something is a little bit lighter, isn't it? Lighten the mood. And yours is about, Gemma, I love your story because it's about Jim Carrey and a conspiracy theory. But just before you get into it, we were talking about this earlier. And in my whole life, I've never written a fan letter to anyone except Jim Carrey. Okay. And I was a young child, well, I wasn't really that young, maybe 8, and I lived in Botswana, Salibi Piqui, and I don't know if we actually had post, but I remember being absolutely insistent that I was going to find an address for Jim Carrey. I think I went through like every magazine that ever existed, and he never wrote back to me. Terrible.
This is your chance to air your grievances.
I know.
As I say, what was it about the millionaire Jim Carrey that attracted you?
No, I didn't fancy him. I just loved how funny he was. You remember all the films he did? Dumb and Dumber, Ace Ventura.
I still laugh at Ace Ventura.
It's amazing.
It's still hilarious. It's never not funny.
I know, but let's talk about what's gone so wrong
What's going on? What's he doing?
Well, Jim Carrey here, he's at the Caesars, which, as we know, is like the French Oscars. It's a big awards show, and he was being honoured for all the unforgettable characters that he's created over the years. But what was unforgettable here was how different Jim Carrey now looks. Now, this has started quite an array of quite entertaining conspiracy theories online, but the main one is that that's not Jim Carrey.
Yeah.
That he sent an impersonator in his place. Now, Jim Carrey, or, Timu Jim Carrey. He also did his acceptance speech in French.
Wow.
Although I think if you were to ask a French person, they would disagree that, what he was doing was French. So, yeah, lots of conspiracy theories. Was this Jim Carrey? Because in the past, he has talked in interviews about sending out decoys. To attract the paparazzi, and he thought that was very funny to have decoys. The fact that he looks so different, which cosmetic surgeons have said could be the result of, he's had some treatments and there's swelling. But I like to think it's not Jim Carrey, and it's.
Would you like to send a decoy to work sometime, though?
I would like to send a letter to decoy Jim Carrey and see if he replies.
Yeah. I must admit, I've just been looking at those pictures of Jim Carrey. Okay, I think people are being a little bit harsh. It does look like Jim Carrey. He does look like he's probably had a hair transplant. He looks like
face transplant.
I wonder what he's done there. Is it? I'm not quite sure, but it is sad though when I look at pictures of celebrities as they get older, i.e. Jim Carrey. We've seen it so many time and time again. They have such bodged cosmetic surgery.
I know you've got that amount of money and you've got access to the best surgeons. Like, why can't you just get good surgery?
Yeah.
I know you mentioned what's the mother of the
Kris Jenner.
Like, that's quite amazing. I have to say.
Her deep plane facelift was between $150,000 and $200,000.
Yeah. But there have been some men who've had
money.
some awful facelifts as well.
Mickey Rourke springs to mind.
Yes,
actually.
of course.
Yeah.
He, and Michael Jackson.
This looks like I'm obviously not an expert. This looks like a chin surgery.
Yes.
And jawline surgery has become a huge thing in Hollywood. You will see it whenever you look at sort of famous actors now. You will see it. It's all along the jawline and it's the chin and also the cheekbones. It's very much lower face here. What we're seeing,
like Zac Efron vibes. But I must say one thing. I still love Jim Carrey.
Yeah.
I still think, you know what? I think it's him. I'd like to believe that he can speak French, and he went there and he gave a great speech, and
Yeah.
And that one day he will write back.
Jim Carrey, write back to me. Thanks to our guests for today. News editor of Arabian Gold Business Insight, Shane McGinley, and correspondent and columnist Gemma White. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Follow us on X, GNT. Coming up next. Goodbye and thank you.
to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up today on this day 6, we get the latest on the conflict in Iran. We'll be asking the US General Keith Kellogg what the US-Israeli joint operation in Iran has achieved so far. Plus, we'll be asking what was Iran's rationale for targeting Gulf countries and bringing them into this conflict. All of that to come. Hello and welcome to the programme. As Iran vows escalation, the US President Donald Trump is saying that the US and its ally Israel are making progress in the war, claiming that anyone lined up to replace the Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei will, quote, end up dead. Well, President Trump has also said he was proud to have terminated the nuclear agreement, which he called the Obama deal, blaming the former US President Barack Obama for, in his view, giving Iran a green light to pursue a nuclear weapon.
We're doing very well on the war front, to put it mildly, I would say. Somebody said, on a scale of 10, where would you rate it? I said about a 15. It's 47 years they've been killing our people and killing people from all over the world, and I think we have great support. And I think if we didn't do it first, they would have done it to Israel. And if we didn't terminate the worst deal, one of the worst deals ever made, the Obama nuclear deal, I call it the Obama nuclear deal, where he gave everything to Iran, including a nuclear weapon. It was a road to a nuclear weapon. Bad things would have happened 4 years ago, because they would have had a weapon 4 years ago if I didn't terminate that deal. Their leadership is just rapidly going. Everybody that seems to want to be a leader, they end up dead.
Well, let's get the latest on the ground now. And new footage is showing widespread destruction across Tehran after 6 days of US-Israeli strikes, with explosions reported across the Iranian capital earlier on today. Meanwhile, in Israel, the military says that Iran has launched fresh attacks after explosions were seen in the skies there. Well, let's bring into the conversation Lieutenant General Keith Kellogg, who is a former US Special Envoy for Ukraine under President Trump. He joins us from Washington. General Kellogg, what a pleasure to have you with us on the programme today. A couple of days ago, you praised President Trump for doing, quote, an exceptional job with Operation Epic Fury. I'd like to ask for your assessment on this day 6 of what this joint US-Israeli operation in Iran has achieved so far.
Yeah, thank you, Michael. It's good to be with you. Look, let me start at the high level and kind of work it down to a more reasonable level. This is not something new, because President Trump has been trying to do this since the first Trump administration, when we walked away from the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, the JCPOA. And there was a concern at the time that they were moving towards developing the Iranians a nuclear weapon. They were enriching uranium well above the 3 to 5%, which you need for hospitals or anything commercial. And they were doing a breakout to 60% or greater. You get to about 80% of enrichment, you're going to have potential to have weapons-grade uranium. And then where are you going to be if you develop a nuclear weapon? At the same time, we were concerned about their missile fleet they were developing. They had missiles, not ICBMs, they had medium-range ballistic missiles and local missiles that could range all the way to France. And the question was, why are you doing that? So it was a destabilization of the region. That was a big concern, destabilization, because if they got a weapon, would the Saudis get a weapon? Would the UAE get a weapon? Would the Omani's get a weapon. Who would get weapons of mass destruction? So the intent was to prevent that. So, and when you look at that, that's where his kind of thought process was. If he was just trying to prevent somebody getting a weapon with a theocratic government, meaning the Iranians, that would chant in the morning death to America or death to Israel, basically death to anybody. So all those things came together, and the president decided to ask, realizing it was an enormous task. And what I mean by that, Michael, when you look at Iran, it's a huge country. When you take, it's the size of the UK, Spain, France, and Germany combined. So it wasn't an easy task to do. But the whole intent was just to, one, eliminate their developing of a weapon of mass destruction, a nuclear weapon, which would destabilize totally the Middle East. As a end result, and we're into the fight already, into the war now, the fact is we've eliminated most of the theocratic leaders that you see in Iran right now, kind of bring them back to the kind of the rule of nations, the friendly nations that are out there. When the president says, well, this could be 3 weeks or 4 weeks, the whole intent is probably regime change in the sense moving from a theocratic government to a secular government would be the best thing for the Gulf to happen. Get rid of that friction point that we have, not only for ourselves, but our friends, the the Saudis, our friends throughout the Gulf region. So that's where we're at today. And so far today, the 6th day of the operation, it's turned out to be quite successful. I mean, look at the amount of equipment that we have lost compared to their loss of equipment. And it's just dramatic. And our dramatic is also, if I would say to any leader of a nation, you know, the Russians gave them and the Chinese have given the Iranians their best equipment, the S-400 air defense systems, their drone systems, their ICBMs. We've taken them out and with no loss. So I'd say to anybody, my recommendation is don't buy Russian, don't buy Chinese. We have proven we are first in class and go from there.
General Kellogg, let me just put this to you. We've heard from the U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth saying that the U.S. has near air supremacy, so presumably dominance over Iranian airspace. And I'm wondering what that changes as far as this joint U.S.-Israeli operation is concerned.
Yeah, it allows you operationally, when you know the three realms of operation, strategic, operational, and tactical, it allows you to use all of your equipment now. For example, we just started using the B-52s. You can use them over target. When we started, we used standoff weapons, meaning precision weapons you can fire from a distance. So what that allows you to do, it allows you to use your whole weapon suite that you have in your inventory. It's just not the F-22s or the F-35 or the Lucas system. Now you can use the F-15 Strike Eagle. You can use the B-52s. You can use everything you've got in your inventory. So it allows you to ramp up, gives you more combat power. So where their combat power has been diminished, going down, ours is actually going up. So we can allow more things to happen on the battlefield. So in that regard, when you get to air supremacy, you basically made sure that you can fly and do anything over your targets that you wanted.
And what are those targets? What are the main targets you think Israel and the United States has been going for up until now? And do you see that range of targets changing?
No, to back to front, I don't see it changing until we eliminate them. I think the target list is, you look at the nuclear devices, you look at the enrichment facilities that you have. We all know about Natanz or Fordo or Esfahan, but any place that has got nuclear, an ability to develop nuclear weapons. The second is their missile fleet. They have the most advanced missile fleet. And so we're taking out their production, we're taking out the missile fleets and the drones as well. And then the third issue is leadership. You're decapitating leadership. It's a theocratic government. It's religious-led when you look at it, and we've taken out all the leaders. You know, every time there's a new leader announced, like so-and-so, he's gone by the end of the day. So those three things put together is kind of the campaign plan in the most gross levels. We're not talking about putting troops on the ground. Iran, that's the reason I made that comment about Iran being so big. And you do it. There are certain places you can use ground troops. And there may be a way to do that, which is securing Karg Island as an example, which is 80 to 90% of their, not production level, but their transit level. They load tankers. They load up to 10 super tankers from that facility and able to transport it. So you're attacking them economically as well. So they're looking at the whole range, military, economic, leadership as well. So those 3 targets sets are going to continue to be attacked until they're basically none. And then they'll make the determination, hopefully the Iranian people will make the determination that we don't like a theocratic government. We want a rather diplomatic or a much more of a democratic type government. But that'll be up to the Iranian people, not up to us.
Okay, so you're not excluding the necessity for some troops on the ground in some capacity, perhaps at a later stage. Is my understanding correct?
Well, yeah, I think where you'd want to put them, the answer is yes and no. I don't think you're going to involve the 82nd and 101st Airborne Division going on the ground in Iran. But there are certain places you could use them. I'll give you 2. One, you could put them on Karg Island, and it is an island, and it's offshore, and you can protect your troops, and you hit them economically because 90% of their oil comes through Karg Island. The second place is on the Straits of Hormuz. You take down places like Bandar Abbas. You take a place where you make sure they can't do something from the shoreline that can impact any ships going through the Straits of Hormuz. And what I'm talking about, anti-ship missiles that they could put on the land and shoot. We've already sunk their Navy, so I'm not worried about the naval assets. But those are the 2 places. Other than that, I don't see a place you'd want to put troops. When you look at the geography of that country, it would really be hard to do. And just the sheer size of the country would make it hard to do. So I don't think ground troops will be put on the ground. I just mentioned 2 areas that have a possibility, a potential for doing that, and that's all.
Okay. Let's talk about the strikes that Iran has been carrying out across the Gulf on GCC countries. I'd like to ask you whether the air supremacy we were talking about just a few minutes ago is going to enable the United States and Israel to put a stop to those strikes that Iran has been carrying out. Is that something that will become more possible as a result of that dominance over Iranian airspace?
Yeah, Tom, I think it will, because each day goes by, we are tracking the reduction of their ability to shoot medium-range ballistic missiles or drones, which they've got a huge inventory. So that is not going to go to zero for a short period of time. That's the reason the president said this campaign isn't a one and done one day or a week. It can go up to a month just to eliminate their capacity to produce and to shoot those kind of missile systems or drone systems in the future. So as every day goes by, their ability to shoot medium-range ballistic missiles or drones goes down. So the answer is yes, and there's a reason for that, both their supply and our ability to target them as we go forward.
And General Kellogg, what's your understanding, what's your interpretation of why Iran sought to target those GCC countries in the first place? What do you think Iran was hoping it would achieve?
Well, I think they were hoping there'd be some reaction and put pressure on the United States. Here's the problem you've got, Tom, is when you start, and the reason why we're doing it, is when you start taking out the leadership of a country, the command and control of a country, their ability to make good decisions goes down because they don't have the leadership, they don't have the counsels, the advice of senior advisors. So every time you do that, it's great. And what happens is somebody clearly told them, well, if we do this, then it's a payback to not only the Gulf countries, but also countries like, or places like Cyprus or out of the region as well. So their ability to do that is trying to get influence in the United States. I would say that's really a dumb move because you're not going to influence President Trump. He's going to react the way he wants to, and he's going to get the advice from his advisors on what to do next. And then the Israelis are doing that. In the long term, this whole effort kind of resets the Middle East. When you look at it, you get the development of the Abraham Accords. It brings a threat for everybody down, meaning the Iranians. We know that the Iranians and the Iraqis have fought before. It eliminates that potential. And you go back from being a theocratic government, going back to being, what I would call bring a nation back into the Council of Nations.
There have been lots of developments. Things have moved very quickly these last 6 days. I'd like to ask you about one notable development. Kurdish forces have begun a ground operation inside Iranian territory. It appears they are supporting the US war effort. And I'd like to ask you what you think the significance of this is and what do you think it will change?
I don't think it's going to change anything. I think it's going to change very little. I mean, it sounds really good. The Kurds have launched a ground operation, but they don't have the combat power to do anything. They don't have an air force, because they're using ours. They don't have any long-range artillery. They can't do anything in holding and seizing terrain. I think it's a good soundbite, but I don't think operationally and tactically it's going to do anything. I mean, maybe it make the Kurds feel good, but I think politically it won't do anything. And, you know, when you look at it, and I mentioned, I should have said this earlier, you know, when President Trump is doing this, he's not doing this for himself. He's doing this for the next generation. So he doesn't have a generation of Americans and allies as well that have to deal with this. He wants to deal with it now, get it off the table, and we can focus in on China from the United States or anywhere else. And it allows us to basically develop that ability to do that. So I answered the Kurd question, and I had to go back and doing it while we're doing this. Trump thought he needed to do this now.
Okay, I mean, just reverting to the point about ground troops and boots on the ground, and obviously hesitance and reluctance on the part of the United States to go down that road, given history of the last 2 decades. I mean, the Iraqi Kurds do share a long border with Western Iran. Could they not, therefore, fill that void of ground troops that perhaps the United States might not want to deploy?
Well, sure they could. You know, Tom, they really can do that. But it's one of those, they don't have the combat power or the ability to do that. You've got to have the ability to do that. And they really have got basically light infantry is where the Kurds really have. And they can penetrate to a certain distance, but they're not going to be a true game changer. It just causes probably the Iranians another problem. But I don't think they're going to make a large difference in the fight going on right now.
Okay. We have been told that Iran has not requested any military aid from either Russia or China. We know they are allied. They carried out joint military operations only in the last couple of weeks. Do you see either of Russia or China perhaps coming to Iran's aid in its hour of need?
No, I don't. I think they're kind of wanting to sit this one out. I think because they looked at their equipment and their ability to react, and it's really almost limited. They can't really do anything. They've now given the Iranians their best systems, meaning their air defense systems or their missile systems, and didn't do anything. I think where it's going to affect is the Chinese, because, for example, if we stop the flow of oil to China, that even though they don't take all the oil from Iran, 10% of their industry, their imports are Iranian oil. So if you start cutting that out, it's going to affect them economically. And the Chinese, I think if they'll develop anything and send the Iranians any help, it'll be on this shore-to-ship missile systems that they can use in Bandar Abbas or somewhere in the Gulf. But right now, I think they're saying that I'm going to sit this out. I think that's a clear message to those that have depended on Russia and China and help them, that when the push comes to shove, they won't be there, or if they are there, they're going to bring in substandard equipment.
Okay, I want to ask you another question. 2 days ago, you said on Fox News that you believe that the Iranian people would soon take control of their government. Why? There haven't been any signs, have there, of Iranians rising up against their leaders this last 6 days since the US-Israeli operation began. Why do you think that's happened? Why hasn't that happened yet, do you think?
Well, I think partially is because so many of the leaders and the forces were killed by the Iranians last month when they did go into the streets. There are reports of up to 30,000 were killed. I don't know the number on that, but that's just a number. So they went to the streets once and they got whacked pretty good. And the President of the United States has told them to stay indoors and do anything. I think as the ability, especially of the Revolutionary Guard, is diminished because they really protect the state, you're going to see that change. And I think you're going to start seeing more popular forces come out in the open and demonstrate against it when the threat is limited. The Army's not really involved yet, the Iranian Army. It's really the Republican Guard who's been involved with it, and they really protect the state. So I think the jury's still out. It's only 6 days. Let's see what happens next week.
All right, we're going to have to leave it there. We're out of time. Thank you so much for joining us here on Al Arabiya English. Lieutenant General Keith Kellogg, thank you for your time, sir.
Thanks, Tom. Appreciate it.
Across the region, explosions have been reported in Qatar and Bahrain today, while Iran claims it struck a US tanker in the northern Gulf, setting it alight. Meanwhile, the United Arab Emirates says it intercepted 6 Iranian missiles and 131 drones. Well, another country has now been drawn into the conflict, Azerbaijan, which says it was attacked by 2 Iranian drones. That's a claim that Iran is denying. Well, let's get more now. We're joined by Dr. Abdelaziz Sagar, who is the chairman of the Gulf Research Center, which is a Saudi-based think tank. He joins us from Jeddah. Dr. Sagar, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. There's lots of
having me today.
Thank you. There's so much we can talk about, and obviously tensions are high right across this region. I wanted to start by asking you why you think Tehran carried out those strikes on GCC nations during the course of these last 6 days?
Well, I think their assumption, which is wrong, by expanding the territory of the war and involving the Gulf countries, that they can put a pressure on the US either to stop it or to change the attitude or to reduce the attack on them. But that assumption is wrong for 2 reasons. One, Saudi Arabia and the rest of the Gulf country, they cannot force the US to do anything that the US would not like to do. The US have been negotiating with Iran, and the Iranians have chosen not to deliver what the US want. And on that basis, the US decided that they will carry with Israel a military operation to achieve the goals that they have talked about it in their statement.
Okay, so clearly you're saying Iran has misread the situation, and we're in a situation now where diplomats and staff at embassies, including in Riyadh's diplomatic quarter, are sheltering today. And I'd like to ask you, what's been the reaction there in Saudi Arabia to these airstrikes across the region, and specifically in Saudi Arabia? Do you think they took people by surprise, or was there some degree that this was expected?
No, I think it took us all by surprise, because we thought after all the big efforts Saudi Arabia and the rest of the Gulf country, including Oman and other countries in the region and Qatar, have tried to mediate, to encourage the dialogue and to encourage the discussion and to encourage the de-escalation, which have led to the meeting in Muscat and in Geneva. As a result of that sort of positive effort and vibe was coming out of the Gulf countries, the Iranians have decided to attack the Gulf countries, hoping by expanding this war zone and include the Gulf countries that they can use them as a leverage to pressure the US. On the other hand, I think they're making a big mistake because if they stay in power, whoever left from the regime there, they still need to have a better relation with the Gulf countries. And that not sure it will happen. As we have seen, Qatar and UAE have decided to withdraw their ambassadors. And I'm sure the more they continue, it's going to push for diplomatic withdrawal of ambassadors, and also maybe some other political decision will take. So if you stay in power, you still need to deal with the Gulf. You cannot deal with the Gulf and that you have gun and attack the people and the civilian, the hotels, airport, and also critical oil facilities.
So you're saying a deep sense of surprise that it's come to this, that diplomatic missions, including in the Saudi capital, have come under attack. Is that surprise accompanied by a deep sense of disappointment for the reasons you just gave?
of course, it's a major disappointment. This is against the Vienna Convention, against the Geneva Convention, against the international law. Normally, diplomatic institute and the diplomatic premises is very well respected and protected, and they have violated all of that.
Okay. I mean, obviously, Dr. Sagar, in a situation like this, there are all sorts of reports that get circulated, some of them true, some of them untrue. One claim that has made a few headlines lately is a claim made by the media personality Tucker Carlson, who alleged that some Mossad intelligence agents, that's Israeli intelligence agents, have been detained in Qatar and also in Saudi Arabia. They were allegedly, according to him, suspected of planning attacks inside allied Arab nations. Now, we had a guest on this channel yesterday from Saudi Arabia who repeated those claims that Saudi Arabia had captured or detained those Mossad agents. I just wanted to ask you what you make of these claims.
Well, conspiracy theory in a situation like this can be always a big bromo, and it makes the news. I don't think the Saudi government have officially announced anything like this. I don't think there has been any evidence, supporting and endorsing such things. In fact, today there was reported by Reuters or by other agencies that Qatar and Saudi Arabia denied, such an issue. So I think if the journalists who have said it, he has an evidence, he might be willing to share that evidence and present it. But I don't think, and at the same time, having a Mossad agent, you still need to have an operation. You cannot just do it by being 1 or 2 or 5 agents. You still need to have a launcher, you still need to have the drone, you still need to, there are many other requirements to be able to achieve such a thing. So I don't subscribe to that story. I think it's a part of the stories that people like to tell during such a situation.
Yeah, part of the fog of war, some might call it.
Yeah.
I'd just like to ask you, I mean, given what you said at the beginning, do you think it could be argued that one of Tehran's perhaps biggest miscalculations has been the fact that they have brought the Gulf nations even closer together to each other and to Washington by carrying out these strikes that they began last Saturday? What do you make of that?
Well, I think the Gulf countries, of course, it makes them together. We have seen the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia calling all the leadership in the region and, showing solidarity. We have seen the Gulf Ministerial Council, the GCC Ministerial Council's meetings took place and also condemn with the strongest word what Iran have done. I think there are 3 steps, in my opinion. The Gulf countries remain committed, to the diplomatic and political resolving of the issues between the U.S. and the Iranian. But at the same time, if there is no, result on that side, definitely they have declared clearly that they would not allow the usage of their land, sea, and air by any forces to do an attack in Iran. However, now they have been attacked. I can't see a good reason to hold to such a commitment, despite of the confirmation of sticking to such a commitment by the different authority in the region. The third option, of course, will be, in case of that continue, we are going to see them forced to take an action by striking from where the fire and the launching have taken place from Iran. I hope we don't go to that level, because in the end of the day, we need to live together, and we do not wish to see that a war has been launched, from their side to us, and we are forced to retaliate, to such a thing.
So you're saying you think, Dr. Sagar, that there is a good chance that we will see Gulf nations supporting the United States more openly in this conflict with Iran?
Well, the United States is, we are the closest partner to it, and we have different sort of security agreement and arrangement. They are the largest defense supplier to us in the region. And at the same time, we understand their position. We did not wish to see situation going to confrontation and war, but at the same time, definitely we will support the U.S. in its effort to try to bring stability and security. And you can see today how much the Iranians are doing in terms of damage. Even when you look at to the energy market, more than 200 vessels have been stopped from crossing the Strait of Hormuz, and this has an impact on the price of shipping, price of insurance, oil prices, all economic situation, all economics related issues. So without the U.S. guaranteeing the passage of the vessels and tankers on the Gulf to cross through the Red Sea, I think to cross through the Strait of Hormuz, it's going to be more difficult for everybody.
One of the things that makes this conflict more difficult to sort of understand and to predict what path it might take is we can't really be sure who is in charge and who's calling the shots in Iran, can we?
No, because this is why we hear a different contradictory statement from different sides in Tehran. We hear the foreign minister saying one thing, we hear Larijani saying something, and now after the funeral we will see the nominated Murshid, what is he going to say. I think there has been a lot of, according to the Iranian foreign minister statement and interview, there has been some standby order before and after the killing of the Murshid. Those people start implementing, whether inside Iran from the different military cells or outside, like in Iraq or in Hezbollah in Lebanon. But at the same time, it is very clear that they're losing a lot of momentum. They are losing a lot of their missile and launcher capability. They're losing a lot of their internal domestic support, because now we start seeing different ethnic group in Iran trying to take a lead in the domestic uprising, such as the Kurd and such as the Baluch and the Azerian. They expanded the war zone not only to the Gulf country, they've included Jordan, they included Iraq, also Turkey, Azerbaijan. So I think that shows there's a lack of wisdom and there's a lack of experience in terms of running or confrontation in a war zone, what to do.
Right, and you use that word experience, and it does seem to me that if senior, more experienced commanders in Iran have been killed in large numbers, there is a danger, isn't there, that we've got younger, less experienced individuals who are, to some extent,
more fanatic,
taking matters into their own hands and being more fanatic, as you said.
Well, there is a danger on that one. This is why it's very important to monitor, to watch and see. I think what will be very interesting is to see the final U.S. objective. Is it regime change? Is it regime surrender? Is it getting rid of the whole regime and bringing up a new sort of government to rule in Iran? Definitely, it's not in the interest of anybody in the region here or any country in the region to see a fanatic, extremist, radical regime there representing a threat to the whole region. Since 47 years, the region have lived with the model of exporting revolution, of interventionist policy, of expansionist policy, of using sectarianism as a dimension of interventionist policy in the region, and also threatening the maritime issues and the energy. So our energy security, our maritime and all those issues, that's what the regime have adopted since the Iranian revolution.
Now, Saudi Arabia is just a short distance from Iran, just across the Arabian Gulf. What is Saudi Arabia's desired outcome? What would an ideal future Iran look like as far as Saudi Arabia is concerned?
Saudi Arabia still believes, with the rest of the Gulf country, that the political regime inside Iran, it's an Iranian issue and for the Iranian people, and they wish them the best to have the right selection. They totally would never accept interventionist policy by Iran in any one of the Arab country or the neighborhood. They wanted to see security and stability. They would like to see whoever runs the government in Iran focusing on the domestic development. They have the right to protect themselves, but in no way we are going to endorse or support any militarization of the nuclear program. Unfortunately, what Iran have proven that this nuclear program is not for a peaceful or use as they claimed. In fact, the fact that the foreign minister have told the U.S. representative in the meeting, Witkoff in Geneva, that with the 60% enriched uranium, they can come up with 11 atomic bombs. I think that's a very, very serious statement. Using nuclear as a deterrent totally is unacceptable in the region. We would like to see a peaceful Iran. The Iranian nations deserve to have a better life and a better, governance and also development domestically. They have been suffering from high inflation, very high rate of exchange, lack of services, unwanted lack of ability to deal with the others. So I think what we are looking for is a friendly nation, to live next door with.
Okay, and just to conclude, Dr. Sagar, we're now on day 6 of this conflict. Does the progress in terms of what's been achieved by the Israelis and the Americans and what's been achieved by the Iranians, some could argue, does that give us any clearer idea of what sort of a time frame we might be looking at?
I don't think the Iranian has a greater capability in terms of offensive or defensive. Defensive, most of their capability in terms of radar and launching, capability of the long-range ballistic missiles. Again, don't forget, most of their missiles, it's a liquid, and that requires some time to heat, and that could be detected by the satellite or even by the reconnaissance aircraft on the sky. I think we have seen the deterioration and the reduced number of attack from the Iranian. What they are left with is a drone capability and also some short-range missiles, which they are using it to some extent. They may have some cyber capability to disturb the vessels and also floating mines. And some very limited, they have taken it from other countries, underwater capability that can affect the vessels. But in general, I think with all the big effort from the US and the Iranian, which is from the American and the Israeli, have destroyed a lot of their militant capability, including location, command control, naval capability. I think the lesson the American gave, to hit the frigate in front of the Indian Sea also was important, that they expand. 1/3 of the U.S. naval capabilities already in the water. And I think the Iranians should take it damn serious. They are not here to, as a tourism. I think they're here to do, to finish a mission. But personally, I don't think it's going to take long. I think we are coming toward the second half of the end. So maybe short time, and it depends how far the order will come to the, to the forces to continue and the different targeted. Now they cannot be intercepted because they have destroyed that interception. So what is left with the Iranian is a limited resources.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Dr. Abdulaziz Sagar, Chairman of the Gulf Research Center. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Now let's take a look at the situation in Lebanon, where there has been spillover from the conflict. As Israel ramps up its strikes, Israel's warning residents to evacuate Beirut's Hezbollah-controlled southern suburbs. Well, the warning has sparked panic, with people fleeing large parts of Beirut. This in the context now of full-scale hostilities between Israel and the Iran-backed group. Well, we're joined now by Dr. Imad Salameh, who's a senior Middle East policy expert and professor of political science and international affairs at the Lebanese American University. He joins us from Beirut. Dr. Salameh, thank you very much indeed for being with us on Arabiya English. Here we are on day 4 of full-scale hostilities between Hezbollah and Israel. We're in a situation where Lebanon has once again been dragged into a war by Hezbollah. I'd like to start by asking you why the Lebanese government and why the Lebanese army didn't stop this from happening, given that there was an element of inevitability about it all.
Well, Tom, actually, the Lebanese government tried as much as possible within its capacities to restrain Hezbollah and to prevent Hezbollah's retaliations or attacks on Israel, but evidently it failed to do so or to accomplish that task, because prior to Hezbollah's attack, the president summoned leaders from Hezbollah, political wing at least, and as well as the speaker, who is also a Shiite leader, Nabih Berri, also were receiving positive messages from Hezbollah that the party will not be engaged in any military activities across the borders. And at the same time, the American embassy here in Lebanon also assured the Lebanese government that if Hezbollah did not attack, there will be no retaliations from the Israeli side. However, what happened the second day was totally surprising to all political leaders in the country. And Hezbollah just took the initiative, attacked, launched missiles against Israel. And these missiles hardly reached or went across the border. They were intercepted, so their impact were evidently useless, in terms of what the achievement were. And actually, the entire population and all political leadership in the country were extremely shocked and upset about what Hezbollah has been, what Hezbollah has done. As you know, the political establishment and the Lebanese army here in the country have been trying so hard to comply with the Israeli requests and the American requests through what is called the Coordination Mechanism Committee that attempted to disarm Hezbollah south of the Litani River and eventually in the rest of the country. However, and despite all the efforts made by the Lebanese army to do so in the south of the Litani River, and despite government attempts to comply and act on a diplomatic routes, all these attempts were proven useless, and Hezbollah just started this this war, it seems so.
Okay, so Dr. Salameh, everyone's been telling us how weakened Hezbollah is, and as you just said, they couldn't even fire any meaningful artillery into Israeli territory during the last couple of days. What they did was purely symbolic. So given how weak they are, why didn't the Lebanese government and the Lebanese army decide to forcibly disarm Hezbollah? Isn't now the time?
Yes, but as you know, the Lebanese army is not strong either. The Lebanese army has been facing very challenging time in terms of its resources as well as its funding. The Lebanese soldier hardly is paid $200, and those money typically are paid to the Lebanese army from foreign countries. That's one thing. So the Lebanese army on the ground is challenged by the spread out of Hezbollah and its ability to submerge within civilian populations in small towns and urban areas. So the task to forcibly disarm Hezbollah by the Lebanese army requires much more efforts and resources, at least from a logistical and equipment level. But also the Lebanese army is facing political challenge as well, because much of the soldiers and the leaders of the Lebanese army are also of mixed sectarian composition. Some of them are Shiite. And army feared that if they went into confrontation with Hezbollah, and this confrontation was expressed or received as a sectarian attack against the Shia community, then a breakout within Lebanese army can possibly happen. So it requires significant political and sectarian support, as well as equipment and funding for the Lebanese army to be able to take on such a decision. Nonetheless, the Lebanese government has been doing various things. One of them is that Council of Ministers has issued a statement banning the military activities and basically the military wing of Hezbollah. It has ordered the army to arrest anyone defying such an order, and including the Lebanese army. It has also demanded that the Lebanese army move on to the second phase of this, second phase into its disarmament of the party throughout the Lebanese country, and not only of the south of Litani. Now it can move to the north of Litani River. And also it has banned any activities or presence of the Iranian Revolutionary Guards in the country. And now it has also requested that all Iranians trying to come to Lebanon are required to have a visa before entry to the country. So the Lebanese government is trying hard to show good faith to the Americans and to the Israelis, as well as expressing willingness to be engaged in political dialogue with the Israeli, not only security. But all these efforts seems to be receiving, not being well received by the Israeli, who don't believe that the Lebanese government can actually act on its promises, given well-entrenched Hezbollah in the country.
Okay, I mean, let's talk about what Israel has been saying the last 24 hours or so. I think it was yesterday the Israeli military ordered residents in the south of Lebanon, in a large area that amounts to about 8% of Lebanon's total territory, to evacuate. Israel says it's establishing a buffer zone in that area. What's your understanding of what the purpose of that whole set of movements is?
Well, Israel is doing many things, including asking the people in the south of Litani River to move northward. So basically, we're talking about close to 500,000 people, and this will create a massive humanitarian disaster in the country. It is also now asking all the people in the southern district of Beirut also to move out, and this is another very strong concentration of the Shia population in that area. So we're talking about close to 1 million people now being displaced, and this is going to create a massive situation of a humanitarian disaster. Also, you could describe this approach of the Israeli as what is called the Dahi doctrine, a doctrine that was developed by the Israeli in order to destroy. And now, we're receiving a call by the Israeli army that the Dahi will be subjugated to kind of carpet bombing. This is what is called the massive destruction. What the Israelis are trying to achieve out of this is first to change the demographic composition of the country by spreading out the Shia population instead of having the Shia population and primarily those who supported Hezbollah concentrated either in very strongholds and around urban areas or along the Israeli borders. So by displacing this population, they will create a kind of demographic shock in the country where now the Shia population has to move into Christian, into Sunni areas, and this may create many domestic frictions in the country. And that's one. And then second, Israel will approach now the question of southern Lebanon the way it has approached the question of Gaza or the West Bank. It may, in a second stage, begin to demand much more security guarantees in order to pull out. It will also require that whoever return to this area would not be of hostility or not being hostile to the Israelis. So it will condition returns of the population to those areas. It may also create different zones. Some of them may be like considered buffer zones, where zones are depopulated from the population. Other zones may require a strong cooperation and monitoring by the Lebanese army along with the Israeli army. And all that may be also subjugated to a peace agreement between Lebanon and Israel, where Lebanon joined perhaps the Abraham Accord, or will be subjugated to what happened, to something similar to what happened in Gaza, where we will be considering something like a peace board to have a reconstruction, rebuilding, retributions to the population under American sponsorship.
Okay.
So all these scenarios are being played out by the Israelis now, and they're acting on, their intention to depopulate these areas.
Okay, and just lastly, Dr. Salameh, I mean, some of the people we've spoken to on this channel, some of the experts like you we've been speaking to the last couple of days have suggested this is the closing chapter for Hezbollah. We've been receiving word and information that suggests that the group is degraded. They are cut off from their friends in Syria, now looking like they're being cut off from their sponsors in Iran. Would you agree with that assessment? Do you think now is the beginning of the end, or this is the closing act of Hezbollah in Lebanon?
Definitely, Hezbollah is no longer as strong as it used to be. For the past 30 years, Hezbollah was commanding a state within a state and pretty much influencing and controlling the Lebanese country. It was aided and backed by a Syrian regime, and it has a line of support and supplies that came from Tehran all the way to Beirut. All that has been cut off. Israel has inflicted major damage on the party, not only in terms of its infrastructure, but also eliminating its major leadership. So the party now is very isolated, very weakened, pretty much in a very uncomfortable position to sustain its activities, particularly its political as well as its military activities. With this war, the Hezbollah supporters are also being undermined, and many now are voicing their oppositions to party activities, given the fact that the Israeli retaliations against the party has caused massive displacement, and much of these people will probably lose their houses and their towns and now become subjugated to Israeli occupation. So everybody now is really in a critical mood, very angry about what Hezbollah done. Given that situation, definitely Hezbollah has lost tremendously and its ability to regain strength is very much questioned. If indeed the Iranian regime collapsed or undermined, the party will be dissolved de facto. But even if the Iranian regime continue to operate, it will not be as strong nor in a position to finance the party the way it used to finance its activities. So pretty much we could consider that any future period, Hezbollah will be much smaller, much more undermined, with much less ability to operate the way it was or it used to operate in the past.
Okay, well, thank you very much. We really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. Dr. Ahmad Salami, thank you very much for your time, sir. That is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Do join us tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, goodbye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Hello and welcome to this special interview here on Al Arabiya English, coming to you from the World Defence Show in Riyadh. I'm Melinda Nucifora. We have the pleasure of being joined by one of the world's largest aerospace firms, VP of International Business Development at Boeing Defence, Vince Logsdon. Thanks so much for being here.
Good to be here.
Vince, Saudi Arabia, you have said, is one of Boeing's largest partners outside of the US. Talk me through why this region is important for Boeing's future.
Well, Saudi Arabia, in general, is a central point for Boeing's presence here in the Middle East. And we see Saudi Arabia as a major partner in helping us to define the future of aerospace.
There's a big push not just for strategic partnerships but for local investment in Saudi Arabia. You've said that you're not interested just in selling platforms, you're here to be strategic partners. So elaborate on that. What does that mean and how does that differ from how you may operate in other countries?
Sure. Well, there's a lot of capability here in the kingdom and very capable country. So what we want to be is a strategic partner across the board, and that's from every aspect. So when we're here to talk about the capabilities that we can provide to Saudi Arabia, we know that just providing those defense capabilities, that's not enough. We need to partner with the local community. We're partnering with the industrial places here and making sure that what we do is engaged across the board. And we do that through various ways. We have joint ventures, we invest in human capital, we cut across the board to include industrial participation and supply chain. We want to be a part of that whole infrastructure.
Human capital is an interesting arm of investment, because obviously you can have the capabilities, but you need the people to have the know-how. So how challenging is that? How interesting is that? And how important is it to Boeing?
Well, it's extremely important and extremely interesting. So when we're investing in high-tech research. We're investing across the board, again, with workforce training, making sure that when we bring our capabilities here and we bring that partnership here, that we also have trained the people and that those folks are ready to join that part of the aerospace business. We also do a lot with the local communities here. For example, the universities. We're very engaged there, and we're doing things with the local universities, such as getting into future capabilities like AI and autonomy. And we want to make sure that we're providing the best of the best to the local communities to make sure that locally we're ready to engage in the next level of aerospace.
You talk about the next level of aerospace because the face of war, the battlefield, is changing so rapidly. Talk me through what you think are the future challenges and opportunities for such an established company like Boeing. I mean, is it agility? Is it speed? Is it UAVs? I mean, how challenging is this new frontier?
Sure. Well, obviously very challenging. The world is changing constantly, as is the defense space and the battle space. So we have been trying to manage that in terms of a total system. So it's a system of systems approach. You can't just be in the battle space with this type of system and that type of system. You're cutting across a whole family of systems. And at Boeing, we're proud to offer an entire array of systems that cut across everything that you may need in the battle space, from our F-15 fighters to our heavy lift helicopters like the Chinook into space, and then things that are in the future like our MQ-28, a collaborative combat aircraft that extends the warfighter's capability, our tankers that expand that reach. It goes on, and pulling that all together, that's the future of warfare, that's the future of defense, and that's one of the things that we work really hard on at Boeing to make sure we're pulling that all together.
Integration is a theme of World Defence Show this year. So has it surprised you how quickly the need for that integration has come about, or has it been on the horizon for Boeing for a while?
I think it's been on the horizon for Boeing for a while, certainly. We've been working on these concepts for some time. Because we are a large company and we build so many of these different systems, pulling them together just makes sense, and it has for some time.
Just finally, I know that for a company with such reach as Boeing, do you find that now part of the company's remit is future-proofing? Is it forecasting, assessing what the future threats are going to be, not just responding to them when they happen?
You can't just respond to them. You have to be out in front, and that's what we do at Boeing. We're staying in front of where we think the battle space might be going, and again, another great example of that, back to the MQ-28, when you're looking at extending that space, how do you do that, and how do you build that mass but do it affordably? That's where we're going.
And how does that integrate with work in Saudi Arabia?
It integrates. Now, it's a fairly new, when we're talking collaborative combat aircraft, that's fairly new, and I will say that we're ahead of just about anybody that's in that space. How that may interact here in Saudi Arabia remains to be seen, but Saudi Arabia certainly has the capability to do those types of things.
Is an interesting space to watch indeed. Vince Logston, thanks so much for joining us here on Al Arabiya English.
Thank you. It's great to be here.
Thanks, sir.
Yeah.
Pleasure.
Well done.
Thanks.
Viewers, from the strong international presence of global defense and military companies at the World Defense Show, we now turn our focus to speak with some of these companies. Among them is one of the world's largest defense industry companies, well known for delivering a wide range of advanced defense products. The company has maintained a major partnership with Saudi Arabia for decades, with deep ties to Saudi companies and to the kingdom's military institutions. We now have this interview with Mr. Nick Fox, Vice President at Base Systems for the Typhoon program, including the Eurofighter Typhoon serving in the Royal Saudi Air Force. First, welcome. Thank you for joining us. Let us begin with localization. At BAE Systems, you have stated that you have achieved more than 80% workforce localization. Saudi Arabia places strong emphasis on developing qualified Saudi talent in partnership with BAE Systems. Where have you reached in this area?
So at BAE Systems, we're really passionate about giving people careers in defence, but also making sure that they have fulfilling careers for the remainder of their working life. We do that through a number of means, through working on cooperative programs with local universities, so making sure that the students that come out of university are coming out with the skills and abilities that the nation needs for the defence industry of the future. Within BAE Systems, we have really strong partnership programs and development programs for our graduate community as well. That's been in place since around 2020, where we take graduates in, we train them in project management, engineering, finance, and I'm really pleased to say we've had a 100% conversion rate from those programs into real jobs that provide real careers and real practical learning for the theory that our students learn in university.
At BAE Systems, we are truly passionate about providing people with careers in defense and ensuring they have fulfilling professional lives. We achieve this through several initiatives, including cooperative programs with local universities, ensuring that graduates leave with the skills and capabilities the Kingdom needs for the future defense industry.
So the partnership between the UK and Saudi Arabia is about 100 years old, if not longer. And as BAE Systems, we've been working closely with Saudi Arabia and local industry for 60 years now. Over that 60 years, at the heart of what we do is working in partnership to deliver the defence outcomes that the nation needs, but also to work really closely with Saudi industry to find a way of transferring the capability that will provide real cutting-edge capability and help to develop a stronger defence outcome at the end of it. Throughout the Typhoon programme, localisation and industrialisation is really at the heart of what we do. Over the years, we've been successful in transferring a number of capabilities to our partners in Kingdom that are now used day in, day out in supporting the Typhoon fleet across Saudi Arabia.
Practical learning complements the theory students study at university. Saudi Arabia is also highly focused on technology and local manufacturing within the Kingdom. At BAE Systems, how are you supporting the Kingdom in this effort, especially as technology transfer and local manufacturing are central pillars of Vision 2030?
So as I said before, we have a big focus on developing the talent and the skills we need, and also through working with local industry to develop and step up the capability that we can then utilise on whether it's Typhoon, Hawk, Tornado platforms, a number of defence programmes we run. In terms of the future, it's about doing more. It's about building on what is an absolutely solid foundation that is absolutely part of the DNA of what we deliver now, and it is doing more. It is finding ways of developing new technologies with Saudi Arabia. It's around expanding the role that the Saudi Arabian industry does in supporting the platform, supporting the armed forces to deliver the defence outcomes they need, all the while providing meaningful and fulfilling careers for specialist individuals for many, many years to come.
Vice President of BAE Systems for the Typhoon program. Thank you very much for these clarifications. Thank you again for joining us.
Hello and welcome to this special coverage on Al Arabiya English. I'm Melinda Nucifora, coming to you from the World Defence Show here in Riyadh. Well, globally, as defence spending continues to increase, particularly when you consider that extra commitment to defence spending from NATO countries, exhibitions like this are capturing more and more attention. One country that is looking to reform and renew their procurement process is the United Kingdom. So I have the pleasure of joining us here on Al Arabiya English, the UK Minister for Defence, Readiness and Industry, Luke Pollard. Thank you for your time, Minister.
Good to see you.
Minister, globally, annual military spending across countries has been increasing consecutively for about a decade now. Does that say more about the world we live in, or does it say more perhaps about the speed with which militaries need to adapt to changing warfare?
Well, I think it's certainly true that we're living in a new era of threat. You can see that on your phones and on the TV with the conflicts around the world, but it is also a challenge to governments now to renew our armed forces. Certainly for a country like the United Kingdom, the era of expeditionary warfare is over. We need to increase our war-fighting readiness to be able to deter a peer adversary like Russia. And we also need to deepen our relationships with our allies, and that includes our NATO allies, but it also includes countries like Saudi Arabia, where we enjoy a strong defence partnership. And what we want to do is deepen that, helping to create good, decent jobs back in the United Kingdom, but importantly also here in Saudi Arabia.
You raise a good point. So let's talk about interconnectedness first of all then. How do you consider the cooperation, the interconnectedness between the United Kingdom, maybe broader Western allies, and the Gulf region, particularly the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia?
Well, the UK's had 60 years of formal intergovernment cooperation with Saudi Arabia on defence. We fly similar planes, from the Hawk trainer jets to the Tornado and the Typhoon. And what we want to do is, when we're looking at the possibilities of working more closely in the future, how do we not just share platforms and training, being able to be interoperable with ourselves on military missions, but how do we make sure there's decent work share? Because if you look at the investment that I'm seeing in Saudi Arabia with the Vision 2030, creating amazing entrepreneurs here, incredible technologies, there's an opportunity to bring some of that to the latest generation technologies that the United Kingdom is developing alongside our allies as well. The Global Combat Air Programme is just one example of, I think, how we can cooperate more fully across air, land, sea, space and cyber in the future.
Does it create kind of a unique opportunity maybe for investment, for partnerships that perhaps we haven't seen with other countries where there's been more of an established defence industry?
I think that's certainly true. I mean, what really excites me about working closely with Saudi Arabia is they've got an energy and they've got a pace. The 2030 deadline is not just a clarion call for investors to invest in latest technology. It's an opportunity as a established defence power as the United Kingdom to explore new technologies, new ways of working, new production facilities with our close allies. And I think in an era where we know there's more tension and difficulties, for me a very basic principle is friends turn up for one another. And in this time, the United Kingdom and Saudi Arabia are deepening in our relationships, and that is good for both countries.
You have said that defence reform in the UK particularly needs to reform beyond how the armed forces work, and particularly reform the way in which it procures. So how do you envisage that procurement process improving, and what do you currently consider to be the biggest gaps that need to be filled?
I think it's about speed is the main thing I want to see. The United Kingdom procures some of the very best kit on the planet, but we can take a very long time in doing so. And as we move towards warfighting readiness, we have to cut those procurement timelines down. So a procurement that would have taken 5 years for high-end complex weaponry needs to take two-year procurements needs to take 1 year, and if it took 1 year in the past, I want to do it in a few months now. Well, that's a challenge. That means we need to use more AI in our decision making. We need to cut the paperwork and the obstacles, and if we do this right, not only will we be able to spend taxpayers' money better and more wisely, we'll be able to create a market where there'll be new players, new small businesses able to enter into the defence supply chain, growing the economy, and that works not just for British businesses, but it works for businesses in the Gulf as well, because I'm really impressed by the amount of small businesses in Saudi Arabia that are now getting involved with the defence supply chain. I want to harness that ingenuity, that entrepreneurialism, that technology, and that pace that I'm seeing here in Saudi Arabia, and that keeps us all safe if we do it well.
It's good to say that you want speed, and that obviously makes a lot of sense, but is that doable? Because, I mean, even when you consider it's been 8 months since we've heard the announcement about being more war-ready, and we still haven't seen the investment plan yet. So, can you do it?
Yes, and we are already doing it. So in the last year and a half, we've signed 1,100 major defence programmes. There's a huge amount of effort coming into remove obstacles. And if, for me, as the Minister for Defence Readiness, my number one priority is to move the UK to warfighting readiness. Anything that gets in the way of that is a burden and a cost we cannot afford. And so to do that, I want us to procure more with our allies. We need to be clear about how we bring technology on, but we also need to change our culture. And one of those is about failing fast. Let's innovate quickly, learn from mistakes, let's learn from other people's involvement, and let's procure stuff that actually helps all of us be safer. Now, we're making progress on that, but we're not there yet. We've got more to do, and that's why, coming to the World Defence Show is a great opportunity to meet with friends and allies, to see similar journeys that many NATO nations are on. But when you can see the energy that's coming out of the Gulf at the moment, in terms of not just serious geostrategic challenges, but a real desire to grow their own indigenous defence industry, well, that is something that we want to be able to support. And as a nation that stood alongside Saudi Arabia for many, many decades, we want to walk together as we approach these more difficult times.
With that speed in mind, are you disappointed that it's taken so long to have the defence investment plan finalised?
No, I prefer to get things right than do them quickly. And I think in defence in the past, we've hurried out things that haven't been perfect, and then we've had a system that doesn't want to change things in the future. So getting the defence investment plan, so what we will spend a rising defence budget on, right, is so important, but we already know what's going to be in there. We know we're going to be investing in more munitions, more complex munitions, having an always-on production, not buying something, mobilising an industry, and then demobilising it when that order is complete. Always on production for the UK and our allies. We're removing old equipment. That's served us well for many years, and investing in the latest technology, where that's our brand new frigates that are being built in Britain, whether it's the new airframes that we're building, the new, latest generation Typhoons, our move towards GCAP, or the land vehicles that will help sustain us, whether we're fighting on the plains, in forests, or in the desert. All of those are the pace of change that we're seeing. But I'm an impatient minister. I want to go faster, and that's why for me, learning from others, especially learning from the Gulf, is so important.
There's been big question marks as to whether the UK can afford it.
I think we can't afford not to, because in dangerous times, we can see this in Ukraine. Ukraine didn't want the war that they're having to fight for their survival, but they're having to spend more and more on keeping their country safe against Putin's illegal invasion. I don't want NATO to go to war. I want us to be safe, and to do that we've got to deter aggression. That means having forces that are strong, that work well with our allies, and that will complicate the decision of any adversary, be that Putin in the Kremlin or anywhere else, of someone saying, do I have a go? Well, the answer, a stronger NATO, stronger partnerships across the Middle East and the wider world, well, that makes it harder for those wars to start, and that keeps all our people safe.
I know you're pressed for time, so just one final question with regards to grey zone tactics in warfare. I mean, that is an area that can't be underestimated as the changing face of battle continues. How much of a focus does that need to be for the UK? And is that an area that perhaps probably a lot of countries have not invested enough in because we probably didn't know how dangerous it was?
Yeah, we're not at war yet as United Kingdom, but we're certainly not at peace. And if I look across the different domains, in air, land and sea, are we at war? Probably not. But in the cyber domain, the United Kingdom is under continuous cyber attack from our adversaries. So in the cyber domain, we already are. And when we're looking at the grey zone attacks, spy ships loitering over our critical undersea cables, we can see the threats are real, and so we've got to respond to those with a clear deterrence, but the clear ability to defeat any adversary if we need to. And that means investing more in cyber security, investing more in grey zone tactics, challenging misinformation, just as much as it is about buying new missiles and new tanks.
Indeed, the changing face of warfare is a very challenging one. We thank you very much for your time here on Al Arabiya English. UK Minister for Defence Readiness and Industry, Luke Pollard, thanks for joining us here at the World Defence Show in Riyadh.
Thank you.
back to our special coverage here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Melinda Nucifora, coming to you from the World Defence Show here in Riyadh. Well, globally, as countries consider increasing their national spending on defence, one particular sector that is garnering a lot of attention is the maritime sector, not least because of recent attacks on undersea cables and also the increased military focus in the Arctic. So we are pleased to welcome the CEO of Europe's largest shipbuilder, Fincantieri, Pier Roberto Folgiero. Thanks for being with us here.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you so much. First of all, start by highlighting what you see are the important strategic relationships between your company, between Europe and the Gulf region.
I think that Europe and Middle East has a lot in common. In particular, Italians, as good, I would say, Southern Europeans, are quite accustomed to strengthen and, I would say, expand relationship in any industrial sense. And I think that this is the era of defense. So it's time for defense company of Italy to get along as much as possible with Middle East companies.
Tell me about the partnerships and the collaborations you have, particularly with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. I know they are looking through Vision 2030 to localise a lot of their defence. How does that open up new opportunities for you, for example?
Let me say, this is the DNA of Fincantieri. If you compare Fincantieri with the other shipbuilder, we have a characteristic to be regionalised and localised, very far from home. So we have 18 shipyards all over the world, from the far west to the far east. We are in the region of Great Lakes in the United States. We are in Brazil. We are in Middle East. We have 8 shipyards in Italy, 3 in Norway, 2 in Romania, an important presence in India, and a large shipyard in Vietnam. So when it comes to building ships, complicated ships, including the naval ships, we have a lot to say. And we are very interested in what is happening in Saudi. First of all, because Saudi is and will be more and more one of the most prominent defense spender in the world. 2, because it is requiring a localization and strategic collaboration, which is exactly what we do for a living since many, many years.
There are reports that the Kingdom is in talks with Fincantieri to procure attack submarines. Is there anything you can comment on with regards to that?
Well, let me say, the beauty of Fincantieri is that we have a long list of very well-proven platforms, including submarines, that we've developed for our Navy. The Italian Navy is a very strong one. I would say one of the first at NATO level. So in this specific moment, we are offering a strategic collaboration on this list of very well-proven platforms, including submarines, which is something we have been doing and we've been producing since many, many years.
The Red Sea increasingly is a critical arterial for global trade. How do you assess potential challenges and opportunities to meet those particular threats in the Red Sea region?
That's a very good point, because what we are experiencing is that not only this is the era of shipbuilding, but this is also the era of underwater. So there are a lot of underestimated threats for the critical infrastructure. So Fincantieri is putting together an unconventional offering, so made of drones, unmanned drones, acoustic barriers, command and control systems, so a set of solutions that can be, let me say, a new way to take care and monitor and patrol the key coastal critical areas. And we believe that this approach is fitting very well with the Red Sea, I would say, clear requirements.
I mean, the attack on undersea cables that we have seen across Europe is really a new frontier for warfare. Do you consider then Fincantieri to be at the forefront, at the cutting edge of that level of defence?
Let me say Europe and the Mediterranean Sea in particular is being a gigantic lab for new solutions for the underwater. I don't know if you know that the Mediterranean Sea is not the largest sea in the world, but is the most congested in terms of kilometers of cable, criticalities of telecom cables, seabed mining in the longer term, all the way to commercial applications of those solutions, so protection of oil and gas infrastructure. So basically Fincantieri is testing on the requirements of the Italian Navy new solutions, unconventional solutions made of drones, again made of sonars, new telecom systems that are fitting very well the shallow waters and the other requirements of the Red Sea.
Just finally, if we turn our attentions back particularly to Europe, you've commented recently that you'd like to see greater harmony in design in Europe's shipbuilding industry. Can you tell me why that is of concern to you?
Come on, Europe has to grow its industrial defense base, and Europe has to grow its spending inside NATO. So Europe is expected to be a pillar of NATO in the short, medium and long term, but at the same time has to have its own defense industrial base. So what we are saying in shipbuilding is that the ship is a platform, so it will be very, very advantageous to share requirements as much as possible and achieve defragmentation on the ship of the future. So that's why we are working on a ship that is called European Patrol Corvette, which is a corvette that can at the same time align the requirement of Italy, the requirement of Spain, the requirement of France, and the rest of Europe. So we don't need to build a corvette for every nation, but you can share the platform as much as possible. It's a way to spend more, but also to spend better at the same time, because defragmentation is not only interoperability and interchangeability, that are two very important topics, but is also a way to optimize the cost. And we have the duty in front of the taxpayer to exploit any possible synergy at continental level. That's it.
Spending wisely is at the forefront of countries' minds.
Sure.
CEO of Fincantieri, Pierroberto Folgiero, thank you so much for joining us here on Al Arabiya English.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Cheers, sir. Thank you.
Grazie. Grazie.
Hello and welcome back to our special coverage here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Melinda Nucifora. We have a special interview for you coming from the World Defence Show here in Riyadh. Well, when you walk into these vast expo halls, one of the first things that may strike you is the sheer number of Turkish-flagged companies on display, and chief amongst them is Aselsan. We are pleased to welcome the CEO and president of Aselsan, now one of Europe's most valuable defence firms, Ahmet Akiol. Thanks for being with us, sir.
Thank you so much for visiting us. Welcome to Aselsan booth in World Defence Show.
Thank you so much. One of the flagship accomplishments of Aselsan, and one of the things that many people here are talking about, is the Steel Dome, the first Turkish-made air defence system. Talk me through why it's so unique and why it's capturing so much attention.
So thank you so much. First of all, we started this project for about 2-3 years back due to the developments in the battlefield and the change in the technological wise, because now threats are more faster, harder to detect, harder to intercept, and also AI is coming for everywhere, and all threats are connected. So also there are some developments in the technological wise to make some platforms stealth, and also there are many cheaper drones and everything are now very common in all around the world. So due to these developments, in order to overcome these threats, we analyze inside Aselsan with many supercomputers, and we work with the military guys that only way to overcome these threats is integrated, layered air defense systems. Then we started this project. In the past, we have been working on the air defense systems. There were many separate systems delivered to battlefield. There were many radars delivered to battlefield, communication systems and electronic warfare systems. Now, this is fully integrated. The unique part of Steel Dome is electronic warfare is also integrated to this system. There are 4 layers and radars with the multi-bands and also many different interceptors, including gun-based, missile-based, and soft gear and hard gear. Now there is a network, there is a AI-based command and control systems managing this steel dome, and in Turkey many units are delivered. At the same time, we are now in the serial phase, but with the serial production, we are trying to add new features, new capabilities for all layers. This is the situation. The main idea is to make Turkey and ally countries safer than before. And that's why we are here, that's why we are in World Defense Show with the ally country, with the ally countries, to make these capabilities common and to invest for our future.
You mentioned low-cost drones are becoming, or low-cost UAVs are becoming much more common in the battlefield arena, and yet typical air defense systems shooting a very expensive missile at a cheap UAV is not tenable. So how does Aselsan tackle that new and emerging development?
First of all, in the drone protection layer, we have 4 different solutions. The one is soft kill, it's existing, and the second is hard kill, smart ammunition based hard kill systems. We have got a Korkut product. Now it has very common usage in Turkey and in many ally countries. It has a smart ammunition, so you can eliminate drones with a small pieces of tungsten pieces of the ammunition. It's very cost effective, cheaper than a drone. So there is a new version over here. You see 25mm version is ready now. So the smart ammunition Korkut air defense system is the very cost effective solution. The third solution is laser weapon. We have this solution for different scenarios. And the last one is for swarm attacks, high power microwave.
Yeah, I was going to ask about swarm attacks. Yes. I mean, we've been seeing that a lot. How does the steel dome address that?
There is a high power microwave weapon, Ejderha Dragon. The name is Dragon. So Dragon weapon is capable to send very high power microwave and eliminate the drones with its high power signals. When it faces the drones, the drone become unavailable. This is a new technology. You have a huge power behind the antennas, so the high power microwave is a very promising technology. We have now this. Now we are trying to widen this technology to the Turkey and allies. So there are 4 solutions in the drone protection phase in different scenarios for swarms, for separate drones, for FPV drones. For all of them, we have solutions and we deploy these solutions to the battlefield. It's very important. In the past, it was conventional threats. Missiles were very critical. Today, it is critical again. You have to eliminate ballistic missiles, fighter jets, everything. But the other side, drones are as important as the other long-range missile side. So we are trying to combine solutions at the steel dome umbrella.
The UAVs are also proving themselves, as we've seen during the conflict in Ukraine, being very useful as far as continuous surveillance of the battlefield goes. So that means traditional, larger, static sort of military formations are perhaps much more vulnerable now. So how is Aselsan addressing that particular threat?
Yes, we have different surveillance systems to detect drones. First of all, we have got ISA radar technology. It's very advanced technology. So in different bands and in different layers, we have multiple radars, and we are able to detect all layers and all types of drones. At the same time, we are investing for optic detection, infrared search and track systems. This is another way to detect especially stealth drones with the optic technology. So the IRST, infrared search and track, is another area. And also we are investing for acoustics. Acoustics, there is a product in Turkish, we call it SEDA. It is able to detect the noise of drones. So we are trying to now widen whole of the country to acoustic detection capability, and also it is possible to integrate this acoustic system to your vehicles and the military bases. So by acoustics, by radars and by optics, we fuse the solution, and now this solution is able to detect all types of drones. Then you have to analyze when to intercept, how to intercept, and task the air defense systems or anti-drone systems for elimination. This is the idea.
Your company is at the cutting edge of technology as far as defence industry goes. Do you almost consider part of your operation now anticipating future threats, looking at where warfare may be going, as opposed to just addressing the threats that are already present?
We have been, as companies and countries and armed forces, working on joint operations in 1990s, 20s, 2010s, but the reality is now integrated warfare. This is the also message of this World Defense Show, integrated defense technologies. That's why it's chosen. The integrated warfare is the reality. AI is the center of all decision making. So as Aselsan, we are trying to connect everything. Steel Dome is just an example. But when we go to the, for example, Kaan aircraft, all sensors are from Aselsan, again connected and fused. So AI supported decision making systems and connected systems is the future of warfare. If we will achieve this, all of these countries will be more safer.
There has been a very long history of bilateral cooperation, particularly in the field of defence, between Turkey and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Can you talk me through that level of cooperation at the moment and how your company is working with Vision 2030 and that goal of localising defence industry in Saudi Arabia?
First of all, this is the second time in this week I am here as a CEO of the largest company. This is the result of the cooperation, I think. At the beginning of this week, the President Erdogan was in Riyadh. I was the part of the delegation. So I can say the relations are very well. And as Aselsan, we have been operational in Saudi Arabia since 2017. We have got Aselsan Saudi Arabia, but nowadays we are trying to open a Aselsan Riyadh Excellence Center. And you will see in coming days co-design activities with Aselsan Saudi Arabia and Aselsan Turkey and local partners in Riyadh in coming days. There is going to be opening ceremony. I informed all the necessary government units that Aselsan considers Saudi Arabia a long-term partner, this excellence center, these local partnerships with many companies, and also there are some companies in our supply chain from Saudi Arabia. So these activities shows us we will be long-term partners. We consider as Aselsan Saudi Arabia as a second design house for us. You will see in our excellence center software developer guys coding for our future together. Just 2-3 months later you will see. So I can say the cooperation and collaboration level is very well, and it will be beneficial for Turkey, Saudi Arabia and the regional security. It's my opinion, and day by day the government relations and company relations are getting better.
There have been reports that Saudi Arabia is considering purchasing the Steel Dome. Is there anything you can say about that?
There are many cooperation areas, but as Turkey, as I said, we can say these technologies are not for only Turkey, for all our brothers countries. Whoever want to be the part of this project, this is open. There are many works we are doing now. I can say we will work more and more. This is only answer from my side.
It's a very interesting development and we really appreciate your time. A lot of mutual cooperation. Çok teşekkür ederiz.
World Defense Show is very critical platform for us, and the next time it will be larger, I believe.
We look forward to talking to you as the years progress.
Thank you so much.
Ahmed Akyol,
thank you so much.
Thanks for joining us on Al Arabiya English.
Thank you so much.
as many cases are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
It would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
We intend to perform Umrah in Ramadan. Welcome everyone to a new episode. We have arrived with you in Jeddah and to reach Mecca. We have several options. We can take buses or private cars or taxis or the Al Haramain train. And that's what we chose.
اللهم هون علينا سفرنا هذا وطوي عنا بعده.
The train carriages are divided into two parts. The first part is the gold class or first class, then the tourist class. Prices depend on the destination you are heading to, whether it's Mecca or Medina or depending on the schedule and time. For example, our trip is a few hours before Fajr prayer. Simple. One way to Mecca from Jeddah Airport to Mecca Al-Mukarramah. It cost me only 95 Saudi riyals. Here in a very small cafeteria selling light, sandwiches, nuts, and chips. Let's have suhoor before time runs out on us. The most important thing before entering Al-Haram is to draw a mental map or remember your entry point. This will make it easy for you to return to your hotel directly after finishing Umrah. We entered through King Fahd Gate. The security staff in the Haram are very helpful. They speak every language you can imagine, including Bengali, Chinese, and Russian, whether in the women's sections, the shared courtyards, or the gates.
ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار
Every corner in the Haram has these water coolers and Zamzam water. There's no need to fill up your bottle or carry a plastic cup. The lighter your load, the easier it is to move between the sacred sites.
اللهم فرج همنا نفس كربنا ربنا آتنا دنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة
No matter how spiritually immersed you are in the place, you cannot stop your eyes from admiring the beauty of the Islamic architectural design and the Islamic decorations that distinguish the Grand Mosque in Mecca. It is one of the most magnificent architectural masterpieces in the world. These precise designs help light and air enter evenly at all times, summer and winter. If you want to avoid the crowds, you can perform tawaf on the second floor. It is less crowded, but it is reserved for wheelchairs, so you must keep the path clear for people with special needs and the elderly. If you want double the reward, stay away from pushing and leave as much space as possible between you and others, out of mercy for the elderly and respect for people's privacy. The jogging starts from the beginning of the green sign until the end. It is not preferred for women to jog, of course, to preserve their privacy, but the men usually jog very noticeably. Of course, the jogging starts on both paths, whether you are going or returning from Safa. Booking an Umrah appointment through the Nusuk app has actually made things much easier. You come at your scheduled time. They actually give you 2 hours and are flexible up to an hour before or after. And it all depends on the crowd and the number of Umrah performers during the same period. Praise be to Allah for completing the Umrah. I have finished it. May Allah write its reward for me as a Hajj with the Prophet, and may He grant everyone who wished and everyone who longed for the same feeling. I have dreams, and our journey on Where Are We is not over yet. Our stories from the 2 holy mosques have just begun. Subscribe to all our channels on social media so you can follow all the new reels and episodes.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe. To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Sorry, Tom, I'm late. I'm nearly there.
really enjoyed meeting Arab filmmakers. I've really enjoyed seeing how the industry here is booming and flourishing. And I've enjoyed watching the movies, man. Just an incredible range. I've watched horrors, I've watched rom-coms, I've watched historical epics, I've watched tone poems, I've watched art house movies. I've watched films that I would not have seen had I not come here, and I feel the richer for it. I think the world would be richer for hearing these stories. And it's about time that they're heard.
Excited, happy, yeah, just carefree. It's been a full year of being on the festival circuit. I've been to so many film festivals, and it's wonderful to end the year here, kind of coming back home where we started, you know, in the region, and to be able to celebrate tonight and everyone's achievements is really just it's a privilege and it's really a joy. My favorite experience is seeing my film with an audience and seeing an audience connect with the film, and it felt like coming home and felt like just like embrace of family. It was beautiful.
It's been incredibly mind-expanding. The people are incredibly kind. I've made a lot of really good friends. I have a whole new understanding of this part of the world, so it's been great.
I'm learning a lot. I'm learning a lot about different stories and different filmmakers and creatives and a part of the world that I haven't really been able to visit before. Just meeting people, honestly, at the Red Sea Film Festival and talking with people and exchanging stories. It's always so cool to me, cinema, because around the world, we all speak the same language in our hearts, you know, like we all feel the same things, but the way we express them in the context of our stories and our daily lives are so different that being here is really, it's just inspiring because I'm exposed to things that I don't think I would have had the opportunity to be exposed to.
You know, every single time I come back, like, Red Sea Film Festival gets bigger, it gets more beautiful. Now that it's kind of more based in the old town, it's amazing. 15 amazing movies. I'm really eager to sort of see which one they choose, because I heard, like, the competition was very fierce, so.
Oh, so good. It's really good. I love it here. I'm being honored tonight, which is really special to get it here. So I'm feeling good. I had a great time. People were lovely. The people. I like the people. The people are so warm and friendly.
Amazing. I mean, it's been 5 years since we started working on the film. It's 5 years this festival has been in existence, so it feels like kismet to be able to sort of bring it home, you know. So, yeah, it's a great privilege.
There isn't a film like this from this region. You're talking about before the rise of Islam, it's 609 AD, Arab tribes being united by a princess to fight this colonial power. You've seen war movies, you've seen people fighting colonial powers, but you haven't seen a Hollywoodized, you know, big scale take on this region and this history.
I think what's the most impressive part of this film is the scale of it. We had from international cast to crew, you know, merging with local crews. In Saudi Arabia, in the most beautiful cinematic landscape you can imagine, Neom and Tabuk, and seeing that all come together on that kind of scale is powerful.
Great, it was a massive cast, big ensemble. So I wouldn't say one's herding cats, but it's kind of like that. It's like that kind of, like, everyone has their place in the story. I have my place within the storytelling, and it's all about communication. And I was very lucky because I had very intelligent actors who understood storytelling, so they all kind of fit into their part of the film.
You start as a so-called bandit. For me, he's none of the above. What did you love about this onion type of character? You know, you kind of, you know, peel the layers of him throughout the film.
Well, Hanzala was a very interesting character for me, just simply because of his origin, his background, and how he ended up to be a part of this story. It was very unique and very eye-opening to be able to play the character and learn so much about this history that we've never really talked about outside of the myths and legends that we've heard.
How you changed as an actress. Obviously, when you've got the experience of acting, when you've got the knowledge of knowing what's good for you and what you should do you feel like your confidence changes, your curiosity, and you became more courageous?
Confidence comes with success.
And experience.
And experience, yeah. But curiosity you always have. That's the one thing that you have from birth. Like when you're born and you come into this world and you're just curious about what's this and what's that. And I see that now through my daughter's eyes. Like, she's so curious about everything. And it makes me even more curious. She keeps the child in me alive as well. So I would say my way of approaching my work even now is truly through pure instinct. The way I choose a part and pick up a role is like, oh, I've done this, now I want to do this. And now I'm feeling this. I go very from that gut feeling. Like, it's very like, what do I want to eat today?
On the subject of legacy here, in 20 years, how would you hope audiences feel and people feel, not about your fame, but about your presence on the global stage?
Again, I think different stages represent perhaps a different time. When I was younger, I'm still young, but like when I was very young, when I was in my 20s, I was a little bit more like,
when I was a teenager.
Yeah. A little bit more like fizzy and buoyant and like a little bit more like light, and then there came a little bit more weight, and now I'm like feeling light again. So I think it depends on different stages, but I only want the audience to be entertained. So whether it's through me or not through me, I'm the first person to stand up and clap when a film does really well and gets a lot of love, because I feel so happy when the audiences are entertained and cinema connects.
Started his career very young. You've seen him in DC, in Marvel, in independent movies. He can play a romantic lead, a zombie, and a villain with the same pizzazz. Please, a huge round of applause for Nicholas Hoult.
Good evening. Assalamu alaikum.
From the beginning, actually, is it a cute story? Is it true that your siblings have introduced you to the art of performing? And did this mean that play dates in your house were all about singing and dancing and all these things when the friends came over?
There was a lot of musical theatre in our house growing up. The original was like a production of like the stage video filming of that. But then my older brother was into acting, my older sister was into a lot of singing and dancing, so my mum would always say like, well, if your sister's in dance class or doing acting classes, then you can't just sit in the car and wait, you're going to do it too. And so it wasn't something that I drove, it wasn't something that I woke up one morning and said, oh, I have this burning need to act. But it was something that I enjoyed and did from a young age, and then got very fortunate to continue doing.
This year you played in a small movie called Superman. Has anyone seen Superman? So tell us how you constructed the character, and there's so many references you can have for Lex Luthor from the comics and from old books, etc. How did you do your research? How did you narrow your own vision of him?
It was interesting because the first time I read the script, I remember reading the Lex scenes and being like, oh, these are interesting. I might actually be better at Lex than Superman. And I was like, well, don't say that to anyone now whilst we're auditioning for Superman. And then after the screen tests, James called me and he said, how would you feel about playing Lex? And instantly my brain was like, yes, that's the character you should and need to be playing, because there were just moments in the dialogue and in the script where I was like, oh, it's really delicious, the twists and turns of the character. And like you say, he is definitely very much the villain of that story, but at the same time, there's things in there where you go, okay, you can understand it in your brain and not have empathy, but understand it. So there's a really fun character to play in that sense. And James just wrote a wonderful script, and he's such a fun director to work with.
This actress
is one of the most iconic actresses in Hollywood and in the world. She has been known for generations for iconic roles. I would love to welcome the iconic, the remarkable, and the loveliest Sigourney Weaver. Assalamu alaikum. I love to start from the beginning, and you know, when actors start loving acting, was it early for you, was it later, and who was the biggest inspiration in your life to, you know, make you gravitate towards acting even in the first place?
I don't think I'm very typical because I was very shy, so the idea of becoming an actor was so far away from anything I was thinking. I was thinking I'd love to be a storyteller, maybe a writer or a journalist. So I never really said out loud I want to be an actor until I was, you know, maybe in college. And my father, though, was a great influence because he was running NBC, which was a big television network, and he'd always come home smiling. And so I think whatever he's doing, which of course I didn't know at all, whatever he's doing looks like it's fun. So I think that did influence me.
You've worked with directors with such strong vision, and how much did that inform the acting profession for you? You know, we're talking about Peter Weir, Mike Nichols, Ang Lee, Ivan Reitman, Ghostbusters. How much do you enjoy that? You know, every director is a different experience.
I think I love that part of it very much. I mean, I've never been an actor who looks for the roles. I look for the story. And then I have to find a director whose vision is so strong that we will make it through the filming process, because the filming process is really tough on films. And the script has to be able to hold up against all the things that can go wrong making a film. I don't want to discourage anyone, but a lot of things come up. And so the director has to be, you know, sort of obsessed and be very forceful in his or her vision. And so the combination of the strong script and the visionary director, I think, is what helps a film continue to live on, like Ghostbusters.
It gives me great pleasure to welcome you here at the Red Sea International Film Festival. Sigourney Weaver, please continue to inspire generations. Please continue to inspire us. And thank you for joining us once again at our 5th anniversary.
I'm so delighted to be here, and this is such a beautiful award, and I'm so grateful that you invited me. I'm so grateful to be here today, and, you know, to have my work acknowledged halfway around the world, and to feel a connection with what you all are doing here, and all the developments in the whole Arab world for the film culture is so exciting, and I'm so glad now to feel connected to it. So thank you so, so much.
Does it matter that you have all these awards and success when you're excited about working with the director? Is there candid enthusiasm when they send you the script?
With Paul, absolutely. I think, not to speak for Benicio here, but I know I've been an avid fan of his work for 25 years now. He just creates, he just does everything right. I don't know how to say it other than that. The music, the tone, the worlds that he envelops you into, his imagination, the unpredictability of each one of his plots, the immersive quality that you feel in his movies, like you're there. So this, I think everyone comes into a Paul Thomas Anderson project, A, feeling lucky and blessed to be there, but B, feeling like you got to bring your A game.
I ain't afraid to die anymore. I've done it already.
My name is Jordan Belfort. At the tender age of 22, I headed to the only place that befit my high-minded ambition.
We always joke when I interview you that you don't like simple roles. Everything has to be very energy-consuming. Was that a whole other level of energy consumption because it's so full-on?
This was a huge adrenaline dump. Yeah. I mean, I actually needed to take a year off after this. I did 3 films in a row, but this was the culmination of all, and that was because we had we really had artistic freedom on this film.
'Cause I ain't going nowhere!
wonderful role. You gave him such vulnerability. You made him transparent. Is that how you felt him, Gatsby?
Well, the Gatsby that I remember reading in junior high school is a lot different than the Gatsby I remember reading, that I read as an adult. He's a much more tragic figure than I remember as a youth, you know. I didn't quite connect with how hollow this man really was, you know. Daisy to him is really a representation of so many of his dreams of becoming this great American figure, this powerful man, this entrepreneur, and in a lot of ways, he is an empty vessel.
Why, of course you can.
I'll do it school style. I'll start with his infused imagination. I always feel like the imagination kind of comes out of his head. How amazing is it to construct a character that could be possibly iconic, like in this one?
We had the benefit with these characters of getting this incredibly rich backstory. We had an entire history together that he wrote for us. So even though it's a sort of day in the life of these two sort of outcasts of Hollywood that are trying to fit their way into a changing culture and a changing industry, there was an immediate familiarity with who these people were because we knew so much about our past, and it was so easy to fit in those shoes.
Gentlemen, you had my curiosity, but now you have my attention.
This is going to be the adventure of a lifetime. We've dreamed of making this movie ever since we were kids. What does it cost to get this thing made? $2.5 million.
We've approved a loan for up to $9,400.
Yes. Raya.
Good to see you both.
Good to see you.
Tell us about the adventure of making movies like this, in the sense of so much fun and so much comedy, but also a lot of heart.
I am a sucker for some real heartfelt, sweet, hopeful, makes you feel good kind of movies. And then if there's some laughs in there, even better. So that's kind of my favorite thing, I think.
Yeah.
What about you?
Well, I mean, when I read on the page some of these scenes that make me laugh and make me think, oh, that's going to be really exciting and fun and funny. It's one thing to read it, but then when it comes time to do it, you're like, I really do have to run through the jungle with a boar strapped to my back probably 100 times. This is going to be physically challenging, but that's the name of the game, and that's what you have to keep in the back of your mind. It's like, it's worth it. That's what you got to do to make magic sometimes.
Here we go.
Doug, you direct. Action! Put your face right up next to the snake. No. Maybe it'll be okay.
Cutting.
Well, with you guys' experience in comedy timing, how much are you completely involved on set into, knowing what works, knowing what doesn't work, trying new things?
Somewhere, I'd say over the last few years, I would be on a set, look around and think, I think maybe I have more experience than anybody on here because I'm old. And I've done it now a bit. And I still have the mindset of like an actor starting off. Like, I can't believe I got the job. I'm excited to be there and try and do it. And I feel insecure and I hope I do an okay. But I think just by the very nature of doing something so often and logging your 10,000 hours or whatever, I start to become just innately aware of certain things that work and certain things that don't. And also some technical things about actual movie making that I don't ever remember really trying to study, but now I'm just very aware of.
I like to really imagine each scene, and I like to look at the script and go through all my lines and imagine the way I would do it. But there's some scenes that are challenging, like, I don't know how I'm going to approach this. I don't know what quite the right way to say this line is. And I'll look around the crew and the cast and crew and imagine how everyone on the set would say it. If they had my part, what would they do? And I'll get inspiration from anywhere I can. Sometimes, you need to feed off the people you're working with.
Always when it comes to comedy.
This is Anaconda, and we no longer have a snake for our snake movie. We have to go out in the jungle and find another one.
Also, when it
comes to legacy, like the legacy of the Anaconda in cinemas, how much do you enjoy that? That, a whole new audience generation is gonna kind of be very Anaconda crazy.
I hope the whole world gets Anaconda fever. There's another movie coming out at the same time as ours. I can't remember what it's called. It also starts with an A.
Very small.
No
one's heard of that one.
But now they're saying that maybe it's going to be like Barbie and Oppenheimer. Do you remember when those two giant movies came out at the same time?
Barbenheimer?
So they are saying this could be the new one, Anatar. Yeah. That's what I think James Cameron has been saying, that we're Anatar. Now we're Anatar.
What do you like more, Anatar or Avoconda? Because it's up to you to start this.
Avoconda is my favorite. I have
Avoconda?
Without hesitation.
Yeah, that was right. Yeah,
Avoconda's good.
It does have a funnier.
It doesn't sound too much like avocado.
Well, that's catchy, and it goes with Jack's t-shirt, so why not? I love it. Before I wrap, my daughter has a message for you, Jack. She's completely obsessed with the Lava Chicken song from Minecraft.
Lava!
Peachy chicken. We're obsessed with it.
Yes, thank you. La Lavacanda!
He's right behind you! What the hell is on my back? It's a long story! Run!
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Incheon, a city with a lot to offer. Incheon in South Korea. There are many things to do, places to see, eat and drink in, and events to take part in. It's got a rich history, plus interesting cultural sites to visit. It's probably most known for being the home of the International Incheon Airport. Incheon City is located in the northwestern area of South Korea. Seoul and Bucheon are nearby, as well as Goyang and Asan. The city has a population of about 2.8 million people. It is considered the third biggest city in South Korea. The city is known for its majestic natural landscape, from white sand beaches to unique rock formations. One of the most popular is the Yeolwangni Beach, offering pristine waters and great sand too. Tourists often visit this beach to watch the sunset and take lots and lots of photos. The beach is also surrounded by a grove of pine trees, completing the picturesque view. Aside from Incheon's beaches, being a sight to see, it's also where you can try activities such as swimming, fishing, and some water sports. Incheon is also known for its great historical and cultural structures. There's a Museum of Korea Emigration History. You can go through a display of exhibits that tell the stories of the country's first emigrants. There's also the Incheon Landing Operation Memorial Hall. It is a memorial hall that features photos of military arms used by both the North and South Korean military. Then there's the architectural masterpiece, Incheon Bridge. It is considered the longest bridge in Korea. It's linked to the world-famous international airport and is also one of the best places to witness the sunset. Incheon is also known for its special market. Want a taste of their famous fried chicken? Or buy the freshest fish from the port? The marketplace is where you should go. Aside from the fresh food, some markets also have amusement parks in it. Some are near the coastline where you can enjoy the view or try an activity. Bupyeong is where you can go shopping in Incheon City. It is linked to the subway stations, so it'll be easy to find and accessible as well. Not only is it a mecca for fashionable clothes, you'll find great products that are for your health and beauty. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room. I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.